White Witch, Black Curse by Kim Harrison. Performed by Marguerite Gavin. Chapter 12. There was a faint scent of orange antiseptic, and the one-sided come and go of a distant professional conversation. Closer, the sound of a TV murmured, only the low parts audible as if through thick walls. I dozed in a pleasant, muffled state, comfortable and somnolent. I'd been cold and in pain. Now I was warm and feeling pretty damn good, perfectly content to slip further into a dreamless state. But the distinctive smell of the sheets tucked up to my chin tickled my memory, winding insidiously through my brain looking for a conscious thought. Then it found one. "Shit!" I barked, adrenaline slamming through me. I bolted upright, eyes wide, and an unreasonable fear jerking me from my drugged haze. I was in the hospital. "Rach!" Panicked, I turned to the sound of pixie wings, sweat beading up on me. Jenks was inches from my nose. His tiny features were pinched and afraid, scaring me. "Rach, it's okay," he said as an orange haze drifted from him to color my drawn-up knees. "You're okay. Look at me. You're okay." Lips parted, I focused on him and forced my breathing to slow. I was okay, and as soon as I realized that, I bobbed my head. Stringy, nasty curls shifted to block my eyes, and I pushed them back with a shaky hand. Just that effort seemed to tax me, and I let myself fall back into the slightly raised bed. "Sorry," I said softly, and he landed on my blanket-covered knee. "I thought I was in the hospital." Jenks's expression became concerned, and his wings stopped. "Ah, you are?" "No," I said as I found the controls and raised the head of the bed farther. I thought I was... I hesitated. "Never mind," I amended, exhaling to get rid of the last of the adrenaline. I couldn't tell him I thought I was in the children's wing where I hadn't been able to cross the room to turn on the TV without going breathless. It was that memory that had shocked me awake, and I arranged the sheets to cover as much of the ugly white and blue diamond gown as possible. Geez, Robbie visits for the first time in 8 years and I'm hospitalized? Jenks buzzed to the long bed table, pushed to the side. His wings stilled, and the red haze that had been hovering about one wing turned into a bit of red medical tape. I sort of remembered the ambulance. There was an IV stuck in me, and I vaguely recalled the paramedic putting it in. He had given me something, and after that, nothing. I'd had IVs before, but they usually went with an amulet if the patient was a witch. Maybe I was in worse shape than I thought. My gaze went to the clock, right where they always put it. Noon. It didn't feel like I'd been unconscious for longer than a single night. From cold pavement to hospital, I had been there, and now I was here. There was a stuffed giraffe on the narrow rolling table, probably from my mother. Stuffed animals were her thing. Beside it was a miniature rose sculpted of stone. From Biz, maybe? I took the stuffed animal in my hands, feeling the softness against my fingertips in a state of melancholy. "Mia?" I asked Jenks. The pixie's wings drooped and went a faint blue. "Gone." I met his frown with my own. "Remus?" "Him too." He made the short flight to the bars on the bed, slipping slightly. "He sideswiped Ivy with a pipe. Otherwise we'd have him." Alarmed, I stiffened, but his lack of reaction told me she was all right. "She's madder than a jilted troll," he said with a wry expression. "But she's okay. Nothing broken. By the time she got up, he was gone. She tracked them to a busy street and then, poof, hot-wired a car and somehow slipped past the FIB roadblocks. Eden's pissed." "And baby makes 3, I thought as I set the giraffe down. Crap on toast. They could be long gone. I hoped Audrey was right that banshees never left their city, or we'd never find them. Jenks reached back to fix the red bit of tape on his wing, and I flushed, remembering having thrown him at Eden. "Hey, I'm sorry about your wing," I said, and he brought his gaze to mine, his eyes green under the yellow shock of hair. "I did that, didn't I?" I added, pointing with my gaze. "I'm sorry." "Nah, I'm fine," he drawled as his hand came forward. He gave Madalena something to do besides yell at the kids. This happened in Eden's car, chasing Remus. I wasn't sure I believed him. How about you? Jenks asked, sitting cross-legged beside a mug of water bigger than his cat. You feel okay? Your aura is really thin. I held a hand in front of my face and wished I could see my own aura. The demon mark on my wrist looked ugly, and I let my hand drop. Holly stripped it from me, I said. Took it along with my life's energy. That's why I passed out, I think. Has anyone looked at Glenn's aura? That's probably what happened to him, too. Jenks nodded, right after you came in mumbling about your aura being gone. He's awake now, I saw him. His aura is patchy, but it will thicken. That freaky little baby can't even talk yet, and she's a born killer. She should have killed you. The doctors don't know why she didn't. They don't know why you woke up 3 days earlier than Glenn, either. They were here staring at you and asking each other all sorts of questions, looking at your demon scars. His lips pressed tight as a feeling of angst slid through me. I don't like it, Rach. Me neither. Feeling violated, I tugged my blankets up a little. Had my demon mark saved me? Made my aura taste bad? I remembered a sensation of black coursing through me as Holly stripped everything, like she was sucking the last milk from a bottle, bubbles and all. I didn't like that something evil had saved me. It was bad enough that I had demon scars, but that I had to be grateful for them for saving my life was perverted. Jenks's wings hummed fitfully. Rising up, he said with forced cheerfulness, "You've got company. I can hear him in the hall." Eden? I wondered as I was making sure I was covered when a soft knock at the cracked door turned into a soft scuffing. "Marshman!" Jenks exclaimed, a sunbeam trailing behind him when he went to the door. "How you doing? Rachel's happy to see you." Eyebrows raised, I gave Jenks a sidelong glance. I'm happy to see him? Sitting straighter, I waved sloppily at the tall man as he entered. He had his coat open, showing a flannel shirt with a wisp of curling black peeping out at the neckline. The casual lumberjack cut of the shirt hung nicely on his broad swimmer's shoulders, tucked into his jeans to show off his thin waist. There was a bouquet of flowers in each hand, and he looked awkward as he stopped before me. "Hi, Rachel," he said, smiling uncertainly, as if not sure he should be here. You get what you needed in the mall?" I laughed and shifted more upright. I knew how I looked in blue diamonds, and it wasn't attractive. "Thanks," I said sourly. "Sorry about that. She ran. I chased her. Dumb." "And you got banshee slapped," he said, putting the 2 bouquets down and sitting on the edge of the bed beside me. "Are you okay? They wouldn't let me ride with you to the hospital. You were delirious." He hesitated. "Did you really steal Mr. Ray's wishing fish?" I blinked. Yeah, but I thought it belonged to the Howlers." My gaze dropped from his concerned brown eyes to the flowers. One was an arrangement of summer daisies, the other a carnation and mum mix. "Thank you," I said as I reached to touch them. "You didn't need to bring me flowers. They're beautiful. Did they have a buy-one-get-one-free special downstairs?" My voice was light, and Marshall smiled. "Don't think anything because I brought you flowers. If I didn't, my mom would skin me alive. Besides, only one is from me. The daisies were sitting downstairs with your name on them, so I brought them up." My eyes went to the florist's card in an envelope, and I nodded. "Robbie, maybe, as in pushing up daisies?" "Thanks," I said, and he made a little jump, as if remembering something. "I brought you this, too," he said, reaching into a coat pocket to bring out a winter pale tomato. It was an Ingerland tradition, and I couldn't help but grin. "For health," he said, then glanced at the closed door. "You're, on a human floor, so watch where you put it." The fruit was cold in my fingers, and my smile faded. Why am I on a human floor? The sound of Jenks's wings rose in pitch, and he took flight. "I promised Ivy I'd tell her when you woke up," he said as he rose up. "I gotta go." "Jenks, is she okay?" I asked, but he was gone. Rolling my eyes, I leaned to put the tomato on the table, and my knees knocked into Marshall. My eyes went to the flowers, and all my warning flags went up. He was sitting kind of close. It was awfully nice of you to come and see me," I said, nervous. I'm not going to be here long. I was just about ready to get up and go harass the nurses. I knew I was filling the silence with my babbling, and in a surge of motion, I flung the covers back and pulled my knees up to get my feet past him and to the floor. I froze, looking down at those stupid pink sock slippers they give out. Damn it! I had a catheter. Even worse, just that little exertion made me dizzy. "Easy, Rachel," Marshall said, already having stood and put his hands heavily on my shoulders. "I don't think you're ready to move yet. Your aura is really torn up." The heady aroma of redwood cascaded over me, seeming all the more potent for the sterile smells of the hospital. "I'm fine, Marshall. I'm fine," I complained as the dizziness passed. It was almost as if I was leaving a part of myself behind when I moved, and until it caught up with me, I was naked. Exhausted, I sat with my feet dangling down and leaned my head against his chest while I tried to keep from blacking out. It felt nice when his hands rested on me. Not sexual nice. God, I was in a hospital bed with pillow hair and wearing a blue diamond pattern. It was as if I were gaining strength from his simple concern. I settled back under his insistent, nervous hands, and he pulled the blanket up and around me. I lay there and let him do it, probably feeding his white knight complex, but what choice did I have? If my aura was stripped, then I probably was gaining something from him. Genuine caring helped mend tears, just as the negative energy from someone who disliked me could do an equal amount of damage. "Really," I said as he handed me the oversized mug of iced water as if it would make everything better. "I'm okay. I just need to move slower." But my hands were shaking and I was nauseous. The water seemed to help, and I took a big gulp, feeling it all the way down. "Ivy will break my fingers if I let you hit the floor," he grumbled, taking the water back as I extended it. "Just be good for the next 20 minutes and don't get me in trouble, okay?" I tried to smile, but I was trembling inside. Fatigue pulled at me, and memories of my early years in and out of hospitals came flooding back. "I don't even know what happened," I complained. I remember blacking out, but after that, Marshall sat on the edge of the bed again, as if I might try to get up. "No doubt. A banshee, Rachel? What were you thinking? You're lucky to be alive." My right shoulder lifted and fell. Who else had a chance to catch her? Eden had probably checked me in. Maybe that was why I was on a human floor. I could lie in bed at home for a lot less money. David was going to be ticked when my insurance went up. Remembering Marshall, I sighed. Yep, a banshee. And her kid. And her homicidal husband. At the mall, no less. He smiled, one almost of pride. "You made the news knocking over that reporter." My eyes flicked to his, and I winced. They got it on tape. Leaning forward, he tucked a stray curl behind my ear, making me shiver when my thoughts went to Kisten's boat. "Knocked her right on her can," he said, oblivious. "It was good seeing you in action like that. Again." His smile faded, and I realized this was twice now he had seen me on the news. The first time I'd been cuffed. Thanks for coming to see me," I said, sensing a growing awkwardness, as if he had stepped past our agreed-on boundaries. Smile gone, he leaned back. He looked everywhere but at me. "Tried the pudding yet?" "No, but I doubt it's changed since I was here last." He chuckled, and I tried to decide if I was willing to risk taking the catheter out by myself. The one time I had, I'd hurt myself more than one would believe possible. I didn't want to stay here, and if my vitals were normal, they wouldn't keep me for simple fatigue. The sound of Jenks returning drifted into the uncomfortable silence between Marshall and me, and we exchanged knowing smiles. Jenks was like a little kid you could hear long before you could see him. His voice was high as he talked to someone whose voice was a dull murmur, and they were moving slowly. Ivy, maybe? My pulse increased, and Marshall stood when the thick, oversized door creaked open. He looked nervous, and I didn't wonder why. Ivy didn't like him, and she took few pains to hide it. "Hey!" Jenks shouted loudly as he circled the room 3 times. "Look who I found!" I found myself smiling. Not only was it Ivy, but Glenn, too, moving slowly and supported between Ivy and the IV stand. The black man looked awful, and it wasn't just from the hospital gown. Still, I met him grin for grin when he looked up from the floor, clearly pleased to be functioning even on this reduced level. His face was an ugly purple in places, and his hand gripping Ivy's arm was swollen, the cuts covered with stark white bandages. "Ah, Rachel?" he breathed, then focused on the tile, moving forward. Marshall nodded his hello to Ivy, and after nudging the tomato behind the flowers before Glenn spotted it, he moved to the distant couch, built into the wall under the window, so the ailing FIB agent could have the closer chair. Oddly enough, Ivy looked like she knew what she was doing, competently shifting him around and making sure his IV didn't get tangled. She even knew to hold his gown shut while he angled to sit in the chair. He eased into it with his arm muscles straining, and he exhaled long and loud when his weight left his feet. "Rachel," he said before he got his breath back altogether, "Ivy told me you were here and I had to see it for myself. You look as bad as I feel, girl." "Yeah?" I shot back. "Give me a few hours and I'll wipe the floor with you in a game of round the nurse's desk." As far as I was concerned, he was in way worse shape than I, but he looked a whole lot better than when I'd seen him last, unconscious and surrounded by white sheets. That I couldn't stand up yet didn't mean anything. I'd be walking before sunset even if I had to crawl to do it. Ivy came closer, and a pang of emotion went through me. The chair Glenn was now in had been pulled to the bedside when I woke up. I'd be willing to bet she'd been sitting in it all night. She looked tired, and I wondered if she had slept at all this morning. "Hi, Ivy," I said as I reached out, knowing she wouldn't. "Jenks said Remus hit you. You okay?" Jenks clattered his wings behind the flowers, and Ivy's calm face scrunched up. "I'm fine, more mad at myself than anything." Her fingers touched mine, and I heard everything she wasn't going to say. "I'm glad you're awake," she said softly. "You had us worried." My pride took a hit. I said, "I'll be fine as soon as I can stand." Jenks looked out around a plastic vase with a questioning expression, his hands full of pollen, and Marshall popped his knuckles. Realizing the men had become uncomfortable, I flushed. Our fingers parted. "Marshall, you've met Glenn, haven't you?" I said suddenly. "He's the FIB's Interland specialist. Glenn, Marshall is the swim coach at the university." Marshall came forward. Leaning past the corner of the bed, he carefully shook Glenn's bandaged hand. "Nice to meet you," he said, and I couldn't help but notice there hadn't been a flicker of concern or reluctance in meeting an FIB officer, not like with Nick, and I smiled. "It's a pleasure," Glenn responded. "Have you and Rachel known each other long?" "No," he said quickly, but I felt he deserved more than that. Sort of. I spoke up before Jenks, who had risen up above the flowers, could. "Marshall helped Jenks and me on that run up in Michigan. He's been in Cincinnati since Halloween, pulling snakes from under my kitchen floor and teaching me how to rock climb." Ivy snickered at the reference to Tom, and Glenn's head went up and down in slow consideration, his gaze becoming more accepting. I knew he believed Nick was still alive, which he was, the son of a bastard, and seeing that my ex-boyfriend and master thief had a record thicker than the phone book, I wouldn't be surprised if the FIB detective grilled Marshall later over what he knew about Nick. Ivy made a small sound of interest when she opened the card from the second batch of flowers. I wanted to ask her about her leg, but she wasn't favoring it, and I knew she wouldn't appreciate me bringing it up in front of other people. "Slacker," I said to Glenn, and when he gave me a tired, lopsided smile, I added, "How's your aura?" "Thin. I don't know how it's supposed to feel, but I feel weird. 3 witches looked at me after you came in. Every one of them said I was lucky to be alive." Jenks snorted. "They came in and poked Rachel, too," he said, left grumbling. I exhaled slowly, bringing up my second sight without tapping a line so I didn't run the risk of seeing the ever after. Not in a hospital 6 floors up. Sure enough, Glenn's aura was raggedy, leaking red around the broken edges and looking like a fluctuating aurora borealis instead of a continuous sheet. The gaps were not healthy, and until they healed, he'd be vulnerable to all sorts of metaphysical things. That I was in the same condition made my stomach turn. And I have a date with Al in the ever after at sunrise tomorrow. I had to get out of it. Surely Al would give me a sick day for this. I should ask for a work excuse. "Are you okay?" I asked Glenn, truly concerned. He looked so far out of character. The ex-military man in him peeked through when he forced himself to sit straighter, his face freshly shaved, the scent of shampoo coming faintly to me. "I will be," he said around a heavy breath. "You went after them? You know it. You touched the baby?" he asked, and I snorted. "Don't touch the baby," he intoned, and the corners of my mouth lifted. "Don't touch the baby," I echoed, realizing that that was probably what had downed him. "It's the baby who's got the witch doctors so messed up," Glenn said, almost crossing his knees before remembering he was in a peekaboo gown. "They tell me that a banshee child has no control until she's about 5, but that man was holding her when I talked to him." Jenks's wings clattered for attention. "We saw him holding Holly, too. His aura was fine. I saw it. So did Rachel." I nodded, not making any sense out of it. "Maybe she just wasn't hungry." "Maybe," Glenn said, "but she drained me fast enough. You too." Ivy went to sit on the long bench under the window. "So what did happen in that house?" she said as she looked out, and I swear she was trying to change the subject. Her lips were parted and her breathing was a shade too fast. Her eyes, too, held a hint of guilt. Glenn made an ugly face. "I went to talk to the suspect about the death of my friend." Suspect, I thought, hearing the ugliness of the word. She wasn't Ms. Harbor or the lady or even the woman, but the suspect. Then again, Mia had probably killed his friend, put Glenn in the hospital, and allowed her daughter to almost kill me. "I'm sorry," I said, and he grimaced, not wanting the sympathy. "Her husband didn't like some lack questions. Remus, is it?" Glenn asked, and when Ivy nodded, he continued. "Remus tried to bully me out the door. Took a swing at me, and we knocked about the house. I actually had him handcuffed, and then—" "You touched the baby," Jenks said from somewhere in the flowers. Glenn looked at his knees, covered with that blue diamond print. "I touched the baby." "Don't touch the baby," I said, trying to ease the tension. No wonder Mia didn't let anyone touch Holly, not to mention her not wanting any more kids until Holly had grown and had some control. Right now, she was like the walking plague. But Remus could hold her. What made him special? Glenn shifted his feet in those slipper socks they give you. His were blue. "The baby put me out, not Remus," he said. "Once I fell down, I kept falling. I think he beat me slowly so they could suck it all up. If it hadn't been for the badge, I think they would have killed me and tried to hide the body." Seeing the horror in my eyes, he attempted to smile. "But you look great," he said, gesturing. "Maybe witches have thicker auras." "Maybe," I said, unable to look at anyone. Of course I looked better. I hadn't had a psychopath maul me for the feeding pleasure of his family. Standing awkwardly at the foot of the bed, Marshall seemed to gather himself. "Rachel, I have to go," he said, not unexpectedly. "I've got some stuff to do this afternoon, and I just stopped by to make sure you were okay." His feet shuffled, and he added, "I'll, see you later." Glenn leaned back, cutting short his motion to cross his legs when he remembered the hospital gown. "Don't leave because of me," he said, his body language not matching his words. "I have to get back to my room before I'm missed. They don't like it when us rough men go past the nurse's desk and into the woman's area." Marshall shifted back and forth. Then, as if making a decision, he leaned close and gave me an awkward hug. Uneasy, I returned it, hoping he wasn't trying to shift our relationship simply because I was vulnerable and he had helped me with Tom. Tom was small potatoes to what could come crashing into my kitchen, but the scent of redwood was comforting, plucking a need to go back to my roots, and I breathed it in deep. "I'll see you later," he said earnestly. "I'm still checking into your classes, but if there's anything I can do, shopping, errands, just call me." I smiled, touched by his concern. My mom's warning that he was a good diversion, not a good decision, echoed through me, but so did the entire comfortable evening spent with her, my brother and Marshall. Marshall was a nice guy, and I didn't often have the chance to do stuff with nice guys. I didn't want to endanger him by close association, but what came out of my mouth was, "I will. Bye, Marshall. Thanks for the flowers." He nodded, waving before going with his head lowered, leaving the door open a crack. Glenn took in Ivy and Jenks, eyeing me as if in disapproval. Clearing his throat, he said, "You taking classes? That's great. Crime scene etiquette, perhaps?" I rubbed my eyebrow, feeling a headache coming on. "Ley lines," I said. "There was a mix-up at the registrar's office. Marshall is trying to work it out." "It's not always trying to work out," Jenks muttered, and I scowled at him when he shifted to the mums. The scent of a summer meadow grew heavy, and pollen streaked his green shirt. "He's going to want to change things," the pixie said, and Glenn leaned back, mouth shut, to listen. "You being in the hospital is going to jerk him into rescue mode, just like on that boat of his. I saw it in him right after he yanked Tom out from under our kitchen. I'm a pixie, Rachel. I may look all tough and stuff, but I got wings, and I know infatuation when I see it." I sighed, not surprised he was warning me off, Marshall. And what do wings have to do with it? "Well, he's not helpless," I said defensively. "Tagging a ley line witch is hard." Jenks crossed his arms and frowned. Ivy put the giraffe down and eyed me too. Yeah, I muttered. But my thoughts went zinging to Mia, standing in the dark with her wailing child clutched to her, telling me that I'd never love anyone without killing them. He deserves someone better than me, I know the drill. Ivy moved uneasily, and shoving my unhappy feeling away, I turned to Glenn. The detective was very adept at reading people, and this was embarrassing. "So, how's the pudding?" I asked, reaching out and tossing the tomato to him. Humans normally abhor tomatoes, seeing as it was a tomato that killed a good slice of their population a mere 40 years ago. Glenn, however, had been shown the joys of the red fruit at fang point, and was now hooked. After his first panicked juggling to keep the tomato from hitting the ground, he cradled the fruit like a baby in the crook of his arm. "The pudding is nasty," he said, glad for the shift in conversation. "It's sugar-free. And thank you. I don't get many of these." "Inderland tradition," I said, wondering if I'd missed breakfast and would have to wait another 6 hours. I had yet to see a menu, but they'd still feed me. Ivy sat on the foot of the bed, more comfortable now that there was one less person in here. "Flowers from Trent," she said, her eyebrows high as she handed me the card. Surprised, I looked at the daisies as I took it. "Siri sent them," I said when I saw her absolutely tiny handwriting. "Trent probably doesn't even know she put his name on the card." Jenks landed on my knee. "I bet he does," he said with a guffaw. And then we all looked up at the smart knock on the door and the woman in street clothes walking in. She had a stethoscope, and I knew she was my doctor before she opened her mouth. She stopped short, as if surprised by the number of people, then recovered. "Mrs. Morgan," she said as she came forward briskly. "I'm Dr. Mape. How are you feeling today?" It was always the same question, and I smiled neutrally. I could tell by the lack of a redwood smell that even the most stringent antiseptics couldn't cover that she wasn't a witch. It was unusual that they'd let a human treat a witch with human medicine, but if I'd been hit with the same thing as Glenn, I probably had his doctor. The thought seemed about right when Glenn shrank back in his chair with a guilty expression. The tomato, too, was in hiding somewhere. I didn't want to know where. I truly didn't. "I'm feeling much better," I said blandly. "What did they use to knock me out?" Dr. Mape pulled the blood pressure cuff off the wall, and I obediently stuck my arm out. "I don't know off the top of my head," she said in a preoccupied voice as she squished my arm with air pressure. "I can look at your chart." I stared at the clock and tried to keep my pulse slow. "Don't bother. I knew amulets, not drugs. Hey, can I get a work excuse?" She didn't answer, and Glenn jumped when she ripped the cuff from me. "Mr. Glenn," she said pointedly, and I swear he held his breath, "you shouldn't be walking this far yet." "Yes, ma'am," he said grumpily, and I hid a grin. "Do I need to put a restriction on you?" she asked, and he shook his head. "No, ma'am." "Wait for me outside," the woman said severely. "I'll walk you back." Ivy stirred from her corner. Cripes, I hadn't even seen her move there. "I'll help him to his room," she offered, and the woman's quick refusal died when she saw who it was. "You're Ivy Tamwood?" she asked, then wrote my blood pressure on my chart. "Thank you. I'd appreciate that," His aura isn't thick enough to be mingling." Jenks rose up from the flowers, this time covered in pollen. "Oh, we're all his friends," the pixie said, shaking in mid-air to create a dust cloud. Dr. Mapes started. "What are you doing out of hibernation?" she asked, shocked. I cleared my throat dryly. "He, lives in my desk?" I offered, then shut my mouth when Dr. Mapes stuck a thermometer in it. "I'll bet that's fun," the woman murmured as the instrument worked. I shifted the probe to the other side of my mouth. "It's his kids who drive me nuts," I mumbled, and the thermometer beeped. Again, Dr. Mape made a note in my chart, then bent to look under the bed. "Your kidneys look fine," she said. "I'm going to leave the IV in, but I'll take the catheter out now." Glenn stiffened. Rachel?" the man said uncomfortably. "I'll see you around, okay? Give me a day before we go racing down the halls." Ivy got behind him, holding his gown shut as he reached for his IV and used it to haul himself up. "Jenks," she said as they shuffled into motion, "get your pixie ass in the hall." He gave me a lopsided grin and buzzed out, making circles around Ivy and Glenn. The door eased shut and his voice faded. I started to scrunch down to make this as easy as possible, then stopped when Dr. Mape pulled Glenn's chair back and sat, silently eyeing me. Suddenly I felt like a bug on a pin. She wasn't saying anything, and finally I offered a hesitant, "You're going to take it out, right?" The woman sighed and eased into a more comfortable position. "I wanted to talk to you, and this was the easiest way to get them to leave." I didn't like the sound of that, and a ribbon of fear pulled through me, leaving prickles of unease. "I spent the first 15 years of my life in hospitals, Dr. Mape," I said boldly as I sat up. "I've been told I'm going to die more often than I have pairs of boots, and I have a lot of boots. There's nothing you can say that's going to throw me." It was a lie, but it sounded good. "You survived the Rosewood syndrome," she said, flipping back in my chart. I stiffened when she reached for my wrist, turning it over and looking at the demon mark. "Maybe that's why the Banshee child didn't kill you." Is she talking about my blood disease or my demon mark? Uneasy, I pulled my arm out of her grip. Either way, I was different, and not in a good way. "You think my aura tastes bad?" Dr. Mape was looking at my hands, and I wanted to hide them. "I wouldn't know," she said. "From what I've been told, auras don't have a taste. I do know a Banshee child will take long past when she's sated, and that's more than enough to kill a person. You and Mr. Glenn are very lucky to be alive. Ms. Harbour keeps her child well-fed." Well-fed my ass, she almost killed me. Leaning back, Dr. Mape looked out my window and to the other wing. "She should be commended for raising a child to the age of reason, not hunted down like an animal when an accident occurs. Did you know that until a Banshee reaches about the age of 5, anyone who touches her aside from her mother is considered a food source? Even her own human father." "Is that so?" I said, thinking Remus had held her without a slip of his aura being taken, when everyone around was being slowly siphoned. Forgive me if I'm not all flowers and hearts over her predicament. That woman handed Holly to me knowing she would kill me. That child very nearly killed Glenn. Mia herself has killed people. They just haven't tied them to her yet. I'm all for staying alive, but I don't kill people to do it." Dr. Mape looked at me impassively. "Of course I sympathize with you and Mr. Glenn, but in most situations Banshees take only the dregs of society. I've seen much worse human-on-human predation, and what Mia did was for her survival." "In whose judgment?" I said snottily, then forced myself to relax. This was the woman who was going to give me my work excuse. Again, Dr. Mape was untouched, and she leaned over to put an elbow on her knee so she could study me. "My question is why you suffered significantly less damage than Mr. Glenn. Humans and witches have the same aura strength." "Know all about us, huh?" I said, then bit my tongue. "She's not the enemy. She's not the enemy." "Actually, I do. That's why I took you as a patient." She hesitated, then added, "I'm sorry, Ms. Morgan. They won't allow you on the witch's floor anymore because of your demon scars. I'm all you've got." I stared at her. Excuse me? They wouldn't treat me because of my demon scars? What did my scars have to do with it? It wasn't like I was a black witch. "But you'll treat me," I said bitterly. I took a vow to protect life. The same belief that causes me to look upon that banshee mother with compassion is why I agreed to treat you. I'd rather judge a person on why they make the choices they do, rather than the cold facts of what they choose. I settled back, wondering if it was wisdom or a cop-out. Dr. Mapes stood, and my gaze followed her up. I know Captain Eden from when his wife was attacked, she said. He told me how you got your demon marks. I've seen what's left of your aura, and now I've seen your friends. Pixies don't give their loyalty lightly. I frowned as she turned to leave. Turning back, she asked, "Why do you think you came in semi-conscious and Mr. Glenn remained unconscious for 3 days?" "I don't know. I really didn't think it was from the demon marks. If it had been, then black witches couldn't be harmed by banshees, and I knew that wasn't true. It had to be because I was a proto-demon, but I wasn't going to tell her that." "Your survival of the Rosewood Syndrome?" she questioned. "That's what my colleagues support." It was too close to what I suspected, and I forced myself to look at her and shrug. She hesitated, to be sure I wasn't going to say any more, then turned to leave. "Hey, what about my catheter?" I shot after her, wanting some small part of myself back. "I'll have a nurse come in," she said. "You'll be staying with us for a few days, Ms. Morgan. I hope you'll feel comfortable enough to talk to me soon." My jaw dropped as she closed the door with a firm thump. So that was her game. She wouldn't release me until I satisfied her curiosity. What a hell with that. I had stuff to do. The faint, familiar clatter of dragonfly wings drew my attention to the top of the tall wardrobe. "Jenks," I said, warming, "I thought you were gone." He flitted down, darting back and forth before landing on my knee. "I've never seen a catheter taken out," he said smugly. "And you never will. God! Get out before the nurse gets here." But he only moved to the flowers and started to take the dead bits off. "You're stuck in here until you talk, eh?" he said. "Mind if Madalena and I borrow your jewelry box? We have got to get away from the kids for a while." "Ew, Jenks!" I didn't want to know. "I'm out of here as soon as I can stand up," I said, as I tried to get the thought of Madalena with her feet among my earrings out of my head. 6 o'clock at the latest. I stretched experimentally, wincing. One way or another, I was leaving. Al expected me for my lesson, and if I didn't show up in the ley line, he'd track me down. A demon in a hospital would do wonders for my reputation. Of course, that was one way to get out of here. Jenks turned, his clever hands folding a daisy petal up to hold a handful of pollen. "Yeah? You think they're just going to let you walk out of here? Dr. Frankenstein wants you for her science experiment." I smiled, feeling my pulse begin to quicken and anticipation warm my blood all the way to my toes. Walk out of here is exactly what I'm going to do. I didn't spend my formative years in the hospital and learn nothing about how to sneak out. Jenks just smiled. Chapter 13. My curls were nearly dry, and moving irritatingly slowly, I used the comb in the hospital care kit to try to smooth out the tangles. The shampoo and cream rinse had been from the kit as well, and I wasn't eager to find out how much cracking the thumb-size bottles was going to cost me. I was betting $5 a bottle. It was worse than the amenities fridge in a 5-star hotel. But asking Ivy to run home and get my stuff wasn't going to happen. The less I was carting out of here, the less likely someone would realize I was a fleeing patient. Before the turn, you could ask for an AMA, or against medical advice discharge, and be done with it. But after the quickly spreading pandemic had ravaged the population, legislation gleefully took away a lot of patients' rights. Unless you did the paperwork ahead of time, it took forever and a day to get an AMA. If I wanted to leave, I had to sneak out. I'd likely have cops after me as the hospital tried to protect themselves from a lawsuit, but they'd go away once the AMA came in. My shower this evening had tragically turned from the expected 40-minute indulgence in someone else's hot water into a 5-minute rush. The force of the water beating into me had made me dizzy, giving me the sensation that I was washing my aura off with soap. But now I sat reasonably comfortably on the hard couch by the night-dark window, dressed in the clothes Ivy had brought over, jeans and a black sweater she had complimented me on the first time I'd worn it. I'd thought a hot shower would be just the thing, but the activity turned into an exercise in learning how fast I could move, or couldn't move, rather. My aura was uncomfortably thin, and every time I shifted quickly, I seemed to lose my equilibrium. I got cold, too. Oddly so. Almost an ache. Weird, Glenn had said. That was the word for it. Giving up, I flicked the comb into the trash and wondered if anyone had bothered to tell Pierce what had happened and that I was all right. Probably not. It was drafty by the window, and when I peeked past the curtain, the gleam of the red and white car lights against the snow made it seem all the colder. I reached to put on my coat and found a new scrape on the right sleeve. Crap. Frowning, I shrugged into it, carefully levered my boots onto the couch, and sat with my arms wrapped around my knees. My smiling giraffe was sitting across from me, and memories came creeping back, memories of me sitting like this waiting for my dad to get better or die, older memories of me waiting for my mom to come pick me up and take me home. Sighing, I dropped my chin onto my knees. My mom and Robbie had visited earlier. Mom had been shocked when I told her it was a banshee attack, and Robbie predictably went off the deep end. His exact words involved hell and an ice storm, but he'd never approved of my career choice, so what he cared didn't matter. I loved him, but he was a prick when it came to trying to make me fit into his ideas of what I should be. He'd left when I was 13, and I would always be 13 in his mind. At least when Marshall found out I'd be sneaking out tonight, he'd asked if he could help. After seeing him take down Tom, I was of a mind to accept his offer, but I was holding him in reserve in case I had to flee my safe house for a new one once the AMA police came after me. The almost unheard squeak of the oversized door drew my attention across the dimly lit room, and I lifted my head. It was Ivy and Jenks, and I smiled and put my feet on the floor. Jenks reached me first, the slight dust from him leaving a faint trail in the dark room. "You ready?" he said, buzzing around my damp hair before shunning my shoulder. He was wearing Madalena's latest attempt at pixie winterwear, and the poor guy had so much blue fabric wrapped around him he could hardly put his arms down. "Just have to tie my boots," I said, as I shoved the giraffe into my bag next to Biz's carved rose. I'd take it after all. "Are we set with Keesley?" Ivy nodded as I sent my fingers among my laces. The cops would check the church. My mom's house was out, too, even if I wanted to put up with Robbie's pointed barbs. But Keesley could put us up for a few days. Siri was spending much of her time in the Kalamack compound, and I knew he'd enjoy the company as well as the full pantry we'd leave him with. Ivy was wearing her long leather coat over a pair of jeans and a brown sweater. I knew it was her attempt to try to blend in, but she could wear a discount special and still turn heads. She had put on some makeup, and her hair was pulled back. Apparently she was growing it out again, and the gold highlights had been colored over. Concern flickered in her dark eyes as she approached. Her pupils dilated from the low light, not hunger. I'd be worried that she was vamping out from stress, but vampires treated the ill and wounded with an eerie gentleness. I think it was an instinct that evolved to help keep them from killing their chosen lovers by accident. The last place a vampire would sate themselves was a hospital. She stood before me, evaluating my fatigue with her hand on her hip as I puffed over my boots. "Are you sure you don't want any brimstone?" she asked, and I shook my head. Brimstone would up my metabolism, but I'd probably hurt myself when I felt better than I really was. My metabolism wasn't the problem. It was my damaged aura, and nothing could replace that but time. "No," I emphasized when she frowned. "You didn't slip me any, did you?" "No. God, Rachel, I do respect you." She was glaring, so I figured she was telling me the truth. Ivy's subtle motions had a layer of hurt to them, and when Jenks clacked his wings at me, I added, "Maybe later, once I get out of here." "Thanks." That seemed to satisfy her, and I stood up, jamming my hands into my coat pockets and unexpectedly finding Robbie's plane tickets. Feeling sour after his scorn this afternoon concerning my chosen profession, I pulled the envelope out to stuff it in my bag. The banshee tear that had been in there as well came flying out, arcing through the air. "Got it," Jenks called. Then, realizing what it was, he yelped and jerked back so the tear hit the floor and skittered under the bed. "Is that the banshee tear Eden gave you?" he squeaked, unusually shaken, and I nodded. Ivy beat me to the floor, giving Jenks a dry look before she peered under the bed and retrieved it. "It's clear again," she said. eyes wide as she rose and dropped it into my palm. Oh, that is just freaky. Uncomfortable, I held it in a shaft of incoming streetlight. The small pixie hovered over my fingers, his wings a harsh blur. "That's it, Rach," he said, floating up to look me eye to eye. "The tear is why you survived, not your demon marks. The baby found the tear." "And took her bottle instead of me," I said, my relief absolute that it hadn't been my demon marks that had saved me. It felt like something black was being pulled through me. I thought it was the smut on my aura. Shuddering, I dropped the tear in my bag, vowing to take it out when we got home. "Maybe that's how Remus is staying alive," I muttered. Ivy's face went almost terrifyingly blank. I looked at her in question, and feeling cold, I said, "Jenks, see if Glenn is ready." "You got it," the oblivious pixie said, and he darted under the 1-inch gap between the door and the floor. I sank back to sit on the bed, arms crossed as I looked at Ivy, a shadow against the dark window. "You, want to share something with me?" I asked. Ivy took a slow breath. Exhaling, she sat in the corner of the long couch and looked at the ceiling, at nothing. "This is my fault," she said, her eyes black as they came back to me. "Mia going on a killing rampage to engender a child, I mean." "You?" I said. "How?" Her hair swung forward to hide her face. "I gave her my wish, the one you gave me." I uncrossed my arms and recrossed them the other way. "You mean from the leprechaun I let go to get out of the IS?" She nodded, head down, and I squinted, not understanding. "You gave your wish to a banshee? Why? You could have wished for anything." Ivy shifted her shoulders. It was a nervous reaction I didn't see often. "It was sort of a thank you. I owed her a lot. I met Mia before I met you. My boss, Art, he was jerking me around. I was on the fast track, but he wasn't going to promote me out from under him until—" She hesitated, and in her silence I heard her unsaid words. Her boss wanted a taste of her before letting her rise above him. I felt myself warm, and I was glad the room was dark. "Office politics," Ivy said, her shoulders rounding. "I didn't want to play them. Thought I was too good to have to, and when I caught Art trying to cover up a banshee murder to help boost his bank account, I called Mia in to find out what was going on. At that point, she worked with the IS policing her species. Long story short, I put Art in jail to get out from under him, and I thought I had it bad in the IS. At least I didn't have to frame my supervisor to move ahead. And got busted down to babysitting me," I said, embarrassed, and Ivy shook her head, leaning forward into a shaft of light. There were no tears, but she looked unhappy. "No, I mean, yes, but, Rachel, the woman told me some things about myself I was too afraid to admit. You know how banshees are. They tell you hard truths just to get you angry so they can eat your emotions. And she pissed me off by telling me I was afraid to be the person I wanted to be, someone capable of loving someone else. She shamed me into going off blood." "God, Ivy," I said, still not believing she had given her wish to a banshee. "You thought going off blood was a good thing? It nearly drove you insane." Her eyes were black in the reduced light of midnight, and I stifled a shiver. "It wasn't the lack of blood that was driving me insane," she said, "and it was a good thing. The strength and confidence I gained from it was all I had to fight Piscary with. It gave me the will I use every day. Mia said—" Ivy hesitated, then softer, she said with an old anger, "Mia called me a coward, saying that she couldn't love anyone without killing them, and that I was a whining child for having the chance to love someone, but not the courage to do so. And when I met you," Ivy shrugged, "when I realized you might love me back, maybe make my life clean somehow." Embarrassed, she rubbed her temples. "I gave her my wish so she could have the chance to love someone too. It's my fault she's out there killing people." "Ivy," I said softly, frozen where I sat. "I'm sorry. I do love you." "Stop," she said, holding out a slim hand as if to halt my words. I know you do. She looked at me, jaw clenched and enough anger in her gaze to keep me from moving. Piscary was right. She laughed bitterly, and I felt cold. The bastard was right all along. But I was right, too. If Mia hadn't shamed me into it, I wouldn't have found the courage to screw Art over and let myself love you. Ivy. Oh, God. Ivy never opened up like this voluntarily. She must have been really scared about me last night. You're like a master vampire. You know that? Ivy pushed herself to the corner of the couch and stared at me, almost angry. You scare the ever-loving crap out of me, even as I want to wrap myself up in your soul and be safe. I'm sick, wanting what scares me. I don't want to hurt you, I offered, not knowing where this conversation was going. You have hurt me, she said, arms around her drawn-up knees and her chin high. You will again. I don't care. That's the sick part. That's why I don't touch you anymore. I'm addicted to your little white lies. I want love, but I can't live with myself if I make you hurt me again. I don't want pain to feel like love. It's not supposed to. The memory of Farkas playing on my scar lifted through me. Too close. He'd been too close. Used me like a match to light his own libido. Pain turned to pleasure. Was it truly perverted if it really felt good? I'm sorry, Ivy. I can't give any more, I whispered. Ivy turned to the window, shifting the curtain to look outside. I'm not asking you to, scaredy cat, she said mildly, and I saw the signs as she closed her emotions down again. Don't worry. I like things the way they are. I didn't tell you this to guilt you into anything. I just thought you ought to know why Mia Harbour has a husband who is immune to a banshee's attack. I gave her the wish because I owed her. She gave me the courage to fight for what I wanted. Whether I get it or not is immaterial. The only way I could thank her was to give her the chance to love, and I think she loves him as much as a banshee can. My hands were clenched on my arms with enough strength to cramp them, and I let go. She loves a freaking serial killer, I said, glad the conversation had swung away from us. Ivy smiled wanly in the streetlight. Her hand dropped from the curtain, and the shadow hid her face again. That doesn't make it any less. Holly isn't special. Remus is. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given it to her. I had no idea she'd use it to kill people. For all her strength, she's a monster. I owe her, but I'm still going to bring her in. Standing, I reached out to draw her to her feet, wanting to hug her so she'd lose that awful stiffness. Don't worry about it. You didn't know what she was going to do. No good deed and all. It's still my fault. My hand touched her shoulder, and I drew back when Jenks shot under the door in a glittering of silver sparkles that left a steady stream behind as he rose up to our height. Glenn's in the hall, he said, unusually bright-eyed in the dim room. Good, I said faintly, turning to get my bag. My face was warm, and I put a hand to it. Ah, the pixie said, hovering uncertainly in the dark. Did I miss something? Ivy took my bag from me, having to jerk it free. No, she said, then turned to me. Stay here and I'll get you a chair. No, you won't. She had confused me, and I didn't know how to stop her from pushing me around right now. A chair wasn't in the plan, I added. I can walk it. You're wobbling on your feet, Ivy said, and I shook my head. This was a decision I was going to stick with. I can't sneak out in a wheelchair, I said, eyes on the ground until I was sure it wasn't tilting. I have to walk. Really, really slowly. Jenks hovered before us, looking like Lawrence of Arabia with wings. No way, Rach, he started, his eyes crinkled in worry. You're as strong as a fairy's heart-on. I can make it, I breathed, hesitated, then shook my head. Nice one, Jenks. My head was down as I started for the door, and my thoughts were on my laundry list. Bargain with Al for the time off, reconstruct the charm to give Pierce temporary substance, remind Marshall that we weren't going to move our relationship along simply because 1, I'd gotten hurt, 2, he'd beaten Tom, and 3, we'd had a nice dinner with my family. I also had to try making that locator charm again, not to mention to get a lead on Kiston's killer, look through the records to track down everyone Piscary had bled or bedded during his jail time. I could do it. I could do it all. How am I going to do this? Jenks was flying backward in front of me as I moved from couch to bed to wardrobe, gauging my aura, no doubt. It was irritating, to say the least. "Tell Glenn we're on our way?" I asked, slapping at Ivy when she threatened to help me inch along. "Already did." Jenks landed on my shoulder, puffing from the constant weight of his clothes. "You owe him big, Rachel. He was scheduled to be released tomorrow." I clutched my bag and looked at Ivy, squashing my guilt. "Then let's go." Ivy nodded. Touching my shoulder once, she headed out. "See you in the elevator, Rach," Jenks said, then darted out before the oversized door swung shut behind her. Alone, I let myself lean against the wall, exhausted. I was breathing heavy and moving slow. That wasn't a problem. I could do this. I had done this lots of times, actually. With my mom when I wanted to go home and the AMA hadn't come in yet. Sneaking out of the hospital is like riding a bike, I thought as I listened to Ivy talking to the nurse at the desk. Then I remembered that I'd never learned to ride a bike either. "Elevator," I whispered, cementing it as my goal. I could rest there. Ride up and down until I felt like walking out. I waited by the almost closed door, eavesdropping. It was about midnight, and since I was on a human floor, it was quiet. Perfect. "Get a nurse!" someone shouted, and I heard a clang as something hit a wall. Jenks started shrieking, and I edged forward to peek through the crack in the door. There was a distant masculine groan, and a heavy orderly rushed past, his dreadlocks swinging. I eased the door open with my weight, shivering when it felt like the varnished wood was stealing the heat from me right through my coat. I looked to the right, following the sound of the commotion, smiling at Glenn, on the floor at the end of the hall. Ivy was there with Jenks, 2 orderlies, and a nurse. The guy who delivered the food was there, too. As I watched, Glenn groaned convincingly, cracking an eye to see me. I gave him a bunny-eared kiss, and he flipped me off, turning his smile into a pained moan. Jenks was right. I owed him big. Pulse racing, I hobbled to the elevator around the corner. I didn't even have to go by the nurse's desk. My pace slowly became more sure and my posture upright, while fighting the fatigue and mild sensation of walking in deep snow and trying to look as if I was sedate, not sedated. I turned the corner and the noise behind me grew faint. The hallway was empty, but I didn't dare use the waist-high handrail. Besides, the elevator was just ahead. I pushed the button, then pushed it again until the light went on. Almost immediately the doors opened, and my heart jumped when a couple stepped out. They gave me a cursory glance, then perked up at the noise Glenn was making. Curiosity was winning when I staggered to the back of the lift and propped myself up in the corner, my bag clutched to me. The more quickly I moved, the worse I felt, which really stunk, seeing as I was in a turtle's foot race for the door. I took shallow breaths and stared at the couple's backs as the doors slid shut. "Jenks, where are you? You said you'd be here." The pixie darted in at the last moment, nearly crashing into the back of the elevator. "Rach!" he said in excitement, and vertigo hit me when I flung my hands over my ears. "Not so loud!" I exclaimed, and he dropped to hover at eye level. "Sorry," he said, looking anything but. He followed my weary gaze to the dark panel, then flew at it, hitting the button for the next level down, feet first. I heard the whine of electronics click over, and we started to descend. "Glenn is good," he said as he returned to land on my shoulder. "I don't think they'll know you're gone until they get someone to take him back to his room." Excellent. I closed my eyes against the vertigo. I'd been afraid the elevator might move too fast to stomach, but I couldn't take the stairs even if my aura was dragging behind me as we descended. "You doing okay?" he asked, worry thick in his tone. "Yep," I said, propped in the corner. "It's just fatigue." I squinted to get him into focus, and then the world snapped back when the elevator dinged and the rest of my aura caught up. I took a breath, letting it slip slowly from me. I've got things to do today, and I can't do them lazing around in a bed that moves up and down. He laughed, and I pushed from the wall when the doors opened. If all was going well, it would be Ivy, and I didn't want her to think I was a wimp. Ivy was standing right before the doors, and giving me a glance, she darted in and clicked the button to close the doors. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Peachy." Ivy exchanged a look with Jenks and hit the lobby button with a series of taps so rapid that they were almost indistinguishable from each other. A little nervous, are we? The descent was worse this time, and I closed my eyes and leaned back in the corner as the elevator picked up speed, going almost the full height of the building. "Rach, you all right?" Jenks asked, and I wiggled my fingers, too afraid of what might happen if I nodded. My stomach hurt. "Too fast," I breathed, worried about the ride home. I was going to be blowing chunks if we had to drive faster than 20 miles an hour. I started to shiver, and I clutched my bag to me, feeling every muscle I had clench when the lift lurched to a stop. The elevator dinged and the doors slid open. Relieved, I opened my eyes to find Jenks hovering at the sensor to keep the doors from shutting. The soft sounds of a nearly empty lobby filtered in, and Ivy took my arm. I would have protested, except I really needed it. Together we started out of the elevator. God, I felt 160 years old, my heart pounding and my knees weak. But the slow movement started to feel good, and the farther we went, the more sure I was that this was the right thing to do. I glanced around, trying not to look like I was, scopin' casual, as Jenks would say. The lobby had a few people passing through it, even at midnight, and the light shining down on the entryway illuminated the snow-covered vegetation to make it into indistinguishable blobs. It was kind of pretty with the flashing amber lights of the tow truck. Tow truck? "Hey, that's my car!" I exclaimed upon seeing it parked at the curb in the pickup and drop-off spot, but it wouldn't be there long from the looks of it. At the sound of my voice, two people turned from the big plate glass windows. They'd been watching the guy work, and my eyes narrowed when I realized it was Dr. Mape and the cop on duty, a big vamp from the IS. Great. Just freaking great. "Plan B, Ivy," Jenks said, then dove into the elevator. "That's my car!" I shouted again, then gasped when Ivy spun me around and yanked me back into the elevator. My back hit the wall, and I put a hand to my stomach. "Who said—" I panted through the sudden vertigo. "You could drive my car!" The doors snicked shut and cut off the doctor's protest. I clutched at the walls when the elevator started to go up, then forced myself to let go. Damn it, I am not going to get sick. "Who said you could drive my car?" I said again, louder, as if I could hold off the dizziness with my voice. Jenks's wings hummed nervously, and Ivy flushed. "What was I supposed to pick you up with, my cycle?" she muttered. "I'm in a legal spot. I had 30 minutes left." "They're towing my car!" I shouted again, pointing, and she shrugged. "I'll get it out of impound." "How are we going to get home now?" I yelled, not liking the feeling of helplessness, and Ivy pulled out her cell phone from a slim case at her belt. God, the thing was the size of a credit card. "I'll call Kiss—" Her voice broke, and I stared at her suddenly riven features. "I mean Erica," she amended softly. "She'll come get us. She works near here." Turn it to hell. Ill and heartsick, I pressed into the corner of the elevator and tried to find my equilibrium. Jenks landed on my shoulder. "Relax, Rach," he said, his eyes darting to Ivy as she hunched in pain, her fingers tapping out a text message as fast as if she were at a conventional keyboard. "You saw the hag of a doctor. It's not Ivy's fault. They knew you were making a run for it." Hands splayed, I propped myself against the two walls surrounding me. It felt as if we were rising through thousands of pinpricks of ice as the world hit me raw, unprotected without my full aura. It wasn't as if I was in a position to do anything, and Dr. Mape would have been a fool for not expecting this. Multiple escapes were in my record. My mom used to sneak me out all the time. "Where are we going?" I breathed, forcing myself to keep my eyes open, even though they kept shifting on their own, like I had been on a merry-go-round for too long. The roof. I eyed Ivy, then carefully leaned to push the button for the 3rd floor. There's a walkway to the children's wing on the 3rd floor. We can go out that way, I muttered, and my eyes slid shut, just for a moment. Ivy and Jenks's silence pulled them back open. What? I said. Why should I go through the laundry chute to the basement floor when I can roll out in a wheelchair? Ivy shifted her feet. You'll sit down? She asked. Before I fall down? Not likely. Yes, I said, then accepted Ivy's arm when the elevator stopped and the world magically returned to normal. The elevator doors slid open with a ding, and Jenks flew out, darting back before we had gone 3 steps. There's a chair over here, he said, and I leaned against the wall beside the fake potted plant as Ivy used one hand to keep me upright, and the other to almost throw the chair open, the lock snapping in place from the sudden shock of being jerked to a stop. Sit, she said, and I gratefully sat. I had to get home. Everything would be better if I could just get home. Ivy pushed me into motion, taking advantage of the empty hall to race for the walkway. Dizziness roared from everywhere, slipping out of the corners where the walls and floor met, chasing after me as Ivy raced. Slow down, I whispered, but I think it was my lolling head that got her to stop. Either that or Jenks screaming at her. What the hell are you doing? Jenks was shouting, and I gritted my teeth, struggling to keep from throwing up. Getting her out of here, she snarled from somewhere far away and distant behind me. You can't move her that fast, he yelled, dusting me as if he could give me a false aura. She's not moving slowly because she's hurt, she's moving slowly to keep her aura with her. You just freaking left it back at the elevator. Ivy's voice was a mere whisper of, oh my God. I felt a warm hand on me. Rachel, I'm sorry. Are you okay? It was getting better surprisingly fast, and the world stopped spinning. Looking up, I squinted until she came into focus. Yeah. I took a cautiously deep breath. Just don't go that fast. Crap. How was I going to handle the car? Ivy's face was scared, and I reached up to touch her hand, still on my shoulder. I'm okay, I said, risking another deep breath. Where are we? She pushed us back into motion, almost crawling. Jenks, flying a close flank, nodded. The children's wing, she whispered. Chapter 14. Anxious, I pressed my knees together as Ivy wheeled me down the hall. We'd passed the long walkway over the service drive, and we were indeed in the children's wing. An awful feeling of dread and familiarity settled in me, and my gut clenched. The smell was different, holding the scent of baby powder and crayons. The walls were a warmer yellow now, and the railings, I eyed them as we rolled past. There was a second lower set, which just about killed me. Pictures of puppies and kittens were on the walls at seated height, and rainbows. Kids shouldn't be ill, but they were. They died here, and it wasn't fair. I felt the prick of tears, and Jenks landed on my shoulder. You okay? It isn't fair, damn it. No, I said, forcing myself to smile so he wouldn't ask Ivy to stop. I could hear kids talking loudly with the intensity that children used when they knew they had only a short time to make their voices heard. We were going by the playroom, the tall windows with the blinds open to show the snow, and the ceiling lights turned up to make it almost as bright as noon. It was just after midnight, and only the Inderlander kids would be up, most of them in their rooms with a parent or two, having their dinner. If they could swing it, most parents visited during meals to try to make their child's hospital room into a piece of the familiar by eating with them, and the kids, without exception, were too kind to tell them it only made home look that much farther away. We slowly rolled by the bright room with its night-black windows. I wasn't surprised to see it empty but for the pack of kids whose parents were too far away to stop in for meals or had other responsibilities. They were an independent bunch, and they talked a lot. I smiled when they caught sight of us, but shock filled me when one of them shouted, "Ivy!" Immediately, the table in the far corner emptied out, and I sat in amazement as we were suddenly surrounded by kids in brightly colored PJs. One was enthusiastically dragging her IV stand behind her, and 3 had lost their hair from chemotherapy, Still legal after the turn, when more effective biomedicines were not. The oldest of the three, a skinny girl with her jaw clenched, lagged behind with a tired determination. She wore a bright red bandana that matched her pajamas, and it gave her an endearing bad girl look. "Ivy, Ivy, Ivy!" A red-cheeked boy, about 6, shouted again, shocking the hell out of me when he flung himself at Ivy's knees in an enthusiastic hug. Ivy flamed red, and Jenks laughed, spilling dust in a sheet of gold. "Did you come to eat with us and throw peas at the parrot?" the girl with the ivy asked, and I turned in my chair to see Ivy all the better. "Pixie! Pixie! Pixie!" the boy on her legs shouted, and Jenks flew up out of his reach. "I'm going to do a nurse check," he said nervously, then zipped off at ceiling height. There was a chorus of disappointment, and Ivy disentangled herself, kneeling to put us all on the same level. "No, Daryl," she said. "I'm sneaking my friend out for some ice cream, so lower your voices before they check up on you." Immediately, the shouts diminished to giggling whispers. One of the bald kids, a boy by the cowboys on his pajamas, ran to the end of the hall and peeked around the corner. He gave us a distant thumbs up, and everyone sighed. There were only 5 of them, but they all apparently knew Ivy, and they clustered around us like kids. "She's a witch," the red-cheeked boy, still attached to Ivy's legs, said, pitching his tone imperialistically. His hand was on his hip, and he was clearly the floor's self-proclaimed king. "She can't be your friend. Vampires and witches don't make friends." "She has a black aura," the girl with the ivy said, backing up. Her eyes were wide, but I could tell by her plump, healthy body that she was going to survive. She was one of the kids who come in, stay, then leave, never to return. She must be special to have been accepted into what was clearly the clique of children who weren't going to have an easy go of it. "Are you a black witch?" the girl who had lagged behind asked. Her brown eyes were huge in her medicine-ravaged face. There was no fear in her, not because she was ignorant, but because she knew she was dying, and she knew I wasn't going to be the cause of her death. My heart went out to her. She was seeing around corners, but not yet ready to go. One more thing possibly to see and do. Ivy shifted uncomfortably at her question. "Rachel is my friend," she said simply. "Would I be friend to a black witch?" "You might," Daryl said haughtily, and someone stepped on his foot to make him yelp. "But her aura is black," the king protested, "and she has a demon mark, see?" Everyone drew back with fear except the tall girl in the red pajamas. She simply stood before me and looked at my wrist, and unlike most times when someone pointed it out and I tried to hide it, I turned my hand up for all of them to see. "I got it when a demon tried to kill me," I said, knowing most of them had to gain a lifetime of wisdom in just a few years and had no time for pretend, yet pretend was all they had. I had to accept a very bad thing to survive. Small heads bobbed and eyes grew wide, but the king lifted his chin and took a stance that was utterly charming. A round, chubby Jenks with his hands on his hips. "That's evil," he said, certain of his belief. "You should never do anything evil. If you do, you are evil and go to hell. My mom says so." I felt ill when the smallest girl with the ivy shrank back farther yet, tugging at her friend to leave with her. "I'm sorry," Ivy whispered as she stood up and took the handles of the wheelchair. "I didn't think they would come over. They don't understand." But the thing was, they did understand. They had the wisdom of the world in their eyes. They understood too well, and seeing their fear, I felt my heart gray. Ivy made shooing motions with her hand, and they broke their circle, all except the skinny girl in the bright red pajamas. Seeing my misery, she reached out with her small, smooth child hand and delicately took my wrist with her pinky extended. Turning my hand palm up, she used a finger to slowly trace the circle and line. "Ivy's friend isn't evil for doing something to survive what hurt her," she said, her voice soft but certain. "You take poison to kill the bad cells in you, Daryl, just like me. It hurts you, makes you tired, makes you sick, but if you didn't, you would die. Ivy's friend took a demon mark to save her life. It's the same thing. Ivy's motion to push the chair stopped. The kids went silent, each thinking, assessing what they had been told with the harsh reality of what they lived with. Daryl's sure look faltered, and he pushed forward, not wanting to look like a coward, or worse, cruel. He peered over the arm of the wheelchair at my scar, then up to my face. His small round face broke into a smile of acceptance. I was one of them, and he knew it. My jaw unclenched, and I smiled back. "I'm sorry," Daryl said, then scrambled up to sit in my lap. "You're okay." My breath came fast in surprise, but my hands naturally folded around him to keep him in place so he wouldn't fall. Daryl gave a hop and settled in, snuggling his head under my chin and tracing the demon scar as if to memorize its lines. He smelled like soap, and under that, of a green meadow far away and distant. I blinked fast to keep the tears from brimming over, and Ivy laid a hand on my shoulder. The girl with the red pajamas smiled like Siri, wise and fragile. "You're not bad inside," she said, patting my wrist. "Just hurt." She put her hand on Daryl's shoulder, and her gaze going distant, she murmured, "It will be okay. There's always a chance." It was so close to what I was feeling, what I'd felt when I was growing up, that I leaned forward, and with Daryl between us, I gave her a hug. "Thank you," I whispered, my eyes closed as I held her to me. "I needed to remember that. You're very wise." Daryl slid down and away, squirming to get out from between us, darting to stand nearby, looking uncomfortable, yet pleased to have been included. "That's what my mom says," the girl said, her eyes wide and serious. "She says the angels want me back so I can teach them about love." I closed my eyes, but it didn't do any good, and a hot tear slipped down. "I'm sorry," I said as I wiped it away. I'd just broken one of the secret rules. "I've been away too long." "It's okay," she said. "You're allowed if there aren't any parents around." My throat closed up, and I held her hand. It was all I could do. Jenks's wings clattered a warning, and all the kids sighed and drew back when he landed on my upraised hand. "They know where you are," he said. Ivy, almost forgotten, shifted the chair, rolling it back as she turned to look behind us. "We have to go," she said to the kids. Instead of the expected complaints, they dutifully dropped away, all looking toward a distant clacking of heels. The king straightened and said, "You want us to slow them down?" I looked up at Ivy, whose grin transformed her face. "If we get away, I'll tell you 2 stories next time," she said, and delight showed on every young face. "Go," the girl in red pajamas said, pulling the king out of the way with the gentle hands of the mother she would never be. "Let's save the witch princess," the boy cried, and he ran down the hall. The others fell into place the best they could, some moving fast, others slow, the bright colors of childhood scarred with bald heads and gaits too slow for their enthusiasm. "I'm going to cry," Jenks said, sniffing as he flew up to Ivy. "I'm going to freaking cry." Ivy's face, as she watched them, showed a depth of emotion I'd never seen. Then she turned away, divorcing herself from it. Lips tight together, she started into motion. I turned to face where we were going, and her brisk steps seemed to carry the desperation that there was nothing she could do to save them. Jenks flew ahead to get the elevator, holding it by hovering at the sensor. Ivy wheeled me in and around. The doors shut, and the tragic wisdom of the children's wing was gone. I took a breath, and my throat tightened. "I didn't think you would understand them," Ivy said softly. "They really like you." "Understand them?" I said raggedly, my throat still holding that lump. "I am them." I hesitated, then asked, "You come here a lot?" The elevator opened to show a smaller, friendlier lobby with a Christmas tree and solstice decorations, and beyond, a big black Hummer burning gas at the snowy curb. "About once a week," she said, pushing me forward. Jenks was humming happily about a horse with no name. The lady at the desk was on the phone, eyeing us, but my worry vanished when she waved, telling whoever she was talking to that the lobby was empty, just her and Dan. Dan was a young man in an orderly's smock, and he opened the door for us with a grin. "Hurry," he said as Jenks dived into my jacket and I zipped it up. "They're right behind you." Ivy smiled. "Thanks, Dan. I'll bring you some ice cream." Dan grinned. "You do that. I'll just tell them you hit me." She laughed, and with that pleasant sound in my ears, we left the hospital. It was bitterly cold, but the doors to the Hummer swung open, and 2 living vamps jumped out. Ivy, that's not Erica," I said when they made a beeline for us. They were in black jeans and matching black T-shirts that all but screamed security, and I tensed. "Erica's got people," Ivy said when Erica slid down and out from the back seat. Ivy's sister looked like a younger version of Ivy without all the emotional baggage, bright, happy, and active. Piscary had never looked her way due to Ivy intentionally distracting him, and the young living vamp was innocence where Ivy was jaded, loud where Ivy was reserved, and Ivy would do anything to keep it that way, even sacrificing herself. "Oh, my God!" the young woman squealed. "You're really breaking out of the hospital?" Ivy called, and I was like, "Oh, my God! Of course I'll pick you up." Then Rin offered to drive, and it was a no-brainer. I mean, who wants to be picked up in their mom's station wagon? "Rin Cormel is here?" I murmured, suddenly on edge, then started when the 2 burly living vamps in black jeans and matching T-shirts made a chair of their arms around me, and I was airborne. The cold didn't seem to affect them, which seemed unfair. Old scars made an ugly mass on the neck of one man, but the other had only one, and it was relatively old. "What happened to your mom's sedan?" I asked Ivy, and Erica fidgeted with the collar of her coat, her narrow-tipped boots marking the snow. "A tree hit it." Erica said, "Totally totaled it. Not my fault, it was squirrel karma." "Squirrel karma? I'll tell you later," Ivy said as she leaned close. The intoxicating mix of vampire incense and male warmth was thick around me, and it was almost a disappointment when the 2 guys eased me into the back and let go. I didn't recognize them. They weren't Piscary's old crew. "Are you okay?" I asked Erica as she slid in beside me with the scent of citrus. "Oh, sure, but Mom almost died twice." Ivy had gotten into the front seat, and looking remarkably relaxed, she leaned over the back. "The only person who almost died twice was you," she said to her sister, and Erica played with the thin strips of black leather dangling from her ears. She was still going goth, complete with peekaboo lace at the neck and little tomatoes dangling among the skull and crossbones on her necklace. I wondered what she was doing with Rin Cormel, as he was very much the sophisticate, but Ivy didn't seem worried, and Erica was as bright as ever. There was a folded newspaper on the seat, but my sigh at the picture of them all turned into a frown when I read, "Witch flees Circle Mall. Cause of riot?" Isn't that nice? "Are we all in?" came a rusty New York accent from my left, and I jumped, not having noticed Rin Cormel in the corner. Holy crap! The attractively aged former political leader was right next to me, and God, he smelled good. His power-colored tie was loosened and his hair was tousled, as if Erica had been in it. Smiling his world-famous, world-changing smile, which showed the barest hint of fang, he folded the newspaper and tucked it away. Shifting his eyes to the driver through the rearview mirror, he silently told her to go. The door to my right slammed shut, and I was shoved closer to the undead vampire, making my pulse race. Ivy pushed to the middle in the front seat, and the other vamp got in beside her. With the thump and the closing door, alarm hit me. I was in a car with 1 dead vamp and 5 living ones. It was starting to smell really good in here. And if I liked what it smelled like, then they were liking what they were smelling, and, that would be me. I stammered when we crept into motion, and Rin Cormel laughed with the practiced art of diplomacy. "You're the last person who needs to fear anything from me, Miss Morgan," he said, his eyes a safe brown in the streetlights. "I have other plans for you." It might have sounded like a threat, but I knew what his plans were, and it didn't involve his teeth in my neck. Just the opposite, actually. "Yeah, but still." I protested when Erica shoved me over even more, thinking it was great fun by the amount of giggling and jumping she was doing. She was in black tights and a miniskirt, and not showing even a hint of being cold. "Drive slowly," Ivy demanded. "She gets dizzy if you go too fast." My focus became distant, and I suddenly realized there was only the barest hint of vertigo running through me, and we were going a lot faster than an elevator. "I'm fine," I said softly, and Ivy turned to look at me in surprise when we drove sedately under a street lamp. I nodded, and she turned back around. "Thanks, Ivy." "Thank you, Jenks," I said as we slowed, then pulled onto the road. "That's what we're here for," came Jenks's muffled response. "Now how about a little air?" And I unzipped my coat until he yelled that it was enough. Remembering the kids, I leaned over to look up at the tall building behind us, knowing exactly where to look. Clustered at the wide plate glass windows 3 stories up were 5 faces pressed against the glass. I waved, and one waved back. Happy, I settled into the seat of Rin Cormel's car, promising myself I would come back and bring them my old tea set, or maybe my stuffed animals, and ice cream. "Thanks for picking us up, Mr. Cormel," I said, and the vampire breathed deep. The almost inaudible sound seemed to dive to my middle and pluck a long, silent chord. Warmth flooded me, and I found myself gazing at nothing, completely relaxed, just existing in the hint of promise he was giving off. It wasn't anything like the lame groping of the young undead vampire at the mall, and Ivy's neck stiffened. Rin Cormel leaned over to touch her shoulder. "It was my pleasure," he said to me, but his fingers were on Ivy. "I was on my way to visit you, actually. I have some information." Ivy's eyes were pupil black when she turned to see us. "You know who killed Kiston?" I held my breath, but the man shook his head. "I know who didn't." Chapter 15. The atmosphere in the Hummer shifted dramatically after Erica was dropped off at work. Relieved, I watched the happy vampire wave goodbye, then flounce into the computer security firm, the armed doorman holding the door for her and giving us a short nod. She acted like an airhead, she talked like an airhead, she dressed like a wealthy airhead, but there was a brain attached to the elaborate goth costume and bright outlook. And unlike Ivy, Erica's outward demeanor wasn't a mask for a deeper depression. "Good God," one of Cormel's security guys muttered as we started off again. "That girl doesn't shut up." I normally would have come back with something about women having to make up for men's inabilities in that area, but he was right. If Erica was awake, she was flapping her lip. Shoulders relaxing, I eased into the leather to enjoy the space Erica had left. It was warm, and the vampire pheromones were building. It had been a while since I'd been exposed to this much. My association with vamps had fallen drastically after Kiston died. A faint alarm took root, and my eyes opened. I didn't want to get caught up with vampires again, as pleasant as that had been, as this was. It was a slow decline into passivity. It would kill me slowly or force me to react explosively. I knew it. Ivy knew it. Perhaps Kiston's death had been a blessing, as hard as it had been. I couldn't say he was bad for me. He had strengthened me where I hadn't known I was weak, taught me a culture one had to learn by experience. His death broke my heart, my ignorance, and saved me from myself. And I didn't want it to be made meaningless by ignoring what he'd taught me. Bittersweet memories swirled, and I sat up to put my bag firmly on my lap. Beside me, the elegant Rin Cormel touched his mouth with the back of his hand. I think he was smiling. I warmed, guessing that he had seen me go on guard. Rin Cormel was not the stereotypical master vampire. He hadn't been dead long enough yet to pass the tricky 40-year barrier, and he didn't try to disguise the age at which he had died, maintaining an athletic 40-something appearance, his jet-black hair silvering slightly, and his face having the first faint wrinkles that help men get higher-paying jobs and that women try to hide. He knew I had become suspicious, but he didn't pretend he hadn't noticed. He didn't make any cryptic statements that it would do no good, making it part threat, part promise. He was just so damned normal, political. I gave him the once-over, from his freshly arranged hair, down to his black cashmere coat to his shiny black shoes. The shoes were inappropriate for the weather, but it wasn't as if he was going to get cold. It was all for show. Seeing my attention, Cornwall smiled. The man was tall, well-dressed, and had a good body. His laugh was pleasant and his manner comfortable. But he wasn't beautiful or otherwise remarkable, being too pale and wan to be attractive, until he smiled, and then he was breathtaking. His was the smile that had saved the world, literally holding it together as everything exploded and coalesced in a brand-new way after the turn. It was the promise of gentle honesty, security, protection, freedom, and prosperity. Seeing it directed at me, I forced my eyes away and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Ivy had stiffened, reading what was going on in the back seat by the signals I was unconsciously giving off. Hell, the entire car could. Her brow was pinched in concern when she turned to see us. "The hospital is going to have the cops looking for her until we get the paperwork for an AMA," she said. "They don't want a lawsuit if she collapses." From my coat, Jenks laughed, and I jumped, having forgotten he was there. "What are the chances that won't happen?" he quipped, then levered himself out to sit on my shoulder in the warmth of my scarf now that Erica was gone. "We've made arrangements to stay with a friend not too far from the church so Jenks can man the phones," Ivy said, her gaze flicking nervously from Cornwall to me. There was a helpless fear there, not the raw fear Piscary had evoked in her when he'd looked at me, but the fear that Cornwall might become interested in me. It wasn't jealousy, it was fear of abandonment. "If you head to the church, I can direct you when we get closer," she finished. Jenks snickered. "How many times have you passed out this year, Rach?" Miffed, I tried to see him, but he was too close. "You want to pass out right now, Jenks?" "I'd enjoy it if you would stay with me," Cornwall said, his gloved hands folded quietly in his lap. "I have lots of room now that I've put the upper floors back into an apartment. There's only one bed up there, but one of you can sleep on the couch." Couch? I thought dryly. He'd just as soon see Ivy and me sharing more than rent, but I couldn't find a hint of suggestion in his tone. Besides, I couldn't spend the night there. I had to get hold of my scrying mirror to call Al and get tomorrow off, and all before sunrise. This time of year put it at about 8, and I was starting to get anxious. "The Chickering was delivered last week," Rin Cornwall said, shifting so his entire attention landed on me. "Have you heard Ivy play the piano, Rachel? She has such a sensitive touch. She should have been encouraged to go professional." Then he smiled, though she will have centuries to follow that path if she ever desires. "Yes," I said, remembering the few times I'd walked in on Ivy lost at the keys. She quit every time. The piano left her more open and raw than she wanted me to see her. "Wonderful." Cornwall leaned to touch the driver in direction. "Call ahead to get the heat turned up, if you would." My eyes closed briefly at the misunderstanding, and I shook my head. "No, I mean I've heard her play, but we can't stay." "Thank you anyway, Rin," Ivy said softly, as if she'd been waiting for me to say no first. "Jenks needs to get home to mind the firm. No one will arrest a pixie, but it's likely there will be trouble, and I don't want to be halfway across the hollows when it hits our door." Cornwall arched his dark eyebrows, his pale complexion making them appear stark in the dim light. "You'll have dinner with me at least? I don't have the chance since leaving office to entertain as often as I'm accustomed to. I find I miss it, surprisingly." He smiled faintly, settling himself with the sound of sliding cashmere. "It's impressive how many political understandings one can reach over a glass of good wine. Tasha is out, and I don't think I can stand another evening listening to our security procedures and how to improve them." The driver chuckled, but when I took a breath to gracefully decline, Cornwall inclined his head, stopping me. "I need a few hours to get your AMA pushed through. You can be sleeping in your own church this morning. Let me do this for you. I need to speak to Ivy as well about what I learned." Ivy's eyes flicked to mine, asking me to say yes. She obviously liked the man, and knowing how Piscary had treated her, I found it hard to say no. Besides, I wanted to know who'd killed Kiston, too. Thinking I was vacillating, Jenks whispered, "Why the hell not?" Dinner was a small price to pay for my AMA and information about Kiston, and I nodded, anticipation replacing my faint caution. Ivy smiled, and the driver made a slow U-bangy to head to the Hollow's waterfront. "Capital," Cormel said as he gave us all a closed-lipped but sincere smile. "Jeff, would you call ahead to make sure there's a bite to eat while dinner is being finished? And make sure we have 2 extra places, please. And something for Jenks." The living vamp beside Ivy took out his cell phone and hit a single number. Jeff was the one with only a single visible scar, but I was willing to bet there were more hidden under his T-shirt. His low voice was pleasant and hardly audible over the blowing of the heater, turned high for Jenks or possibly me. Cormel and Ivy talked about nothing as my gut wound tighter, until Cormel cracked a window to get rid of the tension I was giving off. I thought my anticipation was from finding out what Cormel had learned about Kisten's death. But when we turned onto the waterfront, I realized where the adrenaline was really coming from. The instant the wheels turned on to the less-used street, an old fear dripped through me, igniting memory. We were going to Piscari's. I looked down to find that my hands were clenched, and I forced them apart as we slowed to a crawl. The place looked about the same, the 2-story tavern peaceful under 6 inches of undisturbed snow. The lights were on upstairs, and someone was closing the drapes. A section of the parking lot had been torn up, and young trees now stood where rusty 2-doors had once parked. The beginnings of a wall had been started to fence in a garden, perhaps, not done, and so left until the spring and warmer temperatures. There was no boat at the quay. "You okay, Rach?" Jenks asked, and I exhaled, forcing my hands to unclasp again. "Yeah," I said softly. "I haven't been here since Kisten died." "Me neither," he said. But he hadn't ever been here to begin with, except when I was here getting into trouble, that is. I flicked a glance at Ivy as we crept to the side entrance where trucks had once delivered produce from all over the world. She looked fine, but she'd been here often enough that the pain had dulled. Everyone was silent as we stopped before the closed door to the loading dock. A vamp got out to open it, and Jenks's wings brushed my neck as he snuggled in against the cold. "Rachel," Cormel asked solicitously as the roll-up door noisily raised, "would you prefer a restaurant? I hadn't considered that my home had bad memories for you. I've made changes," he coaxed. "It's not the same." Ivy was looking at me like I was a wimp, and I glanced at his eyes, almost black in the dim light. "Just memories," I said. "Good ones mixed with the bad, I hope," he said as we drove into the cold, dry, and dark loading dock. I felt a faint tingle at my scar as the darkness took us. Affronted, I stared at him until the tingle vanished. Was he making a play for me? If he bound me, I'd do anything he wanted, thinking it was my idea. And when the vampire pulled the roll-up door shut to make the darkness absolute but for the headlamps, I realized how vulnerable I was. Shit. "Let's get inside and you can see what I've done with the place," Cormel said pleasantly, and as my pulse quickened, the doors to the Hummer started opening. I slid across the long seat to the door with my bag in my hand, and as everyone milled around to make their slow way up the cement steps to the back door, I pretended to adjust my coat before I got out. This might be the last time I could have a private word with Jenks until we got home. "What's my aura look like, Jenks?" I asked, and I got a pixie-sized sigh in return. "It's thin, but no holes. I think the emotion the kids stirred up in you helped boost it." "It comes from emotion?" I murmured, deciding at the last moment to leave my bag in the Hummer as I took the hand of the vamp holding the door and made the careful slide to the cement pad. "Where did you think it came from?" he said, laughing from my scarf. "Fairy farts?" I sighed, shaking my head at Ivy's inquiring look. I didn't like being out with my aura so thin, but he said it was better, and I trusted that no one was going to bite me. I was clearly ill, and that was a turn-off in the vamp world, instilling an almost overboard, lavishing sense of caring in the undead and still living alike. Maybe that was what I was seeing. One by one, the security vamps jostled for position until they were both ahead and behind us. I obediently headed for the stairway, seeing the tires of Ivy's cycle peeking out from under a tarp. She'd parked it here for the winter after I'd nearly hit it trying to get into our carport. The snowplows had blocked me out, and I'd had to gun it to get through the chunky man-made drift. My pulse raced from the exertion, and I followed Cormel into the kitchen. At least, I was telling myself it was from the exertion and not anticipation. I wasn't looking forward to seeing Kiston everywhere. The warmth of the kitchen surprised me, and I looked up from the white tiles as we entered. Most of the ovens had been taken out, and a great deal of the counter space. A large, comfortable table now took up the corner beside the stairway that led to the underground apartments. The new amber light hanging over it and the cotton throw rug beneath it made the spot a pleasant place to relax and eat among company, warm from the heat of the ovens and the possibility of conversation. I breathed deep to find that it didn't smell like a restaurant anymore, with its many spices and the lingering sense of unfamiliar vampires. There was just Rin Cormel's increasingly familiar scent and the lingering aroma of half a dozen or so living vamps, Ivy's among them. I realized my boots were the only ones making any noise, and I nervously adjusted my collar until Jenks took to the air. "We could eat here, but I think we will be more comfortable at the fireplace," Cormel said, watching the pixie with a polite but wary expression. "Jeff, find out why May hasn't started the appetizers, would you please?" My concern eased when Ivy took off her coat, and leaving it at the table, strode directly through the old double doors. Jenks went with her, and curious, I followed. All my hesitancy vanished at the sight of the large room that had once entertained Cincy's finest partiers with gourmet pizza and mixed drinks. The shiny bar remained, taking up one wall, the low ceiling making the dark oak look even darker. All the illuminating lights over the bar were off, and the lit fireplace pulled the eye. The little high tables had been replaced with comfortable furniture, coffee tables, and the occasional sideboard for appetizers, flower arrangements, or possible discarded wine glasses. Cormel tossed his coat to a chair, reminding me of my dad coming home and settling in. He all but collapsed into one of the self-indulgent chairs by the fire and gestured for us to join him. His pale skin and dark, silvering hair gave him the look of a comfortable businessman home from work. Yeah, right. I took off my scarf and unzipped my coat, but the winter's chill still hung in me, and I kept it on. My eyes went everywhere as I followed Ivy to the hearth. To the right of the fireplace, one of the doors to what had once been a private dining room was open, and I could see a throw rug and part of a bed where a huge table once sat. One of the security vampires casually shut the door as he went by, and I guessed it was a guest room now. The floor was scratched in the old high-traffic areas, and the light fixtures were still a table length apart, but it looked like a living room, a very large, low-ceilinged living room done up to look like a piece of up north with its round wooden timbers and dark paneling. Cormel had chosen a chair, and Ivy had taken the couch before the fire. Thinking they were going to make judgments on where I sat, I carefully lowered myself onto the couch with Ivy between us, not too near her, but not looking as if I was scrunched in the corner either. The undead vampire smiled with half his mouth. Leaning forward, he rubbed his hands together and held them to the fire as if he was cold. Damn, he was good. I felt silly in my coat, so I took it off to find it pleasantly warm. Rin had beckoned one of his staff closer, and Ivy was giving the man my personal information so he could file for the AMA. I was just starting to get warm enough to pay attention when Jenks flew down the staircase, a content trail of gold dust spilling from him. "You should be fine from AMA police for a while," he said as he unwound his winter wear to show the skin-tight black outfit he had on underneath. "He's got 5 vamps on security, the 3 who came with us, plus 2 who were here. It wouldn't surprise me if the woman in the kitchen is security too, by the way she's throwing the knives around." "Thanks, Jenks," I said, knowing he was telling me this not because I was worried about the FIB or the IS, but to tell our host we were not dumb about being here. "Cormel has great security," he continued as more blue fabric joined the pile on the arm of the couch. "Professional, all new stuff, and don't mistake the smiles you're seeing for leniency in a stress situation." "Gotcha," I said, then looked up when Cormel's aide nodded and left. "I adore red tape," Cormel said, settling back with a pleased expression, "tied in a Gordian knot." I stared at him, and he added, "Any knot can be cut with a big enough sword. You'll have what you need in 10 minutes. Jenks rose an inch, then dropped when the guy with the savaged neck who had driven us here came in with an open bottle of white wine. I took my glass, vowing not to drink it, but when Cormel stood gazing at the wine's hue, I knew he was going to make a toast. To immortality, he said, sounding almost forlorn. For some a burden, for others a joy. Here's to long lives and long loves. We went to drink, and Jenks muttered, and longer lady killers. I choked, and Jenks rose up in a glittering column of laughter. Ivy had heard him, and she leaned back with a sour look on her face, but Cornwall had stood, and I jumped when one of his hands touched my shoulder and the other took my glass as I hacked and coughed. "Would you like a milder wine?" he asked solicitously as he set it down. "Forgive me, you're still recovering. Jeff, bring out a sweeter white," he said, and I waved my protest. "It's okay," I managed. "Went down to the wrong pipe is all." Ivy uncrossed her knees and took another sip. "Do you need to wait in the car, Jenks?" The pixie grinned. I could see it through my watering eyes. I was probably as red as the throw pillow I wanted to smack him with. Tracking his motion to the warm mantle and out of my reach, I took another sip to clear my throat. The wine was superb, and my vow to avoid it was tempered by the knowledge that I'd probably never be able to afford a bottle like this. One glass, sipped slowly, wouldn't hurt. Ivy unfolded herself and went to arrange the fire, leaving me and Rin Cornwall with a wide space between us. "Are you sure you won't stay the morning?" he said across the empty couch. "I've plenty of everything but company." "Dinner, Rin," Ivy said. Her shape was a sharp silhouette against the fire, and when her hand came down very close to Jenks, he took to the air, muttering curses. "You said you know who killed Kiston. Is he someone who will be missed?" she said. What she was asking was if she could claim a life in return, and I stifled a shiver at the depth of her pain. A sigh slipped from Cornwall, though he didn't need to breathe but to speak. "It's not that I know who killed him, but I do know who didn't." Ivy went to protest, and the man put up a hand for her to wait. "There was no one Piscari owed a favor to," Cornwall said. "He hadn't had contact with any vampire out of the city, so it was a Cincy native, and likely still here." Seeing his fatherly concern, something in me snapped. "There's you," I said bluntly, and Ivy stiffened. "Maybe you did it." Jenks's wings clattered a nervous warning, but the undead vampire smiled with only the barest hint of an eye twitch giving away his annoyance. "I understand you're starting to remember certain things," he said flatly, and my bravado vanished. "Do I smell familiar to you? You wouldn't forget me if I'd pinned you to the wall." His eyes tightened. "I know it." I started to breathe again when he turned to Ivy, the shell of his humanity back in place. "You've been to the boat, Ivy," he said in a soft voice. "Was I ever there?" Ivy was tense, but she shook her head. I would have pointed out that he could have had someone else do it, but that wasn't how vampires worked. If Kiston had been a gift to Cornwall, Cornwall would have taken him without a second thought, and would admit it freely. I was dining with a freaking animal, and I bowed my head with a false contriteness and muttered, "Sorry, I had to ask." "Of course you did. No insult taken." I felt sick. We were all pretending. Well, at least Cornwall and I were. Ivy might still be living the lie. I smiled at him, and Cornwall smiled back, the picture of grace and understanding as he leaned to top off my wine, and I leaned forward to accept it. "Besides myself," he said as he retreated, and Ivy relaxed, "there have been no new major political powers entering the city, and none looking for upward mobility other than what one would expect when a master vampire dies his final death. No one has more power than he or she should, which wouldn't be the case if Piscari showed favor to someone." He took a sip, considering the flavor, or his next words. "Many owed Piscari, but he owed no one." Her back to the fire, Ivy was silent. We'd learned nothing, and I was starting to wonder if Kiston's death was another one of Ivy's freaking life lessons. Seeing her fidgeting and motions so subtle only Jenks or I would recognize, I hoped not. If it was, I might just dig the bastard Piscari back up and stake him again for the hell of it, make a necklace out of his teeth and bathtub duckies out of his dried-up balls. "I've met him," Ivy said, looking for a shred of hope to follow. "I just can't place him." "Do you have a name?" Cornwall asked. I could hear faint activity in the kitchen, and Jenks flew to investigate. "No, the scent is too old, and it's not quite the same. It's like he was alive when I knew him and now he's dead, or maybe a large shift of status changed his diet and therefore his scent. Her head came up, showing that her eyes were red. Maybe he tried to disguise his smell so I couldn't recognize it. Cornwall waved a hand in dismissal, his expression irate. "Then you really have nothing," he said, holding out his hand to lure her into sitting back down. "I'm sure the answer is here, but I have exhausted my leads. I'm not asking the right person. You could, though." Ivy exhaled to try to find her composure. "And who is the right person?" she asked as she took his grip and sat. "Skimmer," Cornwall said, and my head came up sharply. "She knows all Piscari's political secrets. Lawyers—" The vampire sighed expressively. "Skimmer is in jail," Jenks said as he darted back to the fire. "She won't see Ivy." Ivy lowered her head, her brow pinched. Skimmer's refusal was tearing her up. "She might see you if Rachel goes with you," Rin Cornwall suggested, and the hope of a possibility smoothed Ivy's expression. My mouth, though, went dry. "You think it will make a difference?" I asked. He shrugged as he sipped his wine. "She doesn't want Ivy to see her in her failure, but I expect she has a few words to say to you." Jenks's breath hissed in, but Rin was right. Ivy's face held the hope that Skimmer would talk to her, and I set my dislike for the petite, dangerous vampire aside. For Ivy. I would talk to her for Ivy. And to find out who killed Kiston. "It's worth trying," I said, thinking that going in there with a thin aura wasn't the best idea in the world. Cornwall shifted his feet uneasily. It was subtle, and he probably didn't even know he had done it, but I saw it, and so did Jenks. "Good," he said, as if everything had been decided. "I do believe there's some sushi headed our way." His words were clearly a signal, since the doors to the kitchen promptly swung open and Jeff and another vamp in an apron came out with trays. Jenks's wings were a shimmer of motion, though he hadn't moved from the arm of the couch. "I didn't know you liked sushi," I said. "I don't, but there's honey in one of the dipping sauces." "Jenks," I warned, as Cornwall and Ivy made a spot on the coffee table before the fire. "What?" he complained, his wings slowing until I could almost see the red bit of tape. "I wasn't going to eat any. I was going to take it home for Madalena. It helps her sleep better." And seeing the flicker of concern in his eyes, I believed him. The trays looked fabulous, and glad now I'd said yes to dinner, I took up my chopsticks, pleased I didn't have to break them apart to use them. They looked expensive. All we had at home were the ones we saved from takeout. I watched Ivy handle her sticks with the fluency of a native language, the extensions of her fingers taking 3 different sashimi and several rolls with cream cheese and what looked like tuna. Remembering our first disastrous dinner as roommates, I kept my eyes down and put a few bites on my plate, followed by lots of ginger. Jenks hovered over an amber sauce, and I put some on my plate, making sure he knew it was for him by pointing at him with the sticks, though how he was going to get it home was beyond me. Cornwall was still fussing with the sauces by the time Ivy and I had retreated with full plates. "I'm so pleased you stayed," he said as he moved with that eerie vampire speed and put all 3 bites on his plate. "Sushi alone is not the same. You never get the variety." Ivy was smiling, but the display of vampiric speed had me on edge. I didn't need the reminder that he was stronger than me, and he didn't need to eat. Why he was sort of bothered me. "I love sushi," I said, not wanting him to guess he had unnerved me. "Since I was a kid." "Really?" Cornwall put a bite in his mouth and chewed. "I'm surprised." "I was 8, I said, taking a slice of ginger and enjoying the sweet zing. I thought I was dying. Well, I was, but I didn't know I was going to get better. My brother went on this big push for me to do everything. Made it his goal one summer. My fumbling for a roll slowed as I thought about the girl in the hospital and the look in her eyes. I should go back and tell her the chance was real. If I survived, then she had a chance. I didn't even know her name. "You still are, you know," Cornwall said, startling me. "Dying?" I blurted, and he laughed. Ivy smiled thinly, not appreciating the joke. "I suppose," he said, eyes on his second roll. "I'm the only one here not performing that particular trick anymore, but what I meant was, you're still pushing to try new things." My eyes flicked to Ivy. No, I'm not. Ivy shifted uncomfortably between us. Determined not to back down, I took one of the more mundane, crunchy pieces of fried shrimp and ate it with a great deal of noise. Cornwall smiled and set his plate aside, having eaten only one roll. You're in a tight spot, Rachel, and I'm curious as to what your plan is for getting out. Jenks clattered his wings in warning, and the tension went up. I'll get the AMA whether you help me or not, I started, and he cut me off. I promised you your form, and you will have it, he said, sounding insulted. That's short-term survival, and I'm talking progress. Moving forward, establishing yourself in a safe, long-term situation. He took his glass and sipped from it. You have been seen consorting with demons. You were refused traditional treatment on the witch floors because of your demon scars. What do you think that means? It means they're idiots. My chin rose, and I set the plate of sushi down. Human medicine worked fine. Humans don't like demons any more than anyone else, he said. Less. If you continue dealing with them openly, you will be silenced, probably by witches. I laughed at that. Whoa, I said, waving my sticks about. I don't know where you're getting your info, but witches don't do that to each other. They never have. And you know that how? He asked. Even so, you're acting out of character, and that will force them to do the same. I made a scoffing sound and returned to eating. Why do they make these rolls so darn big? I look like a freaking squirrel. Be cautious, Rachel, Cornwall said, and I ignored him, continuing to try to chew a wad of rice and seaweed too big for my mouth. Humans are vicious when cornered. That's why they survive and we don't. They came first, and they will probably persist long after we're gone. Rats, cockroaches, and humans. Ivy rolled her eyes and ate a glob of the green stuff. Seeing her disbelief, Cornwall smiled. Ivy disagrees, he said, but I've had to speak favorably for you more than once. My motion to dip my last cucumber roll hesitated. I never asked you to do that. It wasn't your place to give me permission, he said. I'm not telling you this so you feel you owe me a debt, but to let you know your situation. If the witches don't react to you openly trafficking with demons, then the vampires will be pressed into it for another reason. I set my sticks down, feeling sick. I had no choice but to traffic with demons, having bought Trent's freedom from them with a promise to be Al's student. If you're not upset about the demons, then what's bothering you? I asked, feeling trapped and angry. What you're doing to help the elves, of course. Ivy exhaled, and I suddenly got it. Oh. I took a steadying breath and pushed my plate away. I wasn't hungry anymore. Piscary had killed my dad and Trent's father for simply trying to help the elves. I had gone past trying and had actually saved them. Well, I'd gotten the sample that Trent used to do it. There have been 3 elf conceptions in the last 3 months, Cornwall said, and my thoughts flew to Ciri, all healthy from what I understand. Their population is going to slowly rise. The wares, too, are poised to explode under the right circumstances. You can understand why the vampires are slightly concerned. David doesn't want to pack, I said, my jaw starting to clench. Cornwall crossed his knees, and a grimace colored his expression. Humans breed like flaming rabbits from hell, but we've been dealing with that for centuries. You, however, are responsible for the elves and wares. Population-wise, he amended before I could protest. From what I understand, the elves would just as soon see you dead for some reason I haven't fathomed yet, which leaves the wares to back you, and if they do, it will be with the power of the focus. He paused, which will increase their numbers, he finished. I slumped back into the couch and sighed. No good deed and all. Rin Cornwall mimicked my position, doing so with a slow grace instead of dejected suddenness. What can you do for us, Rachel? He said, glancing at a very quiet Ivy. We need something so that we may think more kindly of you. I knew what he was asking. He wanted me to find a way for vampires to keep their souls after death, and he thought I'd do it to save Ivy. I'm working on it, I muttered, arms crossed over my chest and staring at the fire. I don't see any progress. My brow furrowed, and I gave him a look. Ivy likes things the way they are. he interrupted, as if she wasn't sitting between us. "You need to be more aggressive." "Hey!" I exclaimed. "That is none of your business." Jenks took flight, hovering a careful 3 feet from him. "You need to keep your stick in your own flowers," he said, hands on his hips. "Rin," Ivy pleaded, "please." But the man proved who he was, what he was, when his eyes flashed black and his aura slammed into me. "Tell me you don't like this," he whispered. I gasped, shoving away from him when his eyes touched my demon scar. I was against the back and arm of the couch, and I could go no farther. My exhalation turned into a moan as feelings shivered over my skin, delving deep where my clothes touched me. I couldn't think. There had never been anything so shockingly intimate, and my blood pounded, telling me to submit, to give in, to take what he offered and revel in it. "Stop!" Jenks shrilled. "Stop now, or I'll jam this stick so far up your nose you'll be able to do calculus with it." "Please," I panted, my knees at my chin as I nearly writhed on the couch, the leather feeling like skin against me. The sensation had come from nowhere, and God, it felt so good. How could I ignore this? He had flung it in my face, showing me what Ivy and I had shunned. "Rin, please," Ivy whispered, and the sensation cut off with the suddenness of a slap. My gasp was harsh, and I felt the dampness of tears. I realized my face was against the couch, and I was curled up, hiding from the passion, from the ecstasy. Panting, I slowly unkinked my arms and legs. I couldn't focus well, but I found him easily enough, sitting comfortably on his chair. Jenks hovered between us with a chopstick. God, the vampire looked as unruffled as stone, and about as compassionate. He wore a superb mask, but he was an animal. "If you touch my scar again," I threatened. But what could I do? He protected Ivy, protected me. Slowly my pulse eased, but the shaking of my legs didn't. He knew my threats were nothing, and he ignored me. I followed his gaze to Ivy, and I felt the blood drain from my face. "Ivy," I whispered in heartache. Her eyes were black and desperate. She was fighting every instinct she had. Her master had gone for me in front of her, then had drawn back, practically saying, "You finish." We struggled with this, and for him to callously break everything we had worked for pissed me off. "You have no right," I said, my voice shaking. "I like you, Rachel," he said, surprising me. "I have since I first heard Ivy's impassioned description of you and then found it accurate. You're inventive, intelligent, and dangerous. I can't keep you alive if you continue to ignore the fact that your actions reach farther than next week." "Don't do this to me and Ivy again," I seethed. "Do you hear me?" "Why?" he said, and his confusion was too real to be faked. "I did nothing you didn't enjoy. Ivy's good for you. You're good for Ivy. I don't understand why both of you are ignoring this perfect match." I couldn't edge away from Ivy. She was balanced. Ignoring her was the only armor I could give her. Ivy knows there can't be blood shared without dominance given. I won't, and she can't. He seemed to think about that. "Then one of you needs to learn to bend," as if that was all there was to it. "To become second." I thought of his scion, sent away because it was easier to do this without her here. "Neither of us will," I said. "That's why we can live together. Leave Ivy alone." A small noise came from him. "I was talking about Ivy bending, not you." I shook my head, disgusted. "That's what I love about her," I said. "If she bends, I walk away. If I bend, she gets nothing but a shell." His brow furrowed, and the fire snapped as he thought. "Are you sure?" he asked, and I nodded, not sure if it would save or damn us. "Then maybe this won't work," he said distantly. Jenks, silent until now, dropped the chopstick. "It will," he protested as it clattered. "I mean, Rachel has found out so much already. She's working with a wise demon. She'll find a way for Ivy to keep her soul." "Jenks, don't," I said. But Cornwall was thinking, even as I could see his unease, that the wisdom to further his species would come from demons. "Al might know a way for souls to be retained after death," Jenks pleaded, his angular features scrunched up in fear for me. "Shut up!" I shouted. Ivy was breathing easier, and I risked a look at her. Her hands were unfisted, but she was still looking at the floor and breathing shallowly. "Ask your demon," Cornwall said as Jeff cautiously came in with the facts. The man glanced at Ivy in alarm, then handed it to Cornwall. Without even looking at it, the undead vampire coolly handed it past Ivy to me. "Your AMA." I shoved it in my pocket. "Thank you." "What good timing," Cornwall said lightly, but I could see everything now. All the pretty talk and clever smiles wouldn't snare me again. "Now we can eat with relaxed stomachs." "Yeah, right." I turned to Ivy, and when she met my eyes with a growing band of brown around her pupils, I stood. "Thank you, Rin, but we're leaving." Jenks dropped to the arm of the chair and hurriedly wound fabric around himself, his wings drooping and rising as he worked. "Ivy," Rin Cornwall said, as if confused, and she backed away from him, closer to me. "I'm happy," she said softly as she handed me my coat. "Please leave me alone." We started for the kitchen, Jenks flying heavily behind us as a vanguard, trailing the last of his wrap along instead of Sparkles. "There's more here to think about than two people's happiness," Cornwall said loudly, and Ivy stopped, her hand on the swinging doors. "Rachel won't be pushed," she said. "Then pull her before someone else does." As one, we turned and left. Behind us was the sharp clatter of chopsticks and little ceramic dishes hitting the stone fireplace. The kitchen was empty, and I imagined everyone had gone somewhere else and out of Cornwall's angry path. Jenks dove for my scarf as I wrapped it about my neck, and I sighed as I recalled how erotic a covered neck was to a vampire. God, I was stupid. Ivy hesitated at the door to the loading dock. "I'll be right back," she said, a dangerous slant to her eyes. "Are you sure?" I asked, and she strode away. Uncomfortable, I hustled into the cold garage. We weren't going to get home in the Hummer, so I got my bag out from the back seat, and with a grunt shoved the door up, panting as the silent night met me. We'd be taking Ivy's bike, and it was going to be a very slow, very cold ride. But I had to get home. We had to. We both needed to get back to the church and the patterns of behavior that kept us apart, and together, sane. I had to call Al before the sun came up and beg for the time off. And now I had to ask him if he knew of a way to save a vampire's soul, because if I didn't, I might find myself dead. The sound of Ivy's boots brought my attention up, and she strode down the stairs with her arms crossed. "You okay?" I asked as I pulled the tarp from Ivy's bike, and she nodded. From my scarf came Jenks's snotty, "I'm okay, you're okay, Ivy's freaking okay, we're all okay, can we get the hell out of here?" Ivy stashed my bag, got on the bike, and turned to look at me, waiting. "Are you going to pull me?" I asked, heart pounding as I stood on the hard cement with my feet going cold in my boots. Her eyes were like liquid brown in the dim light, and I could see her misery. "No." I had to trust her. Swinging my leg over, I got on the bike behind her and held on tight as Ivy idled the bike out of the sheltered warmth and into the cold snow of the last of the year. Chapter 16. The kitchen was warm, smelling of brown sugar, chocolate chips, and butter. I was making cookies with the excuse that they would soften Al up, but the reality was I wanted Jenks to have the chance to get excessively warm. The ride home had been bitterly cold, and though he'd never admit it, Jenks was almost blue by the time Ivy parked her cycle in the garden shed, and I hustled into the church with him. His kids had long since tired of playing in the oven's updrafts, but he was still in here, his wings slowly moving back and forth. As expected, a stone-faced IS agent had been waiting for us when we cycled in, silently taking his copy of the AMA and driving off. If not for that stupid piece of paper, I'd be back in the hospital under guard, But as it was, I was pulling the last tray of cookies out and feeling better. Tired, but better. Take that, Dr. Mape. It was almost 4 in the morning, just about the time I usually crawled into bed. Ivy was at her computer, each key getting a harder tap than the one before it, as she not so patiently waited for me to call Al and ask for the night off. But talking to demons was tricky. I wanted Jenks warm and mobile before I did it, and a little comfort food never did anyone any harm. "It's getting late," Ivy muttered, the rim of brown around her pupils narrowing as she tracked something on her monitor. "You going to do this anytime soon?" "I've got hours," I said as I slid the last cookie onto the cooling rack. Propping the tray in the sink to sizzle, I leaned to look at the clock above me. "Relax. You've got 4 hours, 16 minutes. Her eyes flicked to me, and she arranged her colored pens in the mug she used for a pencil cup. I just pulled up the almanac. Putting 5 cookies on a plate, I set them next to her keyboard and took the topmost for myself. I wanted to make cookies. Everyone likes cookies, I said, and she smirked, delicately taking a cookie with her long, slim fingers. Jenks rose up from the oven, warm at last. "Oh, yeah, cookies ought to do it." He laughed, and a slip of dust fell from him. "Al had a fit the last time you asked for a night off. He said no, too." "That's why the cookies, duh. I wasn't recovering from a banshee attack either. Tonight will be different, I hope." Hands on his hips, Jenks got an unusually bitter look on his face as he landed by my scrying mirror on the center island counter. "Maybe you should offer him a bite out of something else. Bet he'd give you the freaking year off." "Jenks!" Ivy snapped, and the pixie turned his back on us to look out the dark window. "What's the matter, Jenks?" I said tightly. "You don't want me talking to the wise demon? Didn't I hear you tell Rin Cormel he was a wise demon?" Okay, maybe that had been a little nasty, but he had been picking on me all night, and I wanted to know why. He stayed where he was, his wings moving fitfully, and tired of it, I sat in my spot at the table and leaned toward Ivy. "What's with him?" I said, loud enough for him to hear. Ivy shrugged, and I wiped the cookie crumbs from my fingers. Rex was staring at me from the threshold, and on the off chance, I dropped my hand in invitation. "Oh, my God!" I whispered, when the cat stood and, her tail crooked happily, came to me. "Look!" I said, as the orange beast bumped her head under my palm as if we were great friends. Ivy leaned over to see, and feeling brave, I sent my hand under the cat's middle. Not breathing, I lifted, and without even a squirm, the cat was on my lap. "Oh, my God!" I whispered again. She was purring. The freaking feline was purring. "It's the bloody apocalypse," Jenks muttered, and I fondled the young cat's ears. My wonder turned to contentment when Rex settled in with her paws tucked under herself. Ivy shook her head and went back to work. No way I was ruining this with calling Al. Al could wait. I was guessing that Pierce was in the kitchen, and he was happy. Rex still on my lap, I ate another cookie as thoughts of Pierce sifted through me. It had been 8 years, and though I'd changed, moved out, gone to school, been hired, fired, run for my life, saved a life, put my boyfriend to rest, and learned to live again, he probably hadn't changed at all. The last time I'd seen him, he had been an attractive mix of power and helplessness, not any older than I was now. I felt a smile grow as I recalled him busting the doors to the IS building with a flung spell, knocking out their security, and then sealing them inside with a ward. All with an odd awkwardness that hit my little boy lost button. He'd taken down an undead vampire with power he had drawn through me so subtly that I hadn't felt it, even when I'd known he was doing it. Rex purred, and I kept my fingers moving to keep her with me. I was not stupid. I knew that Pierce, even as a ghost, had a mix of power and vulnerability that was a veritable Rachel magnet, and I wasn't so blind that I wouldn't admit I felt a twinge of attraction, but an unexpected sense of peace outweighed that. I wasn't going to run willy-nilly into a relationship, even if one was possible. Kirsten had taught me the dangers of letting my heart rule me. Call it gun-shy, call it growing up, but I was happy as I was. I was in no hurry, and that felt good. Ivy looked up at me, her typing stilling as she recognized that something had shifted in the air. Face placid, she glanced at Jenks. The pixie's wings went red in agitation, and he flew to land on the cookie plate and demand my attention. "Marshall called," he said, as if it was the most important thing in the world. "You were in the can. He says he's bringing donuts over tomorrow for breakfast if you get out of your thing with Big Al." "Okay," I said as I scratched Rex's jawline, remembering that Pierce hadn't been my first kiss. He had been my first done-right kiss, though, and I smiled. "Trent's coming with him," Jenks said, hands on his hips. "And Jonathan." "That's nice." I stroked Rex, then brought her to my nose so I could smell her sweet kitty fur. "Such a good kitty," I crooned. "Such a clever kitty to know there is a ghost in the church." Jenks set his wings to blurring, not moving an inch. "See?" he said to Ivy, appalled. "She likes him. Rachel, he's been spying on us. Start thinking with your head, huh?" A flicker of annoyance went through me, but it was Ivy who said, "Jenks, get off it," in an almost bored tone. "He's not spying on us." "But she likes him," Jenks yelped, wings so fast that the bit of red tape finally flew off. Ivy sighed, looking up first at Jenks, then at me. "This is Rachel we're talking about," she said with a smile. "I'd give it 3 months, tops." "Yeah, but she can't kill this one," Jenks grumped. That was an extremely bad taste, but I ignored him, just delighted to have the cat finally like me. "Don't you listen to them, Rexy," I cooed, and the cat sniffed my nose. "Rachel is a smart girl. She's not going to go out with a ghost no matter how sexy he is. She knows better. Jenksy Wenksy can just get bent." I beamed at Jenks, and he made an ugly face. "Rach, put my cat down before you mess with her kitty brain." Smiling, I let Rex puddle out of my arms and onto the floor. She rubbed against me, then sedately walked out. There was a cheering from the pixies up in the sanctuary, and her shadow slunk past the door to hide under the couch in the back living room. The more agitated Jenks got, the more content I became. Smiling, I washed my hands and dropped a dozen cookies in a bag for Al, tying it with a little blue twist tie before setting them beside the scrying mirror. Seeing me getting ready, Ivy shut down her computer. "I'll get our coats," she said, and Jenks clattered his wings, angry he was going to be left behind. "I'm doing this by myself," I said suddenly. "Thanks, though." "Your aura is thin. Put us in a circle and do it here," Ivy said as she stood. Putting them in a circle really didn't make them any safer. All Al had to do was shove me into it, and it would fall. Same thing with standing in a circle with him. And putting Al in a circle alone wasn't going to happen, not since he'd started treating me like a person after I told him I wouldn't circle him anymore. Second-class person, but a person nevertheless. "Why chance it?" I said, thinking of Jenks's kids. The demon might turn them into popcorn for all I knew. "You can watch from the windows." Coat in the foyer. "It's not a big deal," I shouted over my shoulder as I headed for the front door. My boots were there, too. It was 4 in the freaking morning, the coldest part of the day, and I was going to sit in a graveyard and talk to Al. I love my life. Ivy caught up with me as I shrugged into my coat. Grabbing my boots, I took a step, jerking back when I almost ran into her. "I'm coming with you," she said, eyes going dark. I listened for Jenks's wings, and hearing nothing, I whispered, "Don't you dare make Jenks sit in here alone." She clenched her jaw, the brown rim of her eyes shrinking even more. I brushed past her and headed to the kitchen. "I'm just asking for a night off. It's not a big deal." "Then why don't you do it in here?" she yelled back, and I stopped at the head of the hall. Ivy was standing by her piano. The soft glow lights on my desk made a spot of living green with pixies peeking from every nook. "Because I lost it the last time I thought you two were dead, and I'm not going to risk you if I don't have to." Ivy took a deep breath, and I turned away. "I'll be right back," I added as I paced into the kitchen. Jenks was still atop Ivy's monitor, his wings a blur and his increased circulation making them a bright red. "Jenks, don't look at me like that," I muttered when I dropped my boots to put them on, and as my heels thumped into them, he turned his back on me. "Jenks," I pleaded, stopping when his wings buzzed. "I'll be okay," I said, and he shifted his head at the harsh sound of my zipper going up. "This is fairy crap," he exclaimed, rising up and spinning around. "Green fairy crap, with sprinkles on top," I finished for him as I fumbled for my gloves, jammed in the pockets. "We go through this every week. Either I show up at sunrise or he comes and gets me. Hiding on hallowed ground will only tick him off, and then he visits my mom. If I'm lucky, I get the night off. If I'm not, I'll send Biz back in for my things, okay?" Jenks hovered before me with his hands on his hips. Ignoring him, I picked up the scrying mirror and my cookies. I knew he hated being trapped by the cold, but I wasn't going to risk his family. He was so good at everything else. Why this bothered him was beyond me. "Biz will be with me," I offered, and when he crossed his arms and turned his back on me, I shouted, "I'll be freaking fine!" and stormed to the back door. What is his problem? I flicked on the porch light, giving the door a tight pull to get it to latch behind me. Hesitating on the landing, I took a moment to calm myself, taking in how quiet it was out here while I put on my gloves. The moon was riding high above the horizon with an edge so sharp it looked like it could cut paper. My breath steamed, and by the second lungful, I felt the cold all the way to my bones. Even Cincinnati, across the river and distant, seemed frozen. If death had a feeling, this was it. Still peeved, I crunched down the salted back steps and into the garden, following the same path I'd taken out here last week. There was a good chance that Al wouldn't go for this, and I'd find myself sending Biz back in for my overnight bag, giving Al a laugh and me 10 additional charms to spell before sunrise tomorrow. I looked behind me to see the kitchen window plastered with pixies, but Jenks wasn't among them. Guilt slithered out from me for having gone where he couldn't follow, but it wasn't like I was going into a dangerous situation. It was like asking your recruiter if you could skip the run today and rest up. I might get smacked for it, but I wasn't going to die. "This is so not going to work," I muttered, then stepped over the low wall that separated the witch's garden from the graveyard. The cold seemed to turn to knives in my chest, and I slowed before I froze my nose from breathing too fast. Fatigue was nothing new, and I had all the tricks to stave it off. I could feel the ley line shimmering in my thoughts, but I angled to Pierce's statue instead. I didn't need to be in a line to talk to Al, and the patch of unsanctified ground surrounded by God's grace would keep Al from wandering if he decided to come over. Pierce's monolith of a kneeling, battle-weary angel was creepy, looking not quite human with its arms too long and its features starting to run from pollution and the poor grade of stone. I'd used this red-colored patch of cement to summon demons 3 times now, and that I was treating this as almost routine was worrisome. "Hey, Biz!" I called, then jumped when Biz landed suddenly on the angel's shoulder in a wash of air that smelled like rock dust. "Holy crap!" I yelped, looking back at the church to see if anyone had noticed my surprise. "How about some warning, dude?"
"Sorry,"
the late adolescent, foot-high gargoyle said, his red eyes whirling so fast in amusement that I knew he wasn't sorry at all. His pebbly skin was black to absorb what heat he could from the night, but he could change it, even when he fell into a torpor-like state as the sun came up. He'd have more control over his sleep when he got older, but right now, like most teenagers, he was like a rock when the sun came up. He paid rent to Jenks by watching the grounds for the 4 hours around midnight when pixies traditionally slept. He'd been doing more than that since the temperatures dropped below pixie tolerance. He and Jenks got along great, seeing as Biz had been kicked off the basilica for spitting on people, and Jenks thought that was just fine.
"Why is Jenks mad at you?"
he asked as he pulled his wings close, and I winced. "Because he thinks he has to protect me, and I'm going places he can't," I said. "You can hear us from out here?" The gargoyle shrugged and looked at the church.
"Only when you yell."
"Only when we yell." Brushing the snow off the base of the angel statue, I set the cookies down and brought out the mirror.
"Oh, that's ultimate,"
Biz said, as the wine and crystal-colored scrying mirror threw back the moonlight. I looked down at it, feeling the cold right through my gloves. I agreed with him, even though I thought something that called demons should be ugly. This was my second mirror, made with a stick of yew, some salt, wine, a bit of magic, and a lot of help from Siri. The first one I'd broken over Maneas's head when the demon had startled me. Siri had helped me make that one, too. It was a contact glyph, not a summoning spell, and the double-circled pentagram with its symbols could open a path to the ever-after and any demon I wished to talk to. I didn't need to know their summoning name, just their common one. That, and the word that tapped into the demon's communal magic. Some days I really wished I didn't know the magic word. Nervous, I hunched down to sit on the edge of the monolith, beside the cookies, and balanced the mirror on my knees. I took my right glove off and set my palm in the cave of the large pentagram. The red-tinted glass was icy cold to my naked fingers, as the spelled glass transferred the cold of the night into me. Glancing up at Biz lurking above me, I said, "If Al shows up, get to hallowed ground, okay?" The cat-sized gargoyle nervously rustled his wings.
"'Kay."
Satisfied, I pressed more firmly and reached to touch the nearby ley line. Power that seemed to have picked up the chill of the night coursed in, finding a balance within me with an unusual flush of vertigo. Surprised, I leaned back until my shoulders hit the statue for balance. What in hell? The flow of energy was irregular, making me feel almost seasick. The odd sensation must be from my thin aura. Maybe auras functioned like filters, evening the highs and lows into a steady stream. The longer I held the line, the worse it got. Biz dropped to stand uncertainly by my knee in concern, his clawed feet seeming to grow bigger when they hit the snow.
"You okay, Miss Morgan?"
he asked, and I nodded slowly. "Dizzy." Mirror balanced on my knees, I tucked a strand of floating hair behind my ear.
"Your aura is still thin,"
Biz said.
"You sure you should be doing this?"
I blinked at him to get rid of the last of the vertigo. "You can see auras?" I asked, then rolled my eyes. Biz could see every ley line in Cincinnati in his mind, like I could see contrails in the daytime sky. When he touched me, I could see them too. Of course he could see auras. It was frigid out here, and since I was already connected to a line, all that was left was calling Al. Hands trembling faintly from lightheadedness, I pressed my hand firmly and thought, Mater tintinabulum, to open a connection. The power of the ley line swelled in me, and my lips parted as I panted. God, this thin aura sucked. It felt like I was sick again, and I wondered how long until I was back to normal. Shutting my eyes was worse, and I forced them open. It was as if I was in a huge space, but unlike before, when it seemed there were hundreds of whispering voices, there were only a few. Al, I thought again, making my goal specific, and I felt a part of me wing off in an unknown direction, a faint vibration seeming to echo through my mind. I was contacting the demon, which was different from summoning. If I summoned Al into a circle, he'd be subject to my whims and a prisoner until the sun rose, or he was able to make his escape through trickery or a lack of interaction with his summoner. He'd also be ticked, seeing as he would be taking on the payment for crossing the lines. No, I was calling him, which was cheaper, smut-wise. He could ignore me, though he never refused a chance to flap his lip and show off. He could also use the connection to make the jump to our reality, which was why I was doing it out here. Us having an understanding or no, Al-Jalierept was a demon, and he would happily hurt Ivy or Jenks for the satisfaction of seeing me angry and impotent. As expected, the demon picked up immediately, and the unusual vertigo from my thin aura vanished as my expanded experience narrowed to a single tunnel vision-like expression.
"Itchy witch,"
his sharp thought echoed in mine. It was surprised and confused, and it was as if I could almost hear the elegant and precise British TV accent he used. I had no idea why.
"It's early,"
he thought, giving me the impression he was scrambling to organize his thoughts.
"It's early, isn't it?"
There was a hesitation then.
"It's bloody hell 4 in the morning. If this is about exchanging my summoning name for that old Mark of Newt's, the answer is no. I like you owing me 2 marks, and I'm enjoying not being yanked across the lines to answer stupid questions from stupid people, you included."
Worry that he might never make good on our agreement flitted through me, but he needed his name to make a living and would eventually want it back. He was in debt up to his eyebrows, and had the further indignity of not having a familiar to stir his spells and curses. Even better, he now lived in a dump of a 2-hollow hellhole instead of the 10-room mansion deep underground that he kept bitching about. Everything but his kitchen and front room had been sold to bribe the demon muckety-mucks to let him out on parole. Despite his numerous and loud complaints, he wasn't too unhappy, because I was the only witch alive whose kids would technically be demons, and I belonged to him. Sort of. I was his student, not his familiar, and he had me only 1 night a week. Just my luck it was Saturday. Not that I was dating or anything, but a girl liked to keep her weekends free just in case. That I still had his summoning name meant he couldn't pursue his freelance job of luring stupid people into demon servitude and then selling them to the highest bidder. That I might get summoned out under his name didn't bother me as much as I'd thought it would. I'd scare the crap out of them so good they wouldn't dare think to summon Al again, and they'd be safe. Soon as Al figured that out, he'd switch back, I hoped. Curiosity got the better of him when I remained silent, and he finally added,
"What do you want? I'm not letting you go early tomorrow for starting early today."
My eyes met Biz's. The gargoyle looked concerned, shifting his clawed feet and using a wingtip to scratch the middle of his back. I said aloud so the kid could hear at least half of the conversation. "Can I have the night off? I don't feel very well." There was a slight background confusion in him, but Al was alone or I'd be able to pick up his thinking about whoever was with him.
"You don't feel well?"
he thought, then hesitated as I got the impression he was unhappy with the way he looked. There was a surge of minor power through his mind, followed by a flush of satisfaction, and then he added,
"You want time off because you don't feel well?"
"No." I could feel him ready to snap the connection, and I blurted, "But I made you cookies," I moaned, knowing if I played ignorant, he might give in. He knew I wasn't ignorant, but he liked it when I pretended, as if I could manipulate him, which I could, so who was smarter after all? The tingles of thought coming from him touched on crushed green velvet coattails and lace, and I guessed he was primping.
"And what the hell do I care about that?"
he thought, but there had been a flash of hidden interest, and I smiled at Biz's worried expression. I exhaled, not caring that Al could read my relief, because he hadn't hung up on me. "Look, I was attacked by a banshee yesterday, and she sucked most of my aura off. I don't feel good, and tapping a line makes me dizzy, so I don't think I can be of any use anyway."
"I can think of a lot of things to do," he thought, "and none of them involve standing up."
"Very funny. I'm serious," I said, wondering what I had interrupted. His thoughts were focused on tidying up. Good grief, is he tidying up for me? "I would have gotten a work excuse, but I had to break out of the hospital just to get here to talk to you." I felt a surge of annoyance, and then, quite unexpectedly, it vanished. My gaze slid to Biz. Crap. Was Al coming over? "Biz, take off," I said in alarm, then gasped as a wave of vertigo slammed into me like a cresting wave.
"Miss Morgan!"
Biz shouted. I pushed the mirror off my lap as I struggled not to spew. Pain followed the nausea. My skin felt like it was on fire, the pulsating energy hitting me hard without my aura to even out the surges. My legs wouldn't work, and when I tried to stand, I fell over. I hit the snow-covered pavement on my side, managing to get my arms out so I didn't crack my nose open.
"Miss Morgan!"
Biz tried again, and I clenched in agony when he touched me, and I felt like I was going to explode. Damn it! I'd been okay until Al tapped into me to make his crossing cheaper. The cement slab under me was hard, and my cheek burned against the snow. I smelt burnt amber, and suddenly there was a pair of shiny, buckled shoes before my pain-clenched eyes. "Run, Biz!" I panted, then sucked in air when the pain cut off with a blessed suddenness. The power of the line was gone, and it was just me lying in the snow.
"What? By my blood-stained shadow am I doing in the snow?" came Al's refined British accent. "Morgan, get up. You look like a scullery girl down there." "Ow!" I said, as his white-gloved hand grabbed my shoulder and hauled me up. I stumbled, my feet not quite finding the ground for the first second or two. "Let go of Miss Morgan," came a deep, gravelly voice from behind me, and still in Al's grip, I worked to look around me. "Biz?" I stammered, and Al dropped me. Wobbling, I found my balance with a hand on Al's chest, shocked. Biz had released his body's warmth to melt a patch of snow, taking the water into him to increase his size. He was as tall as me now, a grainy black, and his wings spread to make himself look bigger. Water-filled muscles bunched and flexed, from his craggy feet to his gnarly hands. He was probably too heavy to fly, and when Al dropped back a step, the gargoyle hissed to show a long, forked tongue. Damn, there was steam coming off him. I felt Al touch the small line running through the graveyard, and I jumped. "Al, no!" I shouted, feeling helpless as I stood between a red-eyed demon and a red-eyed, horned gargoyle, my hands outstretched to them both. When did Biz get horns? "He's just a kid!" I shouted at Al. "Al, don't hurt him! He's just a kid!" Al hesitated, and I flicked a look behind me at Biz, surprised by the change. Bridge trolls were able to change their size with water, too. "Biz, it's okay. He won't hurt me. Ivy wouldn't let me come out here alone if it wasn't okay. Just relax." The tension lessened as Biz stopped hissing. He slowly lost his crouch, shrinking only slightly as he closed his wings. Al's hands stopped glowing, and there was a curious sensation in me as the demon pushed a wad of force back into the line. Al sniffed loudly, tugging his coat about him and adjusting his lace. "When did you get your gargoyle?" he said sarcastically. "You've been holding out on me, Itchy Witch. Bring him with you tonight, and he can have mortar cakes and tea with mine. Poor little Treble hasn't had anyone to play with in ages." "You have a gargoyle?" I said, as Biz shifted awkwardly, unused to this much mass. "How else would I be able to tap a line so far underground?" the demon said with forced pleasantness. "And how clever of you to have one already." This last was said sourly, and I wondered what other nasty surprises he hadn't told me about. "Biz isn't my familiar," I said, working to stay upright as my fatigue hit me anew when the adrenaline crashed. "Al, I really need the night off." At that, the demon seemed to bring his wandering attention back from the cold night. "Stand up," he said, jerking me upright. "Get the snow off you," he added, smacking my coat to make the crusty stuff fall away. "What the devil is wrong with you, calling me out in the snow when you have that adorable little kitchen?" "I don't trust you with my friends," I said. "Can we skip this week?" His gloved hand lashed out and gripped my chin before I could think to move. I stifled a gasp, and Biz rumbled. "Your aura is nearly thin enough to tear," the demon said softly, turning my face back and forth as his goat-slitted eyes peered 3 inches outside my outline. "It is far too thin to work the lines, much less travel on them," he said in disgust and dropped my chin. "No wonder you were belly down on the pavement. Hurt, huh?" I backed up, rubbing where it felt as if I could feel him still. "So I have the night off?" He laughed. "God's little green apples, no, I'll just pop on home and bring back a little something to make my Itchy Witch all better." That didn't sound good. I had looked in my books already, finding that there was no white charm to help replace a person's aura. I didn't know any black ones either. If there were any, vampires would know about them, seeing as that's what the undead ones siphoned off their victims along with the blood. "A curse?" I asked, backing up until I felt Biz behind me. "It wouldn't work if it wasn't." Al eyed me over his smoked glasses and smiled to show me his blocky teeth. "I may not have much, but I do have auras, all lined up in pretty jars, like some people collect wine. I specialize in the 18th century. It was a good century for souls." I stifled a shiver, telling myself it was from the cold. I'd rather wait until mine replenishes itself. Thanks. Like I care what you'd rather. Turning to make his coattails furl, Al looked across the graveyard to the nearby line. "I'll be back in 5 minutes," he said as he started to go misty. "Soon as I remember where Siri hid the little things, wait for me there," he said, pointing at the nearby ley line like I was a dog. "I don't want you passing out when I come back, and have your bag with you. You're going to pay for this by starting early today. Chop, chop." "Al," I complained, irritated that he would try to disguise his cheapness with a supposed interest in my welfare. He didn't care if I passed out or not. But it wouldn't cost as much to cross into the ever-after if he were in a line, and though he wouldn't admit it, Al was so far up Credit Creek that even this minuscule difference was important. "There," Al said, pointing at the ground. A shimmer cascaded over him, and he was gone. Only his footprints in the snow and the lingering scent of burnt amber remained. I exhaled in annoyance and looked at the tall wall surrounding the property. It was going to be another full 24 hours before Ivy and I could go talk to Skimmer, not to mention that the IS might find Mia during that time and get someone killed. Concerned at the sound of running water, I turned to Biz, surprised to find him spitting across the graveyard to coat individual grave markers in ice. He was getting smaller by the second, turning white as he warmed up by absorbing the warmth from the water before he let it go. Talk about weird. "There's no way I'm taking anyone's aura," I muttered, imagining Al sitting on me and holding my nose to make me open my mouth. The truth was, I'd been over to his apartments enough times now that he probably had a strand of hair to target a spell to me. All he had to do was twist the curse and I'd be wearing someone else's aura. Nice. Biz spit tiny little ice cubes to get his balance perfect, then flew up to land on the angel's shoulder. He looked a little ill. "You want me to come with you? To the ever-after?" The kid looked scared to death, and my heart went out to him. "No, absolutely not," I said firmly, looking for my discarded mirror and my forgotten bag of cookies. "Al was just jerking you around. I wouldn't take you even if you asked. It's nasty over there." His wings drooped in relief, and I added, "Look, I don't want to go into the church. It would be just like Al to show up and cause trouble. Will you tell Ivy it didn't work and bring my bag out here? It's in my closet, already packed. Oh, and make sure she calls the correctional facility to set up something for Monday." Safety was a good reason for not going back in the church, but the truth of it was, I didn't want to have to deal with Jenks. Crap. I didn't have time to waste a day in the ever-after keeping Al at arm's length and going to parties. It seemed that's all we ever did. Al called it networking. No wonder the demon was broke. "Sure, Miss Morgan," the gargoyle said, his eyes downcast as if he knew why I was sending him in instead of going myself. Biz stretched his wings, going black as he drew all his warmth into his core to maintain his body heat while making the short flight to the church. His leathery wings beat once, and he was airborne, looking scary as he flew to the church. Alone, I snatched up the scrying mirror and my bag of cookies. I wasn't looking forward to wearing someone else's aura. I'd rather just suffer the pain. Head down, I trudged through the snow, wincing when I felt the icy warmth of the line take me. Usually it was hard to feel them like this, but my aura was thin, and this was my line, unused by anyone else, as it was rather small and surrounded by the dead. People were superstitious. Finding my footprints from last week, I went a few steps beyond and set the cookies and mirror on a nearby tombstone. "Thanks, Beatrice," I whispered, reading the stone marker. Wrapping my arms around myself, I stared at the night and tried to stay warm. It was sort of like waiting at the bus stop, and I found myself falling into blank stare mode. With a wry smile, I carefully unfocused my attention, slowly until I knew it wouldn't hurt, to bring up my second sight, hoping to spot Al before he popped in to scare the crap out of me. The red ribbon of power was suddenly around me, looking like an aurora borealis as it swelled and ebbed, always there, always fluctuating, running off to who knew where. Surrounding it was a broken landscape of stunted scrub and cold rock. Everything had a red sheen to it now except for the moon and the grave markers, and though the moon looked its normal silver now, when I crossed over to the ever-after, it would be an ugly shade of red. Not that we'd stay on the surface long.
I shivered, not liking it when my hair started to move in the wind from the ever after. There was no snow, but I'd be willing to bet it was colder there. "Any time, Al," I called, then leaned against Beatrice's tombstone. He was going to make me wait, son of a bastard. "Oh, Mistress Witch," a faintly familiar voice sighed. "You're as smart as a steel trap. But I opine you won't keep body and soul together much longer. No, how can I fix it if you maintain your course?" I spun around, going warm when I saw Al behind me, casually leaning against a tombstone with one booted foot cocked on a toe. He had made himself look like Pierce, and face hot I gritted my teeth. But then I realized that Al didn't know about Pierce, wouldn't know to look for him in my thoughts, and wouldn't know what the man called me, or the curious accent he had, a mix of rough street talk and pre-turn English. Shocked, I stared at the ghost, dressed in an old-style three-piece suit, and the memory of the long coat that had once belonged to my brother. He was clean-shaven this time, and had a funny-looking hat on his head. Realizing I was looking at him, he jerked himself upright, his eyes wide in the moonlight. "Pierce?" I said, unsure. "Is that you?" The small man's jaw dropped, and he took his hat off as he stepped from the stone. There were no footprints behind him. "It must be the line," he whispered in wonder. "We're both in the line, and you're communing with it using your second sight, aren't you?" His entire face brightened in the light from the back porch. "You don't do that very often. Stand in a line." I couldn't move, not believing it. "My dad told me not to because you never know what you'll see," I said lightly. I felt unreal, dizzy. He shrugged, and a light filled me on a quick intake of breath. I crossed the space between us only to jerk to a stop, smile fading. It had to be a joke. It had to be one of Al's perverted jokes. "What's the word to open my dad's locket?" I asked cautiously. Pierce leaned forward, and when his breath was cold, not warm, as Al's would be, I felt a surge of hope. "Lily White," he whispered, touching his nose, and elated, I reached out a gloved finger and jabbed his shoulder. It hit him, and he rocked back. "Pierce!" I exclaimed, giving him a fierce hug that made him grunt in surprise. "My God, I can touch you!" Then I let him go to give his shoulder a smack. "Why didn't you do this before? Stand in a line, I mean. I'm here every week. I was going to try to stir that spell again, but now I don't have to. Damn, it's good to see you!" The small man searched my face, grinning as the scent of coal dust, shoe polish, and redwood seeped into me. "I've been in a line when you were," he said. "I abide here most times you leave to fulfill your bargain with the demon, and I abide here when you return." "You've been spying on me?" I asked, blushing when I remembered I'd called Pierce sexy not 5 minutes ago in the kitchen. Jenks's claim that he was going to sell our secrets was ridiculous, but there had been plenty going on in the church that I wouldn't want my mom to know, much less an almost stranger from the 19th century. "Spying?" Pierce said, looking affronted as he put his hat back on. "No. I've been in the belfry most times, apart from when the TV was spelled. That's a powerful fine magic there." His expression shifted to one of satisfied appreciation as he took me in, running his eyes from my hair to my feet. "You've grown into a damned fine young woman, Mistress Witch." "Well, it's good to see you, too." My eyebrows rose as I pulled my hand from his, sure now that he had been in the kitchen before I'd come out here. I went over in my mind what I'd said, deciding there'd been nothing I wouldn't want him to hear, and a lot he probably ought to know, apart from me telling Jenks to get bent, perhaps. Smiling deviously, I rocked back on my heels to intentionally catch my balance a few inches back, a subtle reminder that I wasn't that 18-year-old girl anymore. Trouble was, I think he was glad of it. Sure enough, his own smile deepened as he recognized me distancing myself. Gaze intent, he inclined his head. The porch light caught his eyes, and they glinted, lingering on my face, making me wonder if I had chocolate chip cookie dough on my chin. "Land sakes! How could you have gotten so deep so fast?" he said, his brow furrowing as he shook his head in dismay and changed the subject. "Beholden to a demon? You were so innocent when I left you." His cool fingers tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, and a shiver struck me when I took his hand out of my curls and he gripped my fingers. I murmured, then remembered what I was going to say. I had to save Trent. I promised him I'd get him home safely. I still have my soul. Al doesn't own me. The slamming of the back door jerked me around, but it was only Biz. His frightening bat-like silhouette lurched closer, moving heavily from the bag he was carrying. I took a breath to ask him to get Ivy, and Pierce touched my chin, turning me to him. "Al will be back to fetch you soon," he said, his expression taking on a sudden urgency. "I beg you to be of a mind to find me when your lesson is done. I'll allow we can talk now, and that's enough. Drawing upon a coven for power to give me a body for a night isn't worth the agony until I find a way to be whole again. Just promise me you won't tell your demon about me. Don't ask for his help. I can fix this on my own hook." Biz landed heavily atop my canvas bag, his skin black and cold, and his eyes widening as he saw Pierce. He doesn't want me to ask Al about him, I thought, when there might be a charm or spell that could bring him back to life. Jenks saying he was spying for secrets rose in my mind, and my smile faded. People don't ask you to do things unless they have a reason. Seeing me hesitate, Pierce frowned, looking between me and the startled gargoyle. "It's but a small thing, Rachel. I've of a mind to tell you why, just not directly." "You can be of a mind to tell me now," I said, starting to warm. My ears popped and I gasped as Al was suddenly behind Pierce, eyes glowing and white-gloved hand reaching out. Pierce dove for the far edge of the line, but it was too late. "Rachel, look out!" Biz shouted, and I stumbled backward, falling over my bag, my elbow hitting the cookies. There was a whoosh of air as Biz became airborne, and I looked up at the hiss of the gargoyle, hovering between me and Al. Al's elegantly coated arm was wrapped around Pierce's neck, tightening until his feet dangled. His face went red as he struggled. Biz landed between Al and me, his wings spread to look bigger since he was too cold to melt snow. "Al!" I shouted, moving forward until Biz hissed at me. "What are you doing?" Al peered over his smoked glasses at us, his red, goat-slitted eyes delighted. "Getting a better apartment," he drawled, sniffing at Biz in warning. "Oh, shit. Al, you've got to stop doing this," I said, pulse hammering as I shot a glance at the church, but no one was at the windows. "Snatching people talking to me is not fair." Al smiled to show his thick, blocky teeth. "So?" Pierce struggled, his hat falling from him, to vanish before it hit the snow. "Give this no mind, Mistress Witch," he gasped, face red and feet trying to find the ground. "This 7x9 demon is of no circumstance. I'll be—" Al jerked his arm, cutting off Pierce's words, and I winced. "Busy," the demon said. "You're going to be busy." Eyes on mine, Al ran his hand suggestively under Pierce's coat, and the small man jerked. "Hey!" I shouted, but Biz wouldn't let me get closer, pacing a line in the snow, his wings spread and placing his feet with an odd stiffness. "Let him go! This isn't fair! We need to set up some rules about you popping in and snagging people, I mean it!" "You mean it?" Al laughed, shifting his grip until Pierce grunted and went still. "Looks like I don't need my name to find familiars after all," he crooned. The thought of Pierce on the demon auction block was like ice down my back, but that Al might start popping in whenever he felt like it and snag whoever was with me was absolutely terrifying. "No way," I said, starting to get angry. "I am not going to be your bait. Let him go. If you want him, you catch him the old-fashioned way, but I won't be used like this. Got it, goat eyes?" I was so pissed I could have screamed. Pierce looked pained at my words, but Al simply laughed again. "Use you as bait. Capital idea," the demon cooed, then grimaced at Biz, still stalking back and forth between us. "The thought never occurred to me. I simply saw something I wanted and took it." His eyes narrowed. "It's what I do." "He's worthless," I exclaimed, almost stomping my foot and not believing him. "Pierce is a ghost. He can't tap a line. You're doing this to irritate me. Let him go." A slow smile grew on Al's face, and he fondled the hair about Pierce's ear, making him stiffen. "You don't know who this is, do you?" Al said, sending a chill of doubt through me. He was far too satisfied. "There are curses that can cure that tiny little problem of all spirit and no body, and this piece of witch crap." Al gave Pierce a shake. "This one here, he is worth a little extra time in the kitchen. It's just a matter of finding the right curse. He's the Gozen boy, the one who got away, and he's going to pay my bills for the next 30 years. I clenched my hands, cold in their gloves. Pierce had a history with demons. Damn it! "You know him?" I said, my words a white mist. It would explain why Pierce was so good with ley lines. But he was so nice. He was so normal. "I do not practice demonology," Pierce exclaimed. "Let me go directly, you maggot-ridden piece of sheep liver, or you will suffer a powerful defeat. You're of no circumstance, a second-rate—" Al flexed his arm, and Pierce choked. "I never managed to actually find this one before," Al said, regaining his usual supercilious air, though Pierce dug at his fingers around his throat. "But I've heard of him, itchy witch. Everyone has heard of Gordian Nathaniel Pierce. He almost killed Newt, which is why I'm going to make enough money off him that you can keep my summoning name for the next decade. Someone will pay big for him." His voice lowered, "even if they do nothing but poke at him." Not a demon practitioner, but a demon killer, I thought, with a weird sense of tense relief. Even Biz looked relieved. I looked at the church, but still no movement. "Al, you can't take people talking to me," I said, and when Al laughed, I blurted, "Then I'll buy him." Biz turned to me with wide eyes, and even Pierce opened his mouth to protest, grunting when Al jerked him. "Not on your soul," the demon crooned, pulling Pierce close until the man's lips pressed together defiantly and his eyes gleamed in hate. "Well, maybe," Al mused, then shook his head. "No, not even on your soul," he affirmed. "I won't sell him to you. Despite that witch-class ceiling he has, he's more dangerous than you right now. He's at his peak. Besides, how many nasty little men do you need for your familiars?" he said lightly, looking at Biz. "He's a bad man who likes to try to kill demons." "I'm not a demon," I said, my voice trembling, and Al's eyes narrowed. "I am," he intoned. "Consider your night off as a thank you for luring him to me, itchy witch. Your lessons are cancelled until further notice. I'm going to be busy for a while." "Al!" I shouted as they started to go misty. "Don't you walk away from me!" Smiling at me from over his glasses, Al shook his head. "You're not in control, Rachel. I am. Of everything." Furious, I shouted, "You're abusing your right to check on me, and you know it. Give him back and stop abducting people I'm with, or so help me I'm going to— Al hesitated, and I started to shake. "Do what?" he asked, and Pierce closed his eyes in misery. "You can't draw on a line until your aura heals, and I'm not fixing it for you." Glancing at Biz, he edged forward until the gargoyle hissed. "You're helpless, Rachel Mariana Morgan." I dropped back, stymied. Damn it. Using all three of my names was a warning, probably the only one I'd ever get. If I summoned him, I might get my way, but I'd lose what little respect he'd given me and be back to being treated like a demon summoner. And I liked the respect he'd been granting me, little as it was. I enjoyed not having to fear every time the air pressure shifted. Though the parties in the ever-after were a pain in the ass, Al's kitchen was peaceful. I didn't want that to end. But his abducting of people was going to stop. "This is not over," I vowed, trembling from frustration. "We are going to settle this, and you're going to let him go." "How, itchy witch?" he scoffed. My expression twisted as I searched for an answer that wasn't there. Seeing me without words, Al jerked Pierce up, almost off his feet. "Don't call me. I'll call you," he said, and he and Pierce vanished. Heart-pounding, I stared where he had been. "Damn it, back to the turn!" I shouted. Frustrated, I spun to the church, but there was nothing to help me there. The lights were bright, spilling out over the silent snow. Snatching up my bag and scrying mirror, I stomped to the back door, grabbing the cookies at the last moment. Al was going to be busy with Pierce for a while, but until I settled this, everyone with me was a potential target. This was so not what I needed. Chapter 17. "Ignore me, huh?" I muttered, trying for anger, not fear, as I dropped my scrying mirror and cookies on the counter, then kicked my overnight bag under the table out of the way. The canvas sack scraped across a thin layer of salt, leaving a smear of muddy snow, and I turned to the cupboards. Salt. I didn't know how to jump a line, but I was going to use my scrying mirror to connect to Al, and I wanted to be in a circle in case he'd jump to me first. Either way, we were going to get together. From atop the fridge, Biz shifted his wings nervously. I hadn't even seen him come in with me. The sensitive kid knew I was scared, but if Al wouldn't come to me, I'd go to him. He had thrown down the gauntlet, taunting me with my inexperience, telling me I was helpless. I'd been relying on him for 3 months, grown complacent. I had a good idea now of how to travel the lines. I couldn't let him get away with this, or he'd be walking all over me for the rest of my life. He'd crossed the line, and it was up to me to make him back up. A whisper of presence touched my awareness, and I jerked, turning to see Ivy in the hall, hand on the archway, and wonder in her eyes. "I thought you were leaving. You're still here?" "He took Pierce," I said bitterly, and her lips parted. "Snatched him right out of the line. Damn it, I didn't know that was possible." Her eyes flicked to the crushed cookies and back. "Pierce was in the ley line?" she asked, going to the fridge and coming out with the orange juice. "You saw him, as a ghost?" I nodded, scanning the kitchen for my chalk. He was solid. Al took him. I am so pissed. The clatter of dragonfly wings grew obvious, and Jenks darted in, following 3 of his kids in a merry chase. He saw me and jerked to a stop as the youngsters hid behind Biz on top of the fridge, giggling. "Rach!" he cried, clearly surprised. "What are you doing back?" "I never left," I said sourly. "Where's my magnetic chalk?" I pulled open a drawer and shuffled around. A salt circle was out. I had melted snow all over the floor. Salt, good. Salt water, bad. I have to go talk to Al, I finished. The pixie's gaze dropped to the scrying mirror. "Go? Go where?" I slammed the drawer shut, and Biz jumped. "The ever after." Eyes wide, Ivy turned from pouring her juice. Jenks's wings clattered, and he flew close enough to send the scent of ozone over me. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" he exclaimed. "What, by Tink's little red shoes, are you talking about? You don't know how to jump the lines." Peeved, I took off my coat and threw it on a chair. "Al took Pierce. I was talking to him, and he took him. Al won't listen to me, so I'm going to talk to him. End of story." "End of story is right. Have you been sniffing fairy farts?" Jenks yelled as Madalena flew in, gathering the wide-eyed kids and Biz and ushering them out in a swirl of silk and leathery wings. "You're going to risk your life for this guy? Let him go, Rach. You can't rescue everyone. Ivy, tell her she's going to get herself killed." I slammed another drawer shut and pulled open the next. "I'm not doing this to rescue Pierce," I said as I shifted through my silverware and blessed candles. "I'm doing this because Al is a jerk. He used the excuse of picking me up to snatch someone. If I don't make him toe the line, then he will walk all over me. And where in hell is my magnetic chalk?" Shocked, Jenks flew backward a few feet. Ivy pushed herself into motion, and after pulling open the junk drawer, she placed a stick of magnetic chalk in my hand and retreated. Her fingers gripping her orange juice were white from pressure. My anger abruptly fizzled as I watched her return to her corner of the kitchen. Her pace was slow and sultry, and her eyes were almost all black. I knew my being upset was hard on her instincts, and I exhaled, trying to calm myself. I wanted her here. I could talk to Al alone in the garden safely, but this had the potential to be dangerous, and I'd do it with them around. "Why don't you just call Dolly and complain?" Jenks asked. A flash of worry flared and was gone. "I could," I said as I bent double to trace a thick layer of shiny chalk just inside the etched line on the kitchen floor. But then I'd be whining to someone else to fix my problem. Al still wouldn't take me seriously, and I'd owe Dolly a favor. If I don't force Al to treat me with respect, then I'll never get it. He's been carting my ass back and forth for weeks. I can figure this out. My hands were shaking as I set the chalk on the counter beside the scrying mirror. How am I going to do this? Jenks's wings blurred to nothing, but he didn't move from the counter. Worried, I leaned against the sink and took my boots off. No one said a word as I kicked one, then the other boot under the table to slide to a stop beside my packed bag. The gritty salt was obvious through my socks, and I shivered at the feel of the linoleum. If I could figure this out, I would be free, and when I showed up in Al's kitchen, he'd have to deal with me. I should be thanking him for making me do this, if I could do this. Taking a breath, I stepped inside the circle. Jenks rose up, red sparkles shifting from him. "Ivy, tell her this is a bad idea." Untouched orange juice beside her, Ivy shook her head. "If she could do this, she'd be safer. She wouldn't have to rely on us as much, Jenks. I say let her try." The pixie made a burst of noise, and his kids, clustered at the door, vanished. A quiver went through me, and I nervously pulled my scrying mirror close and set my hand in the cave of the pentagram. Instantly my fingers went cold, the icy chill rising from the red-tinted glass to nearly cramp them. "I can do this," I said, making myself believe. "You said the lines are displaced time. I've seen Al do it 100 times. QED. Think happy thoughts. Al's kitchen, the smell of ozone, the peace, Mr. Fish." Jenks shifted to sift a red dust onto my calling circle. If he stayed where he was, he'd be in the circle with me. "Jenks, go sit with Ivy." He shook his head, crossing his arms over his chest. "No, your aura isn't thick enough. You might kill yourself. Wait until your aura is better." I blew his dust from the glass and pressed my hand more firmly to it. "I don't have the time. I have to settle this now, or he will be walking all over me for the rest of my life. Get back!" My knees were shaking, and I was glad the counter was between Ivy and myself. "No, I'm not letting you do this. Ivy, tell her this is a bad idea." "Get out of the circle, Jenks," I said tightly. "What if Al decides he wants a pixie, huh? Or someone he knows develops a taste for vampires? What's to stop him from popping over during dinner and just taking you or one of your kids? I thought he had some scruples about this, but I was wrong, and by God I'm going to make him treat me with some respect. The only reason Al hasn't done this before is because he hasn't seen anyone with me worth his while. But now he's broke. He's going to start snatching. Get out of my circle!" Jenks made a noise of frustration, and in a burst of dust that lit up the kitchen, he left. From the sanctuary came a brief uproar of pixie shouting, then nothing. My blood pressure dropped, and Ivy opened her eyes as I looked at her. They were black with fear. "How long do you want me to wait before I have Keesley summon you back?" I looked at the window, then the clock. "Right before sunrise." My head hurt, and I forced my jaw to unclench. This was going to be the most difficult thing I'd ever done, and I didn't even know if I could do it. I looked at the clock above the sink, and with a slow exhale of breath, I tapped the line out back. I shuddered as it spilled into me with that new, raw coldness of jagged metal scraping back and forth along my nerves. The sensation seemed worse than before, the nauseating irregularity making me sick. Jenks's wings hummed as he came back in, hovering beside Ivy with black sparkles drifting from him. My circle wasn't set yet, but he stayed with Ivy. I blinked and shuddered, waiting for my equilibrium to return. "Dizzy," I said, remembering the sensation, "but I'm okay." I can do this. How hard can it be? Tom can do it. It's your thin aura, the pixie said. Rach, please. Jaw clenched and vertigo rising, I shook my head, becoming even dizzier. I made myself stand straighter, and when Ivy nodded at me, I awkwardly pulled the sock off my right foot and put my big toe on the smooth tang of the magnetic chalk. Rhombus, I thought firmly. The trigger word would spell the circle in an eye blink. Pain sliced through me. I jerked my hand from the mirror, doubling over as the energy from the line roared in, unfiltered and without the cushion of my aura. "Oh, God!" I moaned, then fell to the cold linoleum when a new wave hit me. It hurt. Holding the circle hurt, and hurt bad. The entire dizzying, sharp pulses smacking into me with the force of a Mack truck. You could survive being hit by a Mack truck. In fact, I had. But not without the cushion of an airbag and an inertia charm. My aura had been that cushion. Now it was so thin as to be useless. "Ivy!" Jenks was shouting as my cheek ground into the salt-gritty linoleum when another spasm hit me. "Do something! I can't get to her!" I didn't let go of the line. I shoved it out of me. A silent wave of force exploded from my chi, and I gasped in relief as the pain vanished. The electricity went out, and an unexpected snap of power echoed through the church. "Down!" Jenks shouted, and a sharp pop hurt my ears. "Shit!" Ivy hissed, and my cheek scraped the salty floor when I blearily looked up at her quick steps into the pantry behind me. My attention, though, never left the fridge. It was on fire, the ghastly gold and black glow of my magic lighting the powerless kitchen as the door swung open, hanging from one bolt. I broke our fridge. "Jenks?" I whispered, remembering the force of the line I'd shoved out of me. I think I just blew every fuse in the church. I heard the hum of pixie wings over me as Ivy put the magically induced fire out with the fire extinguisher. Behind me, I could hear the pixies, but I closed my eyes, content to lie on the floor in a fetal position as the lights flickered back on. The choking hiss of the extinguisher ceased, and all that was left was my ragged breathing. No one moved. "Damn it, Ivy, do something," Jenks said, the draft from his wings hurting my skin. "Pick her up. I can't help her. I'm too damned small." At the edge of my awareness, Ivy's boots ground the salt in agitation. "I can't," she whispered. "Look at me, Jenks. I can't touch her." I took another breath, grateful the pain was gone. Sitting up, I wrapped my arms around my shins and dropped my head to my knees, shaking from the lingering memory of the pain and shock. Damn it, I broke our fridge. No wonder Al had been so confident. He had said I was helpless, and he was right. And as I sat there, beaten, I felt the first tear of frustration trickle down my face. If I couldn't get Al to treat me with more respect, I would be alone. I couldn't have a deeper relationship with Marshall because I'd make him a target. Pierce wasn't even alive, and he was now going to live out eternity in the ever-after, plucked from my backyard. Eventually, Al would turn to Ivy and Jenks. Unless I forced him to conform to common decency, everyone around me was living on a demon's whim. I couldn't seem to catch a break. Depressed, I sat on my kitchen floor and tried to keep from shaking. I needed someone to hold me, someone who would wrap me up in a blanket and take care of me while I figured it all out. And having no one, I held myself, holding my breath so another tear wouldn't leak out. I was hurt and in pain, both in my body and heart. I could cry if I wanted to, damn it. "Ivy," Jenks said, panic in his small voice. "Pick her up. I'm too small. I can't help her. She needs to be touched or she's going to think she's alone." "I am alone." "I can't," Ivy shouted, making me jump. "Look at me. If I touch her—" Eyes wet, I looked up. A shiver ran through me as I saw her before the broken fridge, spent CO2 dripping from the shelves. Her eyes were full vampire black. Her hands were clenched with repressed need. Instinct, triggered by Rin Cormel earlier tonight, warred with her desire to comfort me. The instincts were winning, If she made one move to help me, she'd end up at my throat. "I can't touch you," she said, tears slipping from her, making her look beautiful. "I'm so sorry, Rachel. I can't." Jenks darted to the ceiling when she shifted into motion. She was fleeing, and in an eye blink the kitchen was empty. Wobbling, I got to my feet. She had fled, but I knew she wasn't leaving the church. She just needed the time and the space to find herself again. "It's okay," I whispered, not looking at Jenks as I lurched to my feet. "It's not her fault, Jenks. I'm going to take a shower. I'll be better after a hot shower. Don't let your kids near me until the sun comes up, okay? I couldn't live with myself if Al snatched them." Jenks hovered where he was as I used the counter and then the wall for balance to stagger to the bathroom, my head down and my eyes unseeing. Behind me, I left the wreckage of the kitchen. A shower wouldn't help, but I had to get out of the room. I needed someone to hold me and tell me it was going to be okay. But I was alone. Jenks couldn't help me. Ivy couldn't touch me. Hell, even Biz couldn't touch me. Everyone else I had come close to was dead, or not strong enough to survive the crap my life dished out. I was alone, just like Mia had said, and I always would be. Chapter 18. It had been hard staying asleep with Ivy's crashing around this morning, coming in about 10, showering by the sound of it, and leaving an hour later. Jenks's kids hadn't helped either, flying up and down the hall, playing tag with Rex. Nevertheless, I buried my head in my pillow and stayed in bed as 7 pounds of kitty fur slammed into walls and knocked over an end table. I was tired, aura-sick, and depressed, and I was going to sleep in. So several hours later, when Jenks locked Rex in my room to get his kids to shut up for their noon nap, I barely heard the front door open and the soft steps past my door. Ivy, I assumed, and I sighed, snuggling deeper under my coverlet, glad that she'd found a shred of kindness and was going to let me sleep. But no, I was never that lucky. "Rachel!" came a high-pitched whisper, and the sound of dragonfly wings susurrated into my dream of amber-tinted fields of grain. Pierce was stretched out in them, a stalk of wheat between his teeth, gazing up at red clouds. "You can't kill me, Mistress Witch," he said, smiling before he vanished with my conscious thought, and I fully awoke. "Go away, Jenks," I mumbled, and pulled the blanket over my head. "Rach, wake up!" There was the scrape of my drapes being opened and the harsh clatter of Jenks's wings. "Marshall is here." "Why?" Lifting my head, I squinted through my hair at the sudden light. The memory of the steps in the hall resurfaced, and I rolled to see my clock. 10 after 1, not much of a sleep-in. The sun was bright through my stained-glass window, and it was cold. Rex was a warm puddle at my feet, and as I watched, she stretched, ending it with an inquiring trill to Jenks, now standing beside the stuffed giraffe on my dresser. "Marshall is here," he repeated, his angular face looking concerned. "He brought breakfast. You know, donuts." I propped myself up on an elbow and tried to figure out what was going on. "Oh, yeah. Where's Ivy?" "Out pricing new refrigerators." His wings blurred into motion, and he rose, his reflection in the mirror making twice the glow. "She spent the morning at Cormel's, but she came back to shower before she went out. She told me to tell you that since you're not in the ever-after today, she got an appointment to see Skimmer at 6. 6? After sunset. Nice. I had wanted to have lunch with my mom and Robbie today, but I could postpone a little. I heard her come in. I sat up and blearily looked at the clock again. I didn't like that Ivy had been with Rin Cormel, the pretty monster, but what could I say? And why does my mouth taste like apples? Leaning over, I pulled Rex across the mounds of covers to me for a cuddle hello. I liked her a lot more now that she would let me touch her. "Are you going to get up?" Jenks added, his wings hitting a pitch akin to nails on a chalkboard. "Marshall is in the kitchen." Donuts. I could smell coffee, too. I'm not even dressed. I complained as I let go of Rex and swung my feet to the cold floor. I'm a mess. Thank God it's daylight, or Al might come over and decide to take him too. The pixie crossed his arms over his chest, giving me a superior look as he stood beside my giraffe. He's seen you look worse, like the time you rolled your snowmobile into those fir trees, or when he took you ice fishing and you got minnow guts in your hair. Shut up, I exclaimed as I stood. Rex jumped to the floor and went to stand under the doorknob, waiting. And stop trying to fix me up with him, I said, fully awake and irritated. I know you asked him to come over. He shrugged with one shoulder, looking embarrassed. I want you to be happy. You aren't. You and Marshall have a good time when you do stuff together, and Pierce is dangerous. I'm not interested in Pierce, I said, glaring at Jenks as I shoved my arms into the sleeves of my blue terrycloth robe and tied it closed. Then why are you hell-bent for pixie dust on trying to rescue him? He asked, but the severe attitude he was trying for was ruined by the smiling stuffed animal beside him. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have hurt yourself last night. Last night was me trying to keep Al from abusing his right to check on me to abduct other people, I said in a huff. That it might get Pierce back is no small thing, but do you really think I'm only going to rescue people I want to jump in the sack with? Not that I'm looking to jump in the sack with Pierce, I amended as Jenks raised a pointed finger. I rescued Trent, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Jenks dropped his hand. I never understood that either. Rex stretched on her hind feet to pat the doorknob, and I went to my dresser for a set of undies. Hold on, Rex, I crooned. I knew how she felt. I had to go too. Rach, even if you do help him, I don't trust the guy. I mean, he's a ghost. My eyebrows rose. This is why he's suddenly gung-ho on Marshall, I thought. Jenks thought he was the safer of the two. Irritated, I slammed the drawer shut, and he rose up in a burst of light. Will you get off it? I exclaimed. I am not attracted to Pierce. At least, not enough to do anything about it. If I don't make Al treat me with respect, everyone around me is in jeopardy, okay? That's why I'm doing this, not because I need a date. Jenks's wings hummed. I know you, he said in a hard voice. You can't get to a happy ending from here. You're self-sabotaging by chasing something you can't have. Self-sabotaging? Is he not even listening to me? Black socks in hand, I looked up at him, finding we were eye to eye. You watch too many daytime talk shows, I said, then shut the drawer, hard. Jenks said nothing, but his words kept pricking me as I yanked a pair of jeans off a hanger. Mia had said I was running, afraid to believe someone could survive being with me, that I'd be alone out of fear. She said that even though I lived with Ivy and Jenks, I was still alone. Upset, I looked at my sweaters, stacked up in the organizer Ivy had gotten me, not really seeing them. I don't want to be alone, I breathed, and Jenks was suddenly at my shoulder. You aren't, he said, his voice heavy with concern, but you need someone besides me and Ivy. Give Marshall a chance. This isn't between Marshall and Pierce, I said as I pulled out a black sweater. But my thoughts kept returning to Jenks yelling at Ivy to pick me up because he was too small to do it. Ivy couldn't touch me or show me she loved me without that damned bloodlust kicking in. I had good friends who would risk their lives for me, but I was still alone. I'd been alone since Kiston died, even when Marshall and I did stuff together. Always alone, always separate. I was tired of it. I liked being with someone, the closeness two people could share, and I shouldn't feel I was weak for wanting it. I wouldn't let what Mia said become the truth. Tucking my clothes under my arm, I smiled thinly at Jenks. I hear what you're saying. Jenks rose up and followed me. So you'll give Marshall a chance? I knew his being too small to help me had torn him up. Jenks, I said, and his wings went still. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm okay. I've been picking myself up off the floor for 26 years. I'm good at it. If Marshall and I were to change things, I'd want it to be for a real reason, not because we were both lonely. Jenks's wings drooped. I just want you to be happy, Rach. I glanced at Rex, twining about herself under the knob. I said, then added, "Your cat needs to go out." "I'll get her," he muttered, and when I opened the door, both he and the cat darted out. "Marshall?" I peeked around the door frame to find that Jenks and Rex had already reached the back living room and that the hall was empty. "I'll be right there." From the kitchen came the sound of a sliding chair, followed by Marshall's familiar, resonant voice saying, "Take your time, Rachel. I've got coffee, so I'm happy." There was a hesitation, and as I waited to see if he was going to look into the hall, he added in a preoccupied voice, "What's in the potions? It smells like carbonic wax." I stammered, not wanting to tell him they didn't work. "Locator charms for the FIB. I have to invoke them and put them in discs," I added so he'd leave them alone. "Cool," he said softly. The squeak of Jenks opening the pixie kitty door was obvious, and confident that Marshall wasn't going to peek into the hall, I made the dash to my bathroom, easing the door closed when I heard Jenks and Marshall start to talk. "Oh, that's nice," I whispered when I saw my reflection. Black rings made an obvious showing under my eyes, and I was as pale as Jenks's ass. I'd showered before bed to try and warm up, and sleeping with damp hair had left it looking like snakes had been in it. Thank God Marshall hadn't come out of the kitchen. My complexion amulet would take care of the circles, and I got the water going and slowly undressed while I waited for it to warm. Carefully, until I knew how dizzy it would make me, I sent my awareness to my ley line out back. Vertigo eased in, and I let go of the line immediately. I wasn't going to be setting a circle any time today, but it was better than last night, and I hoped I wasn't putting myself in danger by walking around not able to set one. "Nothing different from the first 26 years of your life," I whispered, but then again, I hadn't had vampires, demons, and freaked-out elves gunning for me then either. Because I was mindful of Marshall waiting, my usual 20-minute indulgence became a hasty 5-minute splash and dash. My thoughts kept cycling between Marshall in my kitchen and Pierce in the ever-after. Complaining to Dolly wasn't an option. Neither was trying to jump the lines until I could hold one without pain. Al wasn't playing fair, and it was up to me to make him. There had to be a way to get him to respect me other than resorting to Dolly. But my mind stayed blissfully empty all the way through the shampoo, rinse, and repeat. It was finally the low rumble of Marshall's voice as I was toweling my hair that reminded me I had a more immediate problem sitting in my kitchen drinking coffee. I swung my hair around and wiped the mirror clear, wondering what I was going to do about this. Jenks had probably filled his head with nonsense. I couldn't be Marshall's girlfriend. He was too good a guy, and though he was able to react in a crisis, Marshall probably never had people trying to kill him. I dressed quickly, then yanked a brush through my damp hair and left it to dry. Jenks's voice was clear as I opened the door and padded stocking-footed to the kitchen. I entered the sun-drenched kitchen to see that the fridge was duct-taped shut, but otherwise normal-looking. Jenks was at the table with Marshall, and the tall man looked like he belonged, sitting with the pixie and one of Jenks's kids fighting his noon nap. Marshall met my eyes, and my smile faded. "Hi, Marshall," I said, remembering how he had helped Jenks and me in Mackinac when we really needed it. I'd always be grateful for that. "Morning, Rachel," the witch said as he stood. "New diet plan?" I followed his eyes to the fridge, reluctant to tell him I'd blown it up. "Yup," I hesitated. Then, recalling him visiting me in the hospital, I gave him a quick hug, hardly touching him. Jenks rose with his kid and moved to the sink and the slice of sun. "Any news on my classes?" Marshall's broad shoulders lifted and fell. "I haven't checked my email today, but I'm going in later. I'm sure it's just a glitch." I hoped he was right. I'd never heard of a university refusing money. "Thanks for breakfast," I said as I looked at the open box of donuts on the counter. "That's really nice." Marshall ran a hand over his short black hair. "Just checking on you. I've never known anyone to sneak out of the hospital before. Jenks said you had a run-in with Al last night." "You made coffee?" I said, not wanting to talk about Al. "Thanks. Smells good." I headed for the carafe beside the sink. Marshall clasped his hands in front of himself and then let go, as if realizing how vulnerable it made him look. Ivy made the coffee. Before she left, Jenks offered, sitting on the spigot with the kid sleeping on his lap. I leaned against the sink and sipped my coffee, eyeing the two men at opposite ends of the kitchen. I didn't like my mom playing matchmaker. I liked it even less when Jenks tried it. Marshall sat back down. He looked uncomfortable. "So, your aura looks better." A sigh slipped from me, and I relented. It had been nice of him to visit me in the hospital. "It's getting there," I said sourly. "That's why I was asking Al for today off, actually. Apparently, my aura is too thin to travel the lines safely. I can't even make a circle. Dizzy. And it puts me in so much pain I can't breathe, but why bring that up?" "I'm sorry." Marshall took a donut and held the box out to me. "It will be okay." "So they tell me." Coming forward, I leaned over the center counter to take a glazed. "I'm thinking next week it will be back to normal." Marshall glanced at Jenks before he said softly, "I meant about Pierce. Jenks told me you saw him in the line and then Al took him. God, Rachel. I'm sorry. You must be really upset." I felt the blood drain from my head. Jenks had the decency to look discomfited, and I set the donut on a napkin. That's an understatement. I didn't know I had that particular hole to plug. Just one more thing for Ms. Rachel to fix. Along with finding Kiston's murderer, I am a freaking albatross. The witch rubbed a hand over his short hair, only 2 months long. "I understand. When someone you care about is in danger, you'll move the world for them." My blood pressure spiked, and frowning at Jenks, I put a hand on my hip. "Jenks, your cat is at the door." The pixie opened his mouth, looked at my grimace, then took the hint. He exchanged some male look with Marshall that I couldn't interpret, and with the sleeping child on his hip, he flew out. He looked kind of nice with a sleeping child, and I wondered how Madalena was doing. Jenks had been very closed-lipped about her lately. I waited until even the humming of his wings was gone, then sat across from Marshall. "I only knew Pierce one day," I said, feeling like I owed him an explanation. "I was 18. Jenks thinks I'm looking for men I can't have a real relationship with, so I don't have to feel guilty about not having one in my life. But really, there's nothing between Pierce and me. He's just a nice guy who needs some help. Because he has the misfortune to know me." "I'm not trying to be your boyfriend," Marshall said to the floor. "I'm just trying to be your friend." That hit every single guilt button I had, and I closed my eyes to try to figure out what I could say to that. Marshall is a friend? Nice thought, but I'd never managed to have a male friend I didn't end up in the sack with. Hell, I'd had thoughts about Ivy, for that matter. Marshall was the longest I'd ever seriously known a guy without letting it spill into the physical. But we weren't really dating. Were we? Confused, I exhaled slowly, wondering how I was going to handle this. I looked at his hand. It was a nice hand, strong and tanned. "Marshall," I started. The phone rang in the living room, and the extension in the kitchen blinked, on mute from last night. Jenks shouted he'd get it, and I dropped back in my chair. "Marshall," I repeated when Rex padded in, since her master wasn't eavesdropping on us in the hall anymore. "I love what you're trying to do, and it's not that I don't find you attractive," I said, flushing and starting to babble, "but I study with demons. I've got their smut all over me, and my aura is so thin I can't tap a line and do anything. You deserve better than my crap, you really do. I'm not worth it. Nothing is." My gaze jerked up when Marshall leaned over and took my hand. "I never said you weren't hard to be with," he said softly, his brown eyes gazing earnestly at me. "I knew that the moment you walked into my shop with a 6-foot pixie and bought a dive with a Vampiric Charms credit card. But you're worth it. You're a good person, and I like you. I want to help you when I can, and I'm getting better at staying out of the way and not feeling guilty when I can't." His hand on mine was warm, and I gazed at it. "I needed to hear that," I whispered so my voice wouldn't break. "Thank you. But I'm not worth dying for, and it's a distinct probability." The clatter of pixie wings intruded, and when Jenks flew in, Marshall drew back. Warming, I hid my hands under the table. Rach," Jenks said, glancing between us. "It's Eden." I hesitated, my first impulse to have him call me back. Maybe he had something on Mia. "It's about a banshee," Jenks continued. "He says if you don't pick up the phone, he's going to send a car." I stood, and Marshall smiled and took a donut. "Is it about Mia?" I asked as I reached for the extension. My eyes flicked to the useless locator potions lined up on the counter, and I blinked. They were gone. "Where's my—" I started, and Marshall waved a hand for my attention. "Hanging in your cupboard. I invoked them for you." His eyes widened at my suddenly worried expression. "Sorry, I should have asked, but you said they were done. I thought I could help. "No, it's okay," I said, distantly hearing Eden on the line talking to me. Thanks," I said, flushing. Great. Now he knew I had messed up on them. He made his own charms and would know by the lack of redwood scent that they were duds. Embarrassed, I turned to the phone. "Eden?" I said, mortified. "Did you find her?" "No, but I want your help this afternoon with one of these banshee women," Eden said without preamble, his gravelly voice a mix of preoccupied gratefulness, sounding odd with the original line still open in the living room. "This one's name is Ms. Walker. She's the iciest woman I've talked to since my mother-in-law, and that was just from our phone conversation." I glanced at Marshall, then turned my back on him. Jenks was sitting on his shoulder, his kid probably in the desk where he belonged. "She called the department this morning," Eden was saying, drawing my attention back. "And she's flying in this afternoon from San Diego to help me find Ms. Harbor. Can you be here when I talk to her? Banshees police themselves, same as vampires, and she wants to help, seeing as the IS won't do anything." The last was said rather sourly, and I nodded, though he couldn't see it. This was making sense, but I wasn't sure I wanted to meet this woman if a freaking baby of her species had almost killed me. I hedged, uneasy. "I'd really like to help and all, but my aura is still thin. I don't think talking to another banshee is a good idea. Besides, I've got to come up with a way to make Al behave today." Jenks buzzed his wings in approval, but Eden wasn't happy. "She wants to meet you," he said. "Asked for you. Rachel, she made you being there a stipulation for talking to me. I need you." I sighed, wondering if Eden was above stretching the truth to reach an ending he wanted. Putting a hand to my head, I thought for a moment. "Jenks," I asked, not sure about this, "can you tell if she starts sucking on me?" The pixie's wings brightened. "You bet, Rach," he said, clearly glad he could help. I bit my bottom lip and listened to the echo of the open line as I weighed the risks. I'd like to see Mia get her own for letting her kid try to kill me, and Ms. Walker could help. "Okay," I said slowly, and Eden made a pleased rumble. "Where and when?" "Her plane comes in at 3, but she's on West Coast time, so how about a late lunch?" Eden said confidently. "On the FIB." "You mean my lunch or your lunch?" I asked, rolling my eyes. Say 4 at Carew Tower?" "Carew Tower? This has to be some woman." "I'll send someone to pick you up," Eden was saying. "Oh, and good job on the AMA. How did you get one so fast?" I glanced at Jenks sitting on Marshall's shoulder. "Rin Cormel," I said, hoping Marshall was starting to understand how risky it was to be around me. "Damn!" Eden exclaimed. "You do have pull. See you this afternoon." "Hey, how's Glenn?" I asked, but the phone had clicked off. 4 at Carew Tower, I thought, mentally going through my closet for something to wear as I hung up the phone. I can do that. How am I going to do that? I was exhausted, and I'd just gotten up. My gaze darted to the island counter where I'd once kept my spell books. Ivy had moved them all back into the belfry when I'd been in the hospital, and the thought of bringing them all down again made me sigh. Al had said there wasn't a spell to supplement a person's aura, but maybe there was something to protect a person from a banshee. I stood to go check, and from the living room came the beeping of the open line. Jenks buzzed out to take care of it, and I froze, remembering I had company. I'm sorry," I said, staring at Marshall's amused expression as he sat comfortably in his chair and ate a donut. "I have to go up to the attic and get some books to look for a spell." "Want some help bringing them down?" he asked, already stretching into a stand. "It's just a couple of books," I hedged, thinking about the demon texts in with the others. "Not a problem." He headed to the sanctuary, pace casual and confident, and I scrambled to follow. Crap, how am I going to explain why I have demon texts? The sanctuary was silent, warm from the space heater cranked up for the pixies. Jenks had hung up the phone, and he was sitting with his 2 eldest kids in the rafters on sentry duty. "I can do this by myself," I said when I caught up with Marshall, and he gave me a sideways look. "It's just a couple of books," he said, then took a bite of the donut he had brought with him. "I'll bring them down, and then if you want me to leave, I will," he added around his full mouth. "I know you've got work to do. I just wanted to check on you is all." His tone held a measure of hurt in it, and I felt bad as I followed him through the cold foyer and into the unheated circular stairway that led into the belfry. I had spelled up there once before when I'd been hiding from demons last Halloween. Marshall had just come into town and was looking for an apartment. Cripes, had it been 2 months that we'd been doing stuff? It seemed longer. "Marshall," I said as we found the top, and I clenched my arms around me in the chill of the unheated belfry. Dang, it was cold up here, and my breath steamed. I searched the open rafters above the huge bell that made a false roof over the space, but Biz was elsewhere. He'd probably put himself on the eaves last night, where the sun would hit him all day. The adolescent gargoyle didn't come in apart from inclement weather, and when he got older, he probably wouldn't come in even then. "Hey, this is nice," Marshall said, and I dropped back, pleased as he looked the hexagonal room over. The rough floor was the color of dust, and the walls had never been finished, still showing the 2x4s and the back of the siding. It was the same temperature as the outside, about 50-something, refreshing after the steamy warmth downstairs. The slatted windows let in slices of light and sound, making it a nice hidey-hole where one could sit and watch the day happen. I wasn't surprised when Marshall bent one of the slats to look out. Next to him was the folding chair I'd left up here for when I had to get away. The middle of the 10x10 space held an antique dresser with a green marble top and an age-spotted mirror. My library was on the mahogany shelf propped up in one of the spaces between the windows. Beside it, next to the door, was a faded fainting couch. Other than that, the space was empty of everything except the almost subliminal hum of the bell resonating faintly. Tired, I sat on the couch and pulled one of the books onto my lap, content to sit while Marshall satisfied his curiosity. My thoughts sifted back downstairs to the useless charms in my cupboard. Marshall? About those locator charms, I said softly. Marshall turned, smiling. "My lips are sealed," he said, crossing the room. "I know the stuff you do for the FIB is confidential. Don't worry about it." Okay, that's weird, I thought when Marshall sat beside me, taking the book out of my hand and opening it. How could he not know the charms were bad? "What are we looking for?" he asked cheerfully, then looked at his hand when it probably started to tingle. Demon books were like that. "A spell to protect my aura," I offered. That's a demon text you've got there." Marshall blinked, stiffening as he realized what he'd opened. "And that's why you keep them up here," he said, looking at it, and I nodded. Much to my surprise, he didn't give the book back, but turned to the page, curiosity getting the better of him. "You don't need a charm to help your aura," he said. "What you need to do is get a massage." My shoulders eased, and glad he wasn't running screaming into the afternoon, I murmured, "Massage?" "Full body, head to toe," he said, starting when he turned the page and found a curse to destroy an army with a single note of music. "You really think this works?" "If you do it right, sure." Reaching, I picked up a university textbook and turned to the index. My fingers were cold, and I blew on them. Massage will make it all better, huh?" Marshall chuckled and turned a yellowed page. "If you do it right, sure," he said, mimicking me, and I looked up to find him smiling. "Scout's honor, Massage triggers the digestive and sleep rhythms. That's when your aura replenishes itself. You get a massage, and your aura will be better." I eyed him, trying to figure out if he was joking or not. "Really?" "Yup." His confident assurance faltered when he saw the next curse to blow up a wind strong enough to topple buildings. He looked at me, then the curse. Rachel," he stammered. "What?" I said as my warning flags started going up. I wasn't a black witch, damn it. "This is some creepy-ass shit," he said, brow furrowed, and I laughed, sliding the demon book back onto my lap and the university text onto the floor. "That's why I don't do it," I said, grateful that he didn't think that I was bad just because I had a book that told me how to twist a curse to cause the Black Plague. He made a small sound and scooted down to read over my shoulder. "So, running the risk of opening a wound, what did Robbie think about you being in the hospital?" I turned a page and blanched. How to create wolf pregnancy in humans. Damn, I didn't know I had that one in my library. I stammered, quickly turning the page. Robbie said it was par for the course and told me to stop doing dangerous things because it might upset Mom. He's the one upset, though, not her. That's about what I thought he'd say. Marshall leaned into my space and turned the page for me. I breathed deep, enjoying both the extra body heat in the cold belfry and the rich scent of redwood. He'd been spelling recently, and I wondered if he had a modified warmth amulet keeping him from shivering. "I like your brother," he said, unaware that I was breathing him in. "It irks me, though, seeing him treat you like you're the same kid you were when he left. My older brother does that to me. Makes me want to pound him." I let the weight of our bodies slide us together a little bit more, thinking it suspicious that he was saying all the right things. "Robbie moved out when I was 13. He hasn't had the chance to see me as a grown-up." Our arms touched as I turned the page, but he didn't seem to notice. And then I go and put myself in the hospital the week he comes for a visit. Really good, huh? Marshall laughed, then peered more closely at the text describing how to make bubbles last till sunrise, and I felt better as he saw that not all curses were bad. I suppose you could make them appear in someone's lungs and suffocate them, but you could also entertain children. "Thanks for coming with me to my mom's," I said softly, watching him, not the curses he was flipping through. I don't think I could have taken sitting there all night and listening to Cindy this, Cindy that, followed by the inevitable, "And when are you going to get a steady boyfriend, Rachel?" "Moms are like that," he said in a preoccupied tone. "She just wants you to be happy." "I am happy," I said sourly, and Marshall chuckled, probably trying to memorize the curse to turn water into wine. Good for parties, but he wouldn't be able to invoke it, lacking the right enzymes in his blood. I could, though. Sighing, I pushed the book entirely onto his lap and dragged a new one onto mine. It was cold up here, but I didn't want to go downstairs and risk waking up 4 dozen pixies. Am I jealous that Robbie seems to have everything? Has it so easy? "You know," Marshall said, not looking up from the book he was searching for me, "we don't have to keep things the way they are. With us, I mean." I stiffened. Marshall must have felt it, seeing as our shoulders were touching. I didn't say anything, and emboldened by my lack of a negative response, he added, "I mean, last October, I wasn't ready for anyone new in my life. But now—" My breath caught, and Marshall cut his thought short. "Okay," he said, sliding to put space between us. "Sorry, forget I said anything. I'm lousy at body language. My bad." My bad? When did anyone ever say my bad anymore? But letting this go without saying anything was easier said than done, especially when I'd been thinking the same thing off and on in stupid Rachel moments for weeks. So licking my lips, I said carefully to the book on my lap, "I've had fun with you these last couple of months." "It's okay, Rachel," he interrupted, edging farther down the long fainting couch. "Forget I said anything. Hey, I'll just go, okay?" My pulse quickened. "I'm not asking you to leave. I'm saying I've had a lot of fun with you. I was hurting then,
I still am, but I've laughed a lot, and I like you." He looked up, slightly red-faced and with his brown eyes holding a new vulnerability. My mind went back to me sitting on the kitchen floor with no one to pick me up. I took a deep breath, scared. I've been thinking, too. Marshall exhaled as if a knot had untwisted in him. "When you were in the hospital," he said quickly, "God help me, but I suddenly saw what we'd been doing the last couple of months, and something hurt me." "It didn't feel that good to be there," I quipped. "And then Jenks told me you'd collapsed in your kitchen." He added with a worried sincerity, "I know you can take care of yourself and that you've got Ivy and Jenks." The line ripped through my aura, I explained. It hurt. My mind jerked back to my jealousy when I sat all night beside Marshall and listened to Robbie go on about Cindy, almost glowing. Why couldn't I have some stability like that? Marshall shifted to take my hand, the space between us looking larger for it. "I like you, Rachel. I mean, I really like you," he said, almost scaring me. "Not because you got sexy legs and know how to laugh, or because you get excited in chase scenes and take the time to help get a puppy out of a tree. That was really weird, wasn't it?" His fingers tightened on mine, drawing my gaze down. "Jenks said you thought you were alone, and you might do something stupid trying to rescue that ghost." At that, I gave up on all pretense of levity. "I'm not alone." Maybe Mia was right, but I didn't want her to be. Even if I was, I could still stand alone. I'd done it all my life, and I could do it well, but I didn't want to. I shivered, from the cold or the conversation, and Marshall frowned. "I don't want to ruin what we have," Marshall said, his voice soft in the absolute stillness of a winter's afternoon. He slowly slid closer, and I set the book on my lap on the floor to lean up against his side, testing the feeling, though I was stiff and uncertain, trying it on. It felt like it fit, which worried me. "Maybe friends is enough," he added, as if really considering it. "I've never had as good a relationship with a woman as I've got with you. And I'm just smart enough, and old enough, and tired enough to let it ride as it is." "Me too," I said, almost disappointed. I shouldn't be resting against him, leading him on. I was a danger to everyone I liked, but the Wares had backed off, and the Vamps. I'd get Al to see reason. I didn't want Jenks to be right about me chasing the unattainable as an excuse to be alone. I had a great relationship with Marshall right now. Just because it wasn't physical didn't make it any less real. Or did it? I wanted to care about someone. I wanted to love someone, and I didn't want to be afraid to. I didn't want to let Mia win. "Marshall, I still don't know if I'm ready for a boyfriend." Reaching out, I touched the short hair behind his ear, heart pounding. I'd spent so much effort trying to convince myself that he was off limits, that just that small motion seemed erotic. He didn't move, and my hand drifted down until my fingers brushed his collar, a whisper from touching his skin. A small spot of feeling grew, and I drew my gaze back to his. "But I'd like to see if I am... if you do." His hand came up to pin mine against his shoulder, not binding, but promising more. His free hand dropped lower, suggestively crossing the invisible boundary of my defenses and retreating to give me his answer. That we'd spent the last 2 months keeping our distance made that simple move surprisingly intense. Marshall reached to tilt my head up to his, and I let my head move easily in his grip, turning to face him. His fingers were warm on my jawline as he searched my gaze, weighing my words against his own worries. I shivered in the chill. "You sure?" he said. "I mean, we can't go back." He had already seen the crap of my life, and he hadn't left. Did it matter if this didn't last forever, if it gave me peace right now? "No, I'm not sure," I whispered. "But if we wait until we are, neither of us will find anyone." That seemed to give him a measure of assurance,
and I closed my eyes as he gently turned my face to his and tentatively kissed me, tasting of sugar and donuts. Feeling raced through me, heat from wanting something I said I never would pursue. His hand pulled me closer, and the slip of a tongue sent a dart of desire to my middle. Oh, God, it felt good, and my mind raced as fast as my heart. I didn't want this to be a mistake. I'd been with him for 2 months and proved neither of us was here for the physical stuff, so why not see if it worked? Tension plinked through me, sharpening my thoughts and arraying an almost forgotten possibility before me. Despite, or maybe because of, our platonic relationship, I wasn't ready to sleep with him. That would be just too weird, and Jenks would tell me I was overcompensating for something. But he was a ley line witch. I wasn't a slouch either. And though the age-old technique of drawing energy from one witch to another probably had its origins in our ancestral past to assure that strong witches procreated with strong witches to promote species strength, nowadays all that remained was insanely good foreplay. There was only one problem. "Wait," I said, breathless as our kiss broke and reason filtered back into me. Marshall's fingers slowed and dropped. "You're right. I should go. Dumb idea. I'll, call you if you want. In about a year, maybe." He sounded embarrassed, and I put a hand on his arm. "Marshall." Looking up, I shifted closer until our thighs touched. "Don't go." I swallowed hard. I haven't been with a witch in ages," I said in a small voice, unable to look up. "One who could pull on a line, I mean. I'd kind of like to, but I don't know if I remember how." His eyes widened as he understood, and his chagrin at my supposed rebuff was pushed out by something deeper, older, the question our DNA had written that begged to be answered. Who was the more proficient witch, and how much fun could we have finding that out? "Rachel," he said, his soft laugh turning me warm, "you don't forget stuff like that." My mortification grew, but his gaze was one of understanding, and it gave me strength. I didn't practice ley lines much then. Now, I shrugged, embarrassed. I don't know my limits, and with my aura being damaged, I let my words trail off to nothing. Marshall put his forehead against mine, his hands on my shoulder. "I'll be careful," he whispered. "Would you rather pull than push?" he said softly, hesitantly. I flushed hot, but I nodded, still not looking at him. Pulling was more intimate, more soul-stealing, more tender, more dangerous in terms of confusing it with love, but it was safer when the two people didn't know each other's ley line limits. He leaned in slowly for an inquisitive kiss. My eyes closed as his lips met mine, and I exhaled into it, my grip on his shoulders tightening. I shifted to face him. Marshall responded, his hand going to the back of my head, possessive, yet hesitant. His redwood scent sparked in me a rise of emotion, pure and untainted by the fear that had always lurked with Kiston. The kiss lacked the adrenaline push of fear, but it struck just as deep, hitting emotion born in our beginnings. There was danger in this not-so-innocent kiss. There was potential for ecstasy, or an equal amount of pain, and the dance would be very careful, as trust was only a promise between us. My pulse leapt at the chance to see this through. A power pull didn't have to include sex, but it was probably the reason female witches always came back after playing with invariably more well-endowed human males. Even if humans could work the lines, they couldn't do a power pull. My only worry besides embarrassment was my compromised aura. It might hurt instead. It was basically the same thing Al used for punishment, forcing a line into me to cause pain, but it was like comparing a loving kiss to rape. A trill of anticipation lit through me and was gone. Oh, God, I hope I remember how to do this, 'cause I really want to. I drew him to me even as I broke our kiss. My breath came fast and eyes still shut. I leaned my head against his shoulder, lips open as I breathed in his scent. One of his hands held my waist, the other was lost in my hair. I tensed at the feel of his fingers. He knew I wasn't going to hit him with a blast of ley line force to repel him and his advances, but several millennia of instinct were hard to best with only a lifetime of experience, and we'd go slow. I shifted, straddling his legs, pinning him to the back of the couch. A spike of anticipation dove deep. It was followed by worry. What if I couldn't loosen up enough to do this? My breath was fast, and with my hands laced behind his head, I opened my eyes to find his. Their deep brown was heady with a desire to match my own. I shifted, feeling him under me. "You ever done this with a friend before?" I asked. "Nope, but there's a first time for everything," he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice as well as see it. "You need to be quiet." I managed to get out before his hands edged under my shirt and he kissed me again. My pulse hammered, and as the rough smoothness of his hands explored my midriff and rose higher, his mouth on mine grew intense. I met his aggression with my own, sending my hands to his waist, dipping a finger beneath his jeans to prove I might do more someday. I pressed into his warmth, deciding not to think anymore, but just to be. My chi was utterly empty, so with the soft hesitancy of a virginal kiss, I reached out my awareness and found the simmering energy his chi held. Marshall felt it. His hands on me tightened and relaxed, telling me to draw it from him, to set his entire body alight with the rush of adrenaline and ecstasy of endorphins when I forcibly took it. I exhaled, willing it to come. The warmth of his hands on me flashed into tingles. In a sudden rush that shocked us, the balances equalized. Adrenaline spiked out of control. Marshall groaned, and frightened, I tightened my awareness. Barriers clamped down, and I warmed in embarrassment. But the energy had come in smooth and pure, lacking the sickening nausea that a ley line left me in. Coming from a person, it had lost its jagged edges. "Marshall," I gushed, totally miserable. "I'm sorry. I'm not good at this." Marshall shuddered, opening one eye to focus on me. He had gone utterly pliant under me, frighteningly so. "Who says?" he whispered, sitting up to pull me farther onto his lap. I was ready to throw myself out the window. I could feel the energy from him in my chi, scintillating and tasting of masculinity in my thoughts. I wanted to go back to him, but I was afraid. I'd closed myself to him, and it was going to be harder now. "Rachel," Marshall soothed, his hand running up and down my arm. "Relax. You've been carrying around chunks of ever after with the intent of hurting people if they attack you, and because of that, you've built one hell of a wall." "Yeah, but just shut up," he said, giving me little kisses that distracted and sent tingles of desire building in me. "It's okay." "Marshall, this is so weird kissing him," and I walled the thought off. "Use your lips for something other than talking, will you? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. No big deal." I mumbled, surprised when he wrapped his arms around me and hiked me farther onto him, silencing my protests with his mouth. Giving up, I kissed him, feeling myself relax and tense up all at the same time. My breath came faster as Marshall's hands started exploring, running across my jeans to drag me up where I could feel him pressing into me. I took his mouth with my own, finding a kiss, slowly tasting him as his redwood scent filled me. His tongue slipped into my mouth, and I pushed back. It was my undoing. I gasped, hands flying to his shoulders to shove away when he pulled on my chi. With an exquisite ping of adrenaline, I fought him, even as he gripped me harder, forcing me to stay. The shock was heady, and with a sound of desperation, I broke our kiss. Panting, I stared at him, breathless in the chill winter afternoon. Damn that it felt good. Sorry, I panted, sexual excitement pounding in me. "For what?" Marshall asked, heat in his gaze. "I pulled away," I said, and he smiled. "Take it back," he whispered, teasing me. His fingers touched everything, running smoothly over me to make me shiver in the dusky light coming through the slats. Here, there, never long anywhere, to drive me almost mad. Oh God, I'll make him beg for it. Shivering from anticipation and desire, I leaned in. Marshall's scent was everywhere. I breathed him in, shutting off my thoughts. His hands were on my waist, and as I grew comfortable with our closeness, I exhaled in a soft sound of pleasure as he found my breasts, nuzzling one of them through my shirt, then the other, bringing me stiff with anticipation until I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to wait, to make him ask for it with his body, if not his words, but instead I exhaled, pulling from him every last erg of power in his chi. Marshall groaned as the exquisite fulfillment of it rolled into me, mixed with the wicked feeling of domination and possession. He opened his eyes. The hot need showing in them set my heart pounding. I had taken from him, and now he was going to take from me. He didn't wait. One hand behind my neck, he drew me down to kiss him. I knew it was coming, but I couldn't help my whispered cry as he touched my chi with his awareness and pulled everything from me, running it through my body and into his, leaving glittering trails of loss and heat to spiral through me like smoke from an extinguished candle. I didn't fight him. I was able to share this, and with our kiss holding, I steadied myself to wrestle it back. My knees pressed into his thighs, demanding, taking it, making it mine. Power pulled fast through him with the crack of a whip, and he gasped, his arms jumping up to imprison me. I breathed him in, feeling him inside me everywhere. I could taste him in my mind, in my soul. It was glorious. I could hardly stand it. "Take it," I whispered, wanting to feel him do the same, but he grunted no. My moan turned into a pant of want, and spurred on, he gripped me more intensely until he touched my chi again, taking all of it in a wash of scintillation to leave only a trail of sparkles in my mind and an aching emptiness. It was my turn to steal it back, but he took control of everything. In a mind-numbing pulse of force, he pushed the energy into me. I sucked in my air in shocked surprise, clutching him. "Oh, God, don't stop," I gasped. It was as if I could feel him inside me, outside me, all around me, and then he drew it back again, leaving me almost weeping for it. "Marshall?" I panted. "Marshall, please." "Not yet," he groaned. I gripped his shoulders, wanting everything, wanting it all, wanting it now. "Now!" I demanded, out of my mind with the self-enforced deprivation. He had my line energy, he had my fulfillment, his mouth found mine, and I begged, not with my words, but with my body. I writhed for it, I pressed into him for it, I did everything but take it, finding the exquisite ache of unfulfilled need chiming through me, driving me to a fevered pitch. And then he groaned, unable to deny it anymore. I moaned in release as the energy from his chi filled mine and we both climaxed. A rush of endorphins cascaded through us, bringing me to a back-arched, gasping halt. Marshall's grip on me shook, and I trembled as wave after wave smothered me, pulling me into a hyper-alert state where nothing was real. I heard a panting moan, then realized, embarrassed, that it was me. Slumping into him, I felt my senses return. Marshall was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling under me as his hand lay on my back, still at last. I exhaled, feeling the flow of energy between us sift back and forth without hindrance, leaving little tingles that faded to nothing as the forces balanced perfectly. I lay against him with my head on his shoulder, listening to his heartbeat, and deciding there were probably not too many more enjoyable ways to mess up your life than this, and fully clothed, too. Feeling the icy cold of the afternoon against me, I stirred. "You okay?" I asked, smiling as I felt him nod. "How about you?" he asked, his voice more of a rumble than a real sound. I listened for a moment, hearing nothing. No pixie wings, no roommates stomping around downstairs. "Never better," I said, feeling more at peace than I had in a long time. Marshall's chest began to bounce, and I pushed myself up when I realized he was laughing. "What?" I said, feeling like I was the butt of the joke. "Marshall, I don't know if I remember how," he said in a falsetto. "It's been so long." Relieved, I sat up and mock-punched his shoulder. "Shut up," I said, not minding that he was laughing at me. I didn't. Marshall eased me off his lap, and I snuggled up to him, both of us slouched with our heads on the back of the couch and our feet intertwined on the floor.
You sure your aura is okay?
Marshall asked, almost too soft to hear. He turned to look in my eyes, and I smiled. Yeah. Marshall's arms wrapped around me as I made a move to get up, and giggling, I fell back into him.
Good,
he whispered in my ear, holding me all the closer. I wasn't going to worry about what happened next. It truly wasn't worth it. Chapter 19. The sun was arching toward the horizon, painting the buildings at Cincinnati's waterfront in red and gold as I headed for Carew Tower for a quick bite and that interview with Eden. If it had been a normal Sunday, I'd be just about ready to head home from the Ever After and Al's and my weekly push and shove contest, and though I was glad to have gotten out of it, I was worried about Pierce. Pierce, Al, Ivy, Skimmer, Kiston's killer, and Mia. They all swirled in the back of my head, problems demanding to be solved. Most days the overload would have made me tense and snappish, but right now... Smiling, I gazed at the sun reflecting on the buildings and fiddled with the radio as I followed the guy ahead of me over the bridge. All in due course, I thought, wondering if my calm was from Marshall or Marshall's massage therapist. Eden's meeting was in about half an hour, then the IS lockup was at 6, followed by an early dinner with Robbie and my mom at 10. I'd heard Robbie complaining in the background when I'd called to say I'd have to miss lunch, and he could just suck dishwater. Eventually, Mia would surface, and then I'd nail her ass. But until then, I could enjoy a snack at Carew Tower. The massage I'd indulged in earlier had been fantastic, and I felt twinges of guilt all afternoon that I'd been enjoying myself under the excuse that it might help my aura. The feeling of relaxation was still with me, making it easy to tell Marcia that he'd been right, yada yada yada. He was going to call later. It felt good, and I wasn't going to think any more about it than that. I was feeling dressy in the silk-lined pants and shiny top I had put on for Ms. Walker. I hadn't gotten a chance before to wear the long felt coat my mom had given me last winter, and I felt elegant, driving over the bridge into Cincinnati, aiming for Carew Tower and a business meeting at the top of the city. Jenks, too, had dressed up, wearing a black top and pants that flowed, hiding the insulating layers of fabric under it. Madalena was improving at making winter wear he could fly in, and the pixie was perched comfortably on the rearview mirror, fussing with the black fisherman cap she'd concocted out of a scrap of felt from the inside lining of my coat. His blonde hair was peeking out rather charmingly, and I wondered why he didn't wear a hat all the time. "Rach?" he said, looking suddenly nervous. "What?" I fiddled again with the radio as we came off the bridge, cutting in front of a semi to get on the exit ramp at a fast 45 miles an hour. There was a guy on my tail in a black Firebird, and he followed, riding my bumper. Really safe in the snow, buddy. "Rach," he repeated, wings fanning. "I see him." We were both headed for the exit ramp, and giving me the one-fingered salute, the guy accelerated, trying to get ahead of me before the lane disappeared. "Rachel, just let him in." But he ticked me off, so I maintained my speed. The semi behind us blew his horn as the off-ramp approached. The guy wasn't going to make it, and the weenie shoved me into the curb. Gravel and rock salt hit the undercarriage of my car, the wall slid close, and I caught my breath, hands clenching as the lane narrowed to one. I thunked the brakes, jerking the wheel at the last moment to slip in behind him. The guy roared ahead and ran the yellow light at the end of the exit ramp. Face flaming, I waved to the irate semi-driver behind me, who had seen the whole thing from a sort of safe distance. Jenks was shedding a sickly yellow dust as he stood on the rearview mirror and held the stem as if it were his life. I slowed to a halt at the red light and glared at the Firebird, a block ahead of me, stopped at the next light. "Ass." "You okay, Rach?" Jenks asked, and I turned down the heater. "Fine. Why?" "'Cause you don't usually careen into other cars unless you're going more than 60, he said, dropping to land on my arm and walk up it to sniff me. "You on some human medicine? Did that massage therapist slip you an aspirin or something?" Not as upset as I thought I'd be, I glanced at him and then back to the street. No. Marshall was right. I should get a massage more often. It was really relaxing. Jenks made a face and sat down in the crook of my elbow, wings fanning to keep his balance. The massage had been wonderful, and I hadn't realized how tense I'd been until the stress was gone. God, I felt good. "Green light, Rach." I pushed the accelerator, noticing that the Firebird was still at the red light. A smile curved over my face. I checked my speed, the sign, and the street. I was legal. "It's red," Jenks said as I barreled down the street to the next light. "I see it." Glancing behind me, I shifted lanes so Mr. Ass was parked in the lane next to me. No one was in front of me, and I maintained my speed. "It's red!" Jenks exclaimed as I didn't slow down. My fingers gripped the wheel casually, and I watched the crossing lights start to blink. "It'll be green when I get there." "Rachel!" Jenks shouted, and as smooth as white icing, I blew past Mr. Firebird 2 seconds after the light changed, going a nice 40 miles per hour. I made the next light while he raced his engine and tried to catch up. Making a sedate left on an early yellow, I turned to go downtown. Mr. Firebird had to stop, and I couldn't help my feeling of satisfaction. Dumbass. "Holy crap, Rachel!" Jenks muttered. "What's gotten into you?" "Nothing," I said as I turned up the radio. I felt really good. Everything was A-OK. "Maybe Ivy could pick us up at the restaurant," Jenks muttered, and I took my eyes from the road, mystified. "Why?" Jenks looked at me like I was crazy. "Never mind." I zipped around a bus, changing lanes halfway down the block. "Hey, how does my aura look?" I asked, slowing as I tapped the nearby university line. It flowed in with an uncomfortable pinch, but at least I wasn't dizzy from the ebb and flow of energy. There was a car ahead of me, and I checked both ways before I shifted lanes and took a yellow light. Plenty of time. "Stop playing with the line and drive!" Jenks exclaimed. "Your aura's a lot more even than before and thicker, but only because it's been compacted down to a bare inch off your skin." "Huh. It's good, though?" He nodded, his tiny features looking irate. "Good enough if no one takes any more. You just missed the turn for the parking garage." "Did I?" I mused, seeing a black Firebird roaring up a block behind me. "Look, there's a space right out front," I said, eyeing an open spot on the other side of the street. "Yeah, but by the time you circle around, it'll be gone." I looked behind me, then smiled. "If I circle around," I said, then cut a sharp U-bangy. The road was slick, and the car spun just as I thought it would, turning to face the opposite direction as it drifted into the spot with a soft jiggle when the wheels met the curb. Perfect. "Good God, Rachel!" Jenks shouted. "What the hell is wrong with you? I can't believe you did that. Who do you think you are, Lucas Black?" Grabbing my bag, I turned off the engine and adjusted my scarf. I didn't know where the confidence for that had come from, but it had felt damn good. "Coming?" I said sweetly. He stared at me, then pried his fingers off the rearview mirror. "Sure." Jenks's wings were cold as he snuggled in between my neck and scarf, and after a last look, I got out. Chill air smelling of wet pavement and exhaust hit the bottom of my lungs as I took a deep breath, scenting the coming night and calling it good. It was freezing out here, and feeling confident in my best coat and boots, I waved at Mr. Firebird before I headed for Carew Tower. My boots squishing in the melting slush, I squinted at the light as I adjusted my sunglasses. The bright storefront of an independent charm shop caught my eye, and I wondered how early we were. "Jenks?" I questioned as my steps slowed. "What time is it?" 3:30, he said, muffled from the yarn he was hiding in. "You're early." Jenks was better than a watch, and my thoughts shifted to the coming meeting with the Banshee. Marshall and I hadn't found anything in my books to supplement my aura after we got ourselves together and actually looked at them, but maybe the owner of a spell shop had something to increase digestive and sleep rhythms. There was that failed locator amulet I wanted to check on, too. Maybe I'd just used the wrong kind of carbonic wax. "You want to stop at a spell shop?" I asked Jenks. "See if they have any fern seed?" "Aw, hell yes!" Jenks said so enthusiastically that I felt a twinge of guilt. He was so damned independent that it probably never occurred to him to ask us to take him shopping. "If they don't have fern seed, I'll get some tansy," he added as his wings brushed my neck. "Madalena likes tansy tea. It keeps her wings moving well." I angled to the small front door, the memory of his ailing wife rising in me. The man was hurting, and there was nothing I could do about it. not even hold his hand. Taking him to a charm shop was the best I could do. It wasn't enough, not by a long shot. "Almost there," I said, and when he swore at me for my concern, I pulled open the single glass door and entered. Immediately I relaxed at the tinkling of the bell and the scent of cinnamon coffee. The soft buzz of the charm detection spell was a mild alarm reacting to my bad mojo amulet. I took my hat off, and Jenks flew for my scarf to land on a nearby rack and stretch his wings. "It's nice in here," he said, and I smiled as he ruined his tough guy image by standing on top of dried rose petals and using the word nice. I undid my scarf and took off my shades, scanning the shelves. I liked earth charm shops, and this was one of the better ones, right downtown in the middle of Cincy. I'd been here a few times and had found the clerk to be helpful, and the selection more than adequate, with a few surprises and the odd pricey item I didn't have in my garden. I'd rather buy local than use mail order. If I was lucky, they might have that red and white stone crucible. Worry pinched my brow at the thought of Pierce with Al, but it wasn't as if I could do the spell if he was trapped in the ever-after. Or could I? I thought suddenly, my fingers running over a stand of planting seeds going still. I'd be willing to bet Al hadn't given Pierce a body yet, in effect preventing him from tapping a line and becoming more dangerous than he already was. If he was still a ghost, maybe the charm could pull him from the ever-after the same way it did from the hereafter. Ever-after? Hereafter? What's the difference? And if I did that, Al would come to me. A smile overcame me, and excitement zinged down to my toes. That was how I was going to get Al to grant me some respect. If I snatched Pierce from him, Al would come to me. I'd be in a position of power, whether real or pretend. New Year's Eve was tomorrow night. All I needed was the recipe to make sure I did it right. I didn't even need to tap a freaking line. Excited, I turned to the door. I needed that book. Robbie. Suddenly wanting to be somewhere else, I jiggled on my feet, settling back into an anxious bother. I'd see Robbie tonight, and I wouldn't leave until I had that book and everything that went with it. Jenks zipped around a display, almost running into me. He was spilling a bright copper glow, and I figured he had found something. Behind him, the woman next to the register looked up from her newspaper, tucking her straight, purple-dyed hair back behind an ear as she eyed Jenks's sparkles. "Let me know if you need any help," she said, and I wondered if her hair was really that enviably straight or if it was a charm. "Thanks, I will," I said, and then held out my hand for Jenks to land on. He was darting back and forth like an excited kid. He must have found something he thought would help Madalena. "Over here," he said, zipping off the way he had come. Smiling at the woman behind the counter, I followed Jenks's trail of slowly sifting gold sparkles. My boots clunked on the dark hardwood as I passed the racks of herbs to find him at a nasty-looking weed, hanging in the corner beside the gnarly lengths of witch hazel. "This one," he said, hovering over the sparsely-leafed, mangy-looking sprig of gray. I eyed him, then the tansy. Right next to it was a much nicer sheaf. "Why don't you want this one?" I asked, touching it. Jenks buzzed harshly. "It's hothouse-grown. The wild one is more potent." "Gotcha." Being careful not to break anything off, I set it gently into one of the woven baskets stacked at an end cap. Satisfied, Jenks finally parked on my shoulder. I slowly headed to the front, lingering over a pouch of dandelion seed and smiling. We had a little time yet. I should ask her about the carbonic wax. The hushed sound of the clerk on the phone drew my attention. She was arguing with someone, and Jenks buzzed his wings nervously. "What's going on?" I asked softly as I pretended to look at a display of rare earth muds. Holy crap, they were expensive, but they were certified and everything. "I'm not sure," he said. "Something doesn't feel right all of a sudden." Much as I hated to admit it, I agreed. But the question of what I'd done wrong with the locator amulet still remained, and I headed to the register. "Hi," I said brightly. "I've been having some trouble getting a locator potion to work. Do you know how fresh the carbonic wax has to be? I've got some, but it's like 3 years old. You don't think a salt dip would ruin it, do you?" She stared at me, like a deer caught in the headlights, and I added, "I'm working a run. Do you need to see my runner's license?" "You're Rachel Morgan, aren't you?" she said. "No one else has a pixie with them." A faint feeling of apprehension slid under my skin at how she'd said it, but I smiled. Yep, this is Jenks. Jenks buzzed a wary greeting, and she said nothing. Uncomfortable, I added, You have a really great store. I set the tansy on the counter, and she backed away, looking almost embarrassed. I'm sorry, she stammered. Will you please leave? My eyebrows rose, and I went hot. Excuse me? What the hell? Jenks whispered. The young woman, 18 at the most, fumbled for the phone, holding it like a threat. I'm asking you to leave, she said, voice firm. I'm calling the IS if you don't. Sparkles dripping, Jenks got between us. What for? We didn't do nothing. Look, I said, not wanting an incident. Can we pay for this first? I nudged the basket, and she took it. My blood pressure eased. It lasted all of 3 seconds, until she set the basket out of my reach, behind her. I'm not selling you anything, she said, eyes darting to tell me she was uncomfortable. I have the right to refuse anyone's service, and you need to leave. I stared at her, not understanding. Jenks was at a loss. But then my eyes fell on the newspaper with yesterday's story of the riot at the mall. There was a new headline, Black Magic at Circle Mall, 3 in hospital. And suddenly I got it. I reeled, putting a hand to the counter for balance. The university returning my check. The hospital refusing to treat me on the witch floor. Cormel telling me he had to speak on my behalf. Tom saying he'd be around if I wanted to talk. They were blaming me for the riot. They were publicly blaming me and calling it black magic. You're shunning me? I exclaimed, and the woman went red. My eyes flicked to the paper, then back to her. Who? Why? But the why was kind of obvious. Her chin lifted, the embarrassment gone now that I'd figured it out. Everyone. Everyone? I yelped. Everyone. She echoed. You can't buy anything here. You might as well leave. I retreated from the counter, my arms slack at my side. I've been shunned? Someone must have seen me with Al in the garden, seen him abduct Pierce. Had it been Tom? The freaking bastard. Had he gotten me shunned so he'd have a better shot at Mia? Rach? Jenks said, close to my ear but sounding far away and distant. What does she mean, leave? Why do we have to leave? Shocked, I licked my lips and tried to figure it out. I've been shunned, I said, then looked at the tansy. It might as well have been on the moon. I wasn't going to get it, or anything else in the store, or the next, or the next. I felt sick. I shook my head in disbelief. This isn't right, I said to the clerk. I've never hurt anyone. I've only helped people. The only one who gets hurt is me. Oh my God, what am I going to tell Marshall? If he talks to me again, he might be shunned too, lose his job. My demon mark seemed heavy on my foot and wrist, and I tugged my sleeves down. Red-faced, the clerk dropped the tansy in the trash because I'd touched it. Get out, she said. I couldn't seem to find enough air. Jenks wasn't much better, but he at least found his voice. Look, you lunker, he said, pointing at her and dripping red sparkles that puddled on the counter. Rachel isn't a black witch. The paper is printing trash. It was a banshee that started the riot, and Rachel needs this stuff to help the FIB catch her. The woman said nothing. I put a hand to my stomach. Oh, God, I didn't want to spew in here. I'd been shunned. It wasn't a death sentence like it had been 200 years ago, but it was a statement that what I was doing was not approved of, that no one would help me if I needed it, that I was a bad person. Numb, my grip tightened on the counter. Let's go, I whispered, turning to the door. Jenks's wings were a harsh clatter. You need this stuff, Rach? I shook my head. She won't let us buy it. I swallowed. No one will. What about Madalena? He said, panic icing his voice. My air slipped from me, and I turned back to the counter. Please, I said, Jenks's wings making my hair tickle my neck. His wife is ill. The tansy will help. Just let us buy this one thing, and I'll never come back. It's not for me. Her head shook no. All her fear was gone, washed away by the confidence she'd found when she realized I wasn't going to give her trouble. "There are places for witches like you," she said tartly. "I suggest you find them." She meant the black market. It wasn't to be trusted, and I wouldn't seek it out. Damn it, I had been shunned. No witch would sell to me. No witch would trade with me. I was alone, absolutely alone. Shunning was a tradition that stretched back before the days of the Pilgrims, and it was 100% effective. One witch couldn't grow, find, or make everything, and once shunned, it was seldom revoked. Her chin lifted. "Get out, or I'll call the IS for harassment." I stared at her, believing she'd do it. Denon would love that. Slowly I pulled my hand off the counter. "Come on, Rachel," Jenks said. "I probably have some tansy under the snow somewhere, if you don't mind getting it for me." "It's wet," I said, bewildered. "It might be moldy." "It will be better than the crap they sell here," he shot back, flipping the women off as he flew backward to the door. Feeling unreal, I followed him. I wouldn't be able to check anything out of the library either. This was so not fair. I didn't feel Jenks snuggle in between my scarf and neck. I didn't remember opening the door or the cheerful tingling of the bells. I didn't remember walking to my car. I didn't remember waiting for traffic before I edged into the street. Suddenly, though, I was standing at the door to my car with my keys in my hand, the bright sun gleaming on the red paint, making me squint. I blinked, going still. My motion slow and deliberate, I stuck the key in the lock and opened it. I stood there a moment with my arm on the fabric roof, trying to figure it out. The sun was just as bright, the wind just as crisp, but everything was different. Inside, something was broken. Trust in my fellow witches, maybe? The belief that I was a good person, even if there was black on my soul. I had an appointment in 20 minutes, but I had to sit for a while, and I didn't know if the coffee shop on the tower's first floor would serve me. Word of a shunning traveled fast. Slowly I got in and shut the door. Outside, a truck rumbled past where I'd been moments before. I was shunned. I wasn't a black witch, but I might as well have been. Chapter 20. It was with a new feeling of vulnerability that I stood before the double glass doors of the Carew Tower and adjusted my hat in the murky reflection, and I jumped when the doorman leaned forward and opened it for me. A warm gust of air blew my hair back, and he smiled, tipping his hat in salute when I came in with small steps and whispered, "Thank you." He answered me cheerfully, and I forced myself to straighten up. So I had been shunned. Eden wouldn't know. Neither would Ms. Walker unless I told her. If I walked up there looking like prey, she would chew me up and spit me out. My jaw clenched. Stupid Department of Moral and Ethical Standards has their head up their ass, I muttered, determined to fight this all the way to the Supreme Court. But the reality was, no one would care. The restaurant at the top of the tower had its own dedicated elevator, and I could feel the doorman's eyes on me as I clicked and clacked my way to it, forcing myself to find a confident posture. The elevator, too, had a doorman of sorts, and I told him who I was and gave Eden's name as he checked his computer for reservations. I hiked my bag higher up on my shoulder and read the restaurant's event sign as I waited. Apparently someone had reserved the entire restaurant for a party tomorrow. My flagging confidence took another hit as I remembered Pierce. I was shunned. My ex-boyfriend's killer was roaming free. I was doubting my ability to stir something as complex as a locator amulet. Al was abusing our relationship. I had to start fixing things. Jenks moved, startling me as he wiggled out and sat on my shoulder. "Your pulse just dropped," he said warily. "Is your blood sugar low?" I shook my head, smiling thinly at the doorman when he got off the phone and pushed the button to open the elevator. "I've got a lot to do today," I said as I got in the small, opulent lift. "And we're late," Jenks grumbled as he took off his cap and tried to arrange his hair in the reflection of the shiny walls. He had flitted to the wide banisters circling the inside of the elevator, and twin pixies made an impressive display of winged physique. I forced myself to straighten as I checked that my complexion charm was in place. Shun me, would you? "It's called arriving fashionably late, Jenks," I murmured as I took my own hat off and tucked a curl behind an ear. "I hate being late," he complained, making faces to pop his ears as the pressure shifted. "It's a 5-star restaurant," I came back with. "They won't have a problem waiting." The lift chimed and the doors slid open. Jenks moved to my shoulder with a huff, and together we looked out onto the revolving restaurant. My posture relaxed in pleasure, and I stepped out, smiling, as my worries seemed to pale. Below me the river wound a slush-gray ribbon through the white hills of Cincinnati. The hollows lay beyond, peaceful in the coming dusk. The sun was nearing the horizon, painting everything with a red and gold sheen, and clouds reflected it all. Beautiful. "Ma'am," a masculine voice prompted, and I brought my gaze inside. He looked like the twin of the guy downstairs, right down to the black suit and blue eyes. "If you'll follow me." I'd been up here only once before, with Kiston for breakfast, and I silently walked behind the host, taking in again the rich fabrics, the Tiffany lights, and the mahogany pre-turned tables with carved feet. Rosemary and pink rosebuds were on every table. The sight of the booth where Kiston and I had shared morning conversation over French toast made a surprisingly soft ache in me, more fond remembrance than hurt, and I found I could smile, glad that I could think of him without heartache. The place was empty but for the staff setting up for tonight, and after passing a small stage and dance floor, I spotted Eden at a window table with an attractive older woman. She was Ceres' size, dark where the elf was light, with very thick black hair falling straight on her back. Her nose was small, and she had thick lips and luscious eyelashes. It wasn't a young face, but her few wrinkles made her look wise and venerable. Graceful, aged hands moved when she talked, and she wore no rings. She sat across from Eden, slim and upright in her stark white full-length dress, not resting against the back of her chair. Ms. Walker had the view, as well as the poised presence that said she was in charge. Jenks's wings brushed my neck, and he said, "She looks like the scary." "You think she's Egyptian?" I whispered, confused. Jenks snorted. "How in the turn should I know? I meant she is in control. Look at her." I nodded, disliking the banshee already. Eden hadn't noticed us, fixated on what she was saying. He looked good in his suit, having worked hard to keep his shape through the late 30s meltdown and into his mid-50s. Actually, he seemed captivated by the woman, and a warning flag went up. Anyone as self-possessed and beautiful as she was dangerous. As if hearing my unspoken thoughts, the woman turned. Her heavy lips closed, and she stared. "Evaluating me, are you?" I thought, sending my eyebrows high in challenge. Eden followed her gaze, and his demeanor brightened. Getting to his feet, I heard him say, "Here she is," and he came to greet me. "Sorry I'm late," I said as he took my elbow to hustle me to the table. Marshall made me get a massage to help with my aura. Yes, blame it on Marshall, not me needing to recoup after finding out I'm shunned. "Really?" the squat man said. "Does it help? How do you feel?" I knew he was thinking about his son, and I set my hand atop his. "Wonderful. Jenks said my aura looks tons better, and I feel great. Don't let me leave without giving you the woman's phone number. She makes hospital calls." I asked. "No extra charge for the FIB." Jenks made a scoffing sound. "She says she feels great," he said. "More like stinkin' drunk. The damned woman nearly smashed her car drifting into a parking spot." "How's Glenn?" I asked, ignoring Jenks as Eden helped me out of my coat. "Ready to go home." Eden gave me a look up and down. "You look good, Rachel. I never would have guessed that you had to get an AMA." I beamed as Jenks rolled his eyes. "Thanks." The waiter holding out his hand for my coat was eyeing Jenks. Eden saw his gaze and moved his chin to make his mustache bunch up. "Can we get a honey pot?" he asked, trying to put Jenks at ease. "I appreciate the offer, Eden," Jenks said, "but I'm working. Peanut butter would be good, though." His gaze went to the table in its white and gold perfection, and his expression became panicked, as if he'd asked for grits and pig's feet instead of the source high in protein he needed because of the cold. The waiter, of course, picked right up on his unease. "Peanut butter," he said in a patronizing tone, and Jenks let a wisp of red dust slip. My eyes narrowed as the man implied with those two words that Jenks was a bumpkin, or worse, not even a person. "You have peanut butter, don't you?" I drawled in my best Al impression. "Freshly ground, absolutely nothing out of a jar will do. Low salt, I'll have a raspberry water." I had sampled Kiston's raspberry water after finding my French toast not to my taste. It had some fancy glaze on it. Okay, maybe I was a bumpkin, but making Jenks feel like one was rude. The man's face went blank. "Yes, ma'am." Gesturing for a second waiter to get my water and Jenks's peanut butter, he helped me with my chair and then a menu, which I ignored since he'd given it to me. I had a view, too. Jenks hovered by my place setting as if reluctant to set down on something so fine. His flowing black outfit looked great among the china and crystal, and after I turned an empty water glass over for him, he gratefully sat on the elevated foot. Eden was to my right, the banshee to my left, and my back was presently to the door. But that would change as the hour advanced and the restaurant turned. "Miss Walker, this is Rachel Morgan," Eden said as he settled back in his chair. "Rachel, Ms. Walker has been adamant about meeting you. She's the administrative coordinator of Banshee Internal Affairs west of the Mississippi." Eden seemed unusually flustered, and another flag went up. Jenks, too, didn't seem to like that the usually level-headed man looked almost Twitter-pated. But she was a banshee, beautiful and alluring in her sophistication and exotic beauty. Shoving my increasing dislike away, I extended my hand across the corner of the table. "It's a pleasure, Ms. Walker. I'm sure you know we can use all the help we can get. Mia Harbour turning rogue has us in a tight spot." Jenks smirked, and I flushed. I was trying to be nice, so sue me. I hadn't said anything that wasn't true. It was obvious I couldn't bring Mia in if she resisted. The older woman took my hand, and I tensed, searching for any sensation of her siphoning off my aura or emotions. Her eyes were a rich brown, and with the bone structure of a supermodel and her wrinkled but clear complexion, she was classically alluring. "You can call me Cleo," she said, and I drew my hand away before I shuddered. Her voice was as exotic as the rest of her, a low slurry of warmth insinuating a promise of naughty but nice. God, the woman was like a vampire. Maybe that was what was putting me on edge. That I had pulled away was not missed by Eden or Ms. Walker, and a faint, knowing smile curved the edges of her mouth up. "It's good to meet you," she said, shifting to lean forward. "I'll help find little Mia, but I'm here for you. Your reputation is worth investigating." My fake smile faded, and Eden, hunched over and guilty, started to play with his drinking glass. Slowly I turned to him, calming my anger before the banshee noticed it, but she did anyway. The cool woman put her elbows charmingly on the table and eyed him almost coyly. "You lied to get her here?" Eden glanced at me, then back down to the river. "Not at all," he grumped, his neck going red. "I stressed certain things is all." Stressed certain things, my ass. But I smiled at the woman, keeping my hands below the table, as if she'd soiled them with her touch. "Is this because I survived Holly's attack?" I asked. "In large part, yes," she said, lacing her fingers together and propping her chin on them. "Would you mind if I felt your aura?" I stiffened. "No. I mean, yes, I would mind." I amended. "I don't trust you." Eden winced, but Ms. Walker laughed. The comfortable sound of it made the waiters just out of earshot look up, and my stomach clenched. She was too perfect, too assured, and her eyes were dilating like a vampire's. "Is that why you brought your pixie?" she said, the first hint of distaste wrinkling her nose as she grimaced at Jenks. "I won't be sampling your aura, Miss Morgan. I simply want to run my fingers through it. Find out why you survived an attack from a child banshee. Most don't." "Most don't have a black banshee tear in their pocket," I said stiffly, and the woman made a small sound of interest. "That's why," she said, And it was as if an until-now hidden tension slipped out of her. The emotion went sour as she killed you, and finding a sweet source, one familiar, Holly took that instead. I finished for her. Jenks's heels were tapping out a distress signal, and I twitched my fingers to acknowledge it. He had seen the woman lose her tension, too. She'd been afraid of me, and now she wasn't. Good. It would make taking her down easier if it came to that. Stop it, Rachel. You can't tag a banshee. The woman sat upright in her chair and sipped her tea with 1,000 years of grace. She and Siri would get along famously. Even so, your aura is extremely tight, she said as she set it down. If I hadn't known you were recovering from an attack, I'd say you were insane. That was just rude, and when Jenks shifted uncomfortably, Ms. Walker's eyes went from him to me, squinting softly in the bright light. Your pixie didn't tell you a tight aura is a sign of instability. Knowing she was goading me, I let my anger dissipate before I smiled back. He's my business partner, not my pixie, I said, and Eden miserably shrank into his chair while we had our polite, sophisticated catfight. Jenks, though, couldn't help himself, and he rose with his hands on his hips. Why should I tell Rachel what a tight aura means? She's not insane. She had a massage today, and it condensed it down. Lighten up, you hag of a washerwoman. Jenks! I exclaimed, but Ms. Walker took it in stride. What is up with him? Ignoring Jenks but for a warning twitch of her fingers, she focused on me, her brown eyes going black. I clamped down on my sudden fear. This woman could probably kill me as we sat, and she would get away with it, though Eden sat 2 feet away. I don't care what they say you are, she said, her low voice entirely devoid of anything but scorn. We are more powerful than you. That you survived was a fluke. She stood amid Eden's protests, but I sat, frozen in fear. Who I am? She knew. She knew I was a proto-demon. Standing above me, Ms. Walker closed her eyes and breathed deep, sucking in my fear like a drug. Jenks rose up in a clattering of wings. Stop, he intoned as he hovered between us, and the woman's eyes flashed open. Leave Rachel's aura alone or I will kill you. Ms. Walker's eyes went even blacker, and my fear slid deeper and twisted. She had Ivy's eyes, full of unsated hunger. She was a predator chained by her own will, and she didn't mind letting herself off the leash once in a while. But not me. She wouldn't have me. I wasn't prey. I was a hunter. While Eden winced, the woman gathered up her small handbag. Today's paper was folded up next to it, and my gut clenched. Great. She knew I'd been shunned, too. As she looked at Jenks, her disgust poured forth. Bug, she said simply, hiding her eyes behind a pair of dark glasses. Shouldn't you be sleeping in a hole in the ground? Shouldn't you be extinct like the rest of the dinosaurs? He snarled back. Want some help getting there? He added, and I cleared my throat, even as I bristled at her racial slur. Miss Walker, Eden was saying, having stood up and moved to her side of the table. Please, the FIB could really use your help, and we would be most grateful. Miss Morgan and her associates' opinions aside, one of your own is accused of murder. The elegant woman stopped 2 steps from the edge of the revolving ring, her eyes hidden. I've seen what I've come to see, but I'll look for your little Mia tonight. It's unlikely she's left her city, and I'll inform you when I've dealt with her. Dealt with her? I didn't like the sound of that. By his expression, neither did Jenks. In return, any assistance you can give me in streamlining the adoption process will be appreciated. She finished, turning away and accepting the hand of a nearby waiter to make the step to the unmoving core of the building. Adoption? Alarmed, I stood up. Whoa, wait up, I said caustically, and the woman turned back with cheeks flushed in anger. Adoption? You mean Holly? Holly has a mother. Eden's hands went loose at his sides, his posture becoming threatening without his making one overt move.
"Miss Walker, we never discussed you taking the child."
The woman sighed before she stepped back down to our level, moving with crisp, precise motions.
"The child can't be held by anyone other than another banshee until she gains control," she said with a wave of her hand, as if we were simpletons. "Almost 5 years. What are you going to do? Put her in a bubble?"
"You're underestimating the child's control," Eden said. "Her father holds her." Interest arched her eyebrows, and she took her sunglasses off.
"Does he really?"
Great. Now she really wanted Holly. It was almost impossible to engender a child under the laws of humanity, and now Ms. Walker thought Holly was special. Mia wasn't going to live out the week, and Remus would probably die defending them if we didn't find them first. "It's not Holly," I said quickly. "It's her dad. There's a wish involved." Eden turned to me with accusation in his expression, and I shrugged. "I found out yesterday. I was going to tell you." Ms. Walker's eyes squinted in the glare, making wrinkles at the corners, and Jenks smiled wickedly as a flash of worry crossed the banshee's face before she hid it away.
"Your own son hospitalized, Captain Eden,"
she said, as if it might make us want to give the child to her.
"You yourself, Miss Morgan, attacked and nearly killed? How many lives will you sacrifice before you accept it? I can control her. You can't. In return, I will give the child a home."
"Temporarily," I said, and Miss Walker's smile twitched.
"If Mia is cooperative."
Like I believed that would happen.
"Miss Walker,"
Eden said, his earlier fluster washed away, leaving his usual hard-assed self.
"We all want what's best for Holly, but neither Mia nor Remus has had due process yet."
The woman made a huff, clearly thinking that due process wasn't going to enter into it if she found Mia alone.
"Of course,"
she said, her voice and posture regaining their earlier grace and self-assurance.
"Good afternoon, Miss Morgan, Captain Eden. I'll send word when I have Mia contained."
Giving us an icy smile, she turned and walked sedately to the elevator, 2 waiters trailing behind her. Jenks's wings clattered as he exhaled and flew back to the table. Red sparkles sifted from him as he stomped from where he'd landed to a small dish of peanut butter that had magically appeared while we argued. Sitting cross-legged on the rim of the plate, he reached over and helped himself with the pair of pixie-sized chopsticks he had somewhere on his person.
"Damned banshees," he muttered. "Worse than fairies in your outhouse."
Eden put a hand to the small of my back and directed me back to my chair.
"Why do I have the feeling we need to find Mia before Miss Walker does?"
he said worriedly. Someone had set a glass of rose-tinted water by my plate, and I sat down. Slouching, I took a sip, almost getting a lap of water when the ice shifted. "Because banshee babies are rare and precious," I said, then wondered if they'd laugh at me if I asked for a straw. Giving Holly to that woman would be a mistake, banshee or not. I don't trust her. Eden snorted.
"I think the feeling was mutual."
"Yeah, but according to her, I don't matter." Maybe it was better not to matter to a banshee. "We have to find Mia before that woman does. She's going to kill her to get Holly." Eden looked at me sharply.
"That's a strong accusation."
I reached for the bread basket, hoping we still got to eat even if our most important guest had left. "You can wait until Mia is dead, or you can believe me now. But ask yourself who you'd rather have Holly grow up with." I pointed at him with my pinky, and he frowned.
"You think so?"
Tearing a bit of bread from the loaf, I ate it, thinking it was too dry. "I know so." Eden's eyes shifted to the elevator, then back to me.
"It would be easier if we had a locator amulet. Any progress on them?"
I nearly choked, and as I scrambled for words, Jenks chimed up with a cheerful, "Yeah." My knee smacked the underside of the table and his wings burst into motion. "I just have to finish them up," I said. Eden looked from my hot cheeks to the pixie, now silently staring at me. Grunting, the man pushed away from the table, his thick fingers looking out of place on the white linen. "I'll send a car to pick them up as soon as you have them done," he said as he stood. "I know you don't have the license to sell them, but let me know how much it cost you and I'll add it to your check. We're having a devil of a time finding her. They keep slipping past us." He rocked back, looking at the elevator again. "I'll be right back." "Okay," I said, helping the dry bread down with a sip of raspberry water, but my thoughts were elsewhere as the squat man tried to catch up with Ms. Walker. Jenks snickered, settling in and looking more relaxed. "Want me to tell you what he says to her?" he asked, and I shook my head. "Then you want to tell me why you don't want him to find Mia?" he added. I brought my gaze back from the elevator. "Excuse me?" "The amulets." Jenks licked his fingers free of the peanut butter. "Duh. Marshall invoked them." Grimacing, I started brushing the crumbs I had made into a pile. "They're duds. I screwed up. They don't work." Jenks's eyes went wide and his heels swung back and forth. Yes they do." I didn't look up from brushing the crumbs off in my napkin. No they don't," I mimicked him. "I tried one at the mall and it was just a hunk of wood." But Jenks was shaking his head, dipping for another clump of peanut butter with his chopsticks. "I was there when Marshall invoked them. They smelled okay to me." Exhaling, I leaned back in my chair and shook my napkin out under the table. Either the tear Eden had given me was from another banshee, or the amulet I put the potion into was bad. "It smelled like redwood?" "Absolutely. The amulets even turned green for a second." The elevator dinged, and I pulled myself closer to the table. Maybe the one I invoked was a bad amulet. I said softly, as Eden said goodbye to Ms. Walker, and Jenks nodded, satisfied. But a faint sense of unease wouldn't let go as we waited for Eden to rejoin us. There was a third possibility I didn't even want to think about. My blood wasn't entirely witch blood, but proto-demon. It was possible that there were some earth charms I couldn't invoke, and if that was true, then that was one more mark that said I wasn't a witch, but a demon. Better and better. Chapter 21. I pulled my car into one of the open back spots at the correctional facility, right under a light, and making a best guess as to where the lines were since they hadn't plowed the last few inches of snow. The heater was going full blast since Ivy had the window cracked for air, and turning it and the car lights off, I killed the engine and dropped the keys into my bag. Ready to face Skimmer, I sighed, hands in my lap and not moving as I looked at the low building before us. Ivy sat rigidly still, staring at nothing. "Thank you for doing this," she said, her eyes black in the dim light. I shrugged and opened my car door. "I want to know who killed Kiston, too," I said, not wanting to talk about it. "I haven't been much help, but I can do this." She got out as I did, and the thump of our doors was muffled by the mounds of snow that turned the world black and white under the puddles of security lights in the thickly populated lot. Employees, probably, though I supposed they could be visitors. It was a low-security facility. Sure, Skimmer had killed someone, but it had been a crime of passion. That, and being a lawyer, had gotten her here instead of the high-security prison outside Cincinnati. About a quarter-mile back, the hospital was hazy with dusk and falling snow. Seeing the peaceful buildings, I had the sudden idea to take my old stuffed animals to the kids. They'd know how precious they were, and would take good care of them. I could pick the toys up tonight when I was looking for that spell book. It would be a good excuse for me to get up there, too. Ivy was still standing beside her closed door, gazing at the building as if it held her salvation or damnation. She looked sleek and lanky in her working leathers, all in black, with a biker cap to add some spice. Feeling my questioning gaze on her, she pushed into motion and we met at the front of my convertible. Together we angled through the parked cars toward the shoveled sidewalk. "I'm sorry to make you do this," she said, hunched from more than the cold. "Skimmer, she's going to be ugly." I choked back my laughter. Ugly? She was going to be positively poisonous. "You want to talk to her?" I said stiffly, shoving my fear down where I hoped it wouldn't show. I had way too much to do tonight to be visiting Skimmer, if not for the information we might get from her, but at least I wouldn't have to re-stir the locator charms. The relief that the problem was likely with my blood, not my skills, was starting to outweigh the worry of why the problem was with my blood. Jenks was the only one who knew that the charm I invoked had failed, and he thought it was a bum amulet. By now, the locator charms Marshall had invoked were in the hands of 6 FIB guys cruising the city. I doubted they'd come within the needed 100 feet to engage the amulet, but it had improved my standing with them immeasurably. Dinner with my mom and Robbie later tonight would hopefully give me the book and equipment, and I could move forward on stamping out that fire. I'd been concerned that Al might show up and snag whoever was with me, now that it was again dark, but he hadn't done so before finding Pierce, and it was unlikely he would now. I so wanted to be at my mom's looking for that book, not here talking to an angry vampire, but I resolutely walked beside Ivy to the low-security Interland Correctional Facility. All the safeguards must be on the inside, because the outside looked like a research building, its stucco walls and accent lights shining on low, snow-covered evergreens. It probably made for better neighbor relations, but not being able to see the fences gave me the creeps. We walked in silence but for our boots on the crushed ice and salt. The pavement gave way to gray sidewalk, and then the glass double doors with visiting hours and rules about what could be brought into the building. My lethal amulet detector was going to be a problem. The woman behind the desk looked up from her phone conversation as we entered. Mild alarms were already going off, reacting to my amulets, and I smiled to try to diffuse the situation. Redwood and a faint smell of unhappy vampire drifted to me. Ivy grimaced, and I swung my bag around to drop it on the desk while we signed in. There was a TV on in the corner, set to the weather map and talking to itself. More snow tonight. "Rachel Morgan and Ivy Tamwood to visit Dorothy Claymore," I said, handing her my ID as I noticed the sign asking for it behind her. No wonder the blonde vampire wanted everyone to call her Skimmer. "We have an appointment." Ivy handed me the pen, and I signed in under her. My thoughts went back to the last time I'd put my name in a register book, and I added a solid period after my signature to symbolically end any psychic connection it might have to me. Crossing it off would be better, but I wouldn't be able to get away with that here. "Right through here?" the woman said as she ran our IDs through a scanner and handed them back. "Keep your ID out," she added, gesturing to a pair of thick plastic doors, clearly anxious to get back to her phone conversation. I'd rather have gone to the right, where the floor was covered in carpet and there were fake potted plants, but Ivy, who clearly knew the drill, was already headed for the sterile, ugly hallway to the left, with its white tile and milky plastic doors. They were magnetically sealed, and when I caught up to Ivy, the woman buzzed us through. My jaw clenched when the doors opened and the scent of unhappy vampire and angry wear worsened. I shuddered as I passed the threshold and the prison safeguards started to take hold. The magnetic doors snicked shut behind us, and the air pressure shifted. We were probably in prison air now. Swell. There could be anything in it up to and including airborne potions. At the end of the room was another set of those doors and a guy behind a desk. The old woman with him started our way, clearly in charge of the standard-looking spell checker before us, which was probably anything but standard. I couldn't help but notice that the woman really stank of redwood, and that, if the gun on her hip wasn't enough, would keep me minding my P's and Q's. She might look like an old woman, but I'll bet she could give Al a run for his money. "Anything to declare?" the woman asked as she looked over our IDs, then gave them back. "No." Ivy's mood was tight as she handed her coat and purse to her, ignoring the little claim check and walking unhesitatingly through the spell checker and to the desk at the end of the room. More paperwork, I thought, as I saw her take a clipboard and start filling in a form. "Anything to declare?" the guard asked me, and I brought my attention back. God, the woman looked 160, with nasty black hair that matched the color of her too-tight uniform. Her complexion was a pasty white, and I would have wondered why she didn't invest in a cheap complexion spell, except I didn't think they allowed them anything while on the job. "Just a lethal amulet detector," I said, handing her my bag and taking the little slip of paper and jamming it in a jeans pocket. "I'll bet," she said under her breath, and I hesitated, eyeing her. I didn't like my stuff in her care. She'd probably go through it as soon as I was out of sight. I sighed, trying not to get upset. If this was the crap you had to go through to see a low-security inmate, I didn't want to know what was needed to see someone in the high-security prison. Smiling, making herself look almost ugly, she nodded to the spell checker, and I reluctantly approached it. I couldn't see the cameras, but I knew they were here, and I didn't like the casual carelessness she used to bag my stuff up and drop it in a bin. The wave of synthetic aura cascading over me from the spell checker gave me a start, and I jumped. Maybe it was because I didn't have much of an aura right now, but I hadn't been able to stifle my shudder, and the guy at the desk smirked. Ivy was waiting impatiently, and I took the form the guy shoved across the desk at me. "And who are we visiting today?" he snarkily asked me as he handed Ivy her visitor's pass. My attention jerked up from the release form. I was not the one in jail here. Then I saw where he was looking and went cold. My visible scars were less than a year old, clear enough, and I stiffened when I decided he thought I was a vampire junkie on my way to get a fix. "Dorothy Claymore, same as her," I said as if he didn't know, signing the paper with stiff fingers. The young man's smirk grew nasty. "Not at the same time, you aren't." Ivy took a stance, and I set the clipboard down with a tap. Peeved, I looked at him. Why is this becoming so difficult? "Look," I said, using one finger to slide the form back to him. "I'm just trying to help a friend, and this is the only way Dorothy will see her, okay?" "She likes threesomes, eh?" the guy said, and seeing me drumming my fingers on my crossed arm, he added in a more businesslike voice, "We can't let two people visit an inmate at once. Accidents happen." Much to my surprise, it was the woman who came to my rescue, clearing her throat like she was trying to get a cat out of it. "They can go in, Miltast." Officer Miltast apparently turned. "I'm not losing my job over her." The woman grinned and tapped her paperwork. "We got a call. She can go in." What in hell is going on? Concern wound tighter in my gut when the man looked from me to my scrawl and back again. Face scrunching up, he turned to Ivy, then handed me the visitor's badge the tabletop machine spit out. "I'll escort you to the visiting rooms," he said as he rose, and patted his shirt front for his key card. "You got this okay?" he asked the woman, and she laughed. "Thank you," I muttered, as I peeled the backing off my badge and stuck it to my upper shoulder. Maybe me being an independent runner just got me in, but I doubted it. My man Miltast opened the door and, hoisting his belt up, waited for us to pass through. God, he was only 30-something, but he was swaggering around like he was 50, with a gut. Again the vampire incense hit me, with a hint of unhappy wear and decayed redwood. It was not a good mix. There was anger and desperation and hunger. Everyone was under mental stress so thick I could almost taste it. Ivy and I going in together suddenly didn't seem like a good idea. The vamp pheromones were probably hitting her hard. The door shut behind me, and I stifled a shudder. Ivy was silent and stoic as we paced down the corridor, jittery under her facade of confidence. Her black jeans looked out of place in the white corridor, and her dark hair caught the light, looking almost silver. I wondered what she was hearing that I wasn't. We passed through another plexiglass door, and the corridor got twice as wide. Blue lines blocked the floor into sections, and I realized that the clear doors we were passing led to cells. I couldn't see anyone, but it all looked clean and sterile, like a hospital. And somewhere down here was Skimmer. "The Solidors cut down on the pheromones," Ivy said, noticing me eyeing them. "Oh." I missed Jenks, and I wished he was here watching my back. There were cameras in the corners, and I bet they weren't fake. "So how come they've got witches working as guards?" I said, realizing that the only vamp I'd seen outside a cell so far had been Ivy. "A vampire might be tempted to do something stupid for blood," Ivy said, her gaze distant and not paying me much attention. "A were can be overpowered." "So can a witch," I said, watching our escort take an interest in our conversation. Ivy looked sideways at me. "Not if they tap a line." "Yeah," I protested, not liking that I couldn't right now. "But even the IS doesn't send a witch after an undead. There's no way I could even come near besting Piscary." The man walking behind us made a small noise. "This is an above-ground, low-security facility. We don't house dead vampires here, just witches, wares, and living vampires." And the guards are more experienced than you, Rachel, Ivy said, her gaze lighting on the cell numbers, counting them down probably. Officer Milquetoast here probably has clearance to use charms that aren't street legal. She smiled at him, chilling me. Isn't that right? It's milk test, he said sharply, and if you ever get bitten, he added, looking at my neck, you'll lose your job. I wanted to jerk my scarf up, but knew that to a hungry vampire, dead or alive, that was like wearing a negligee. That is so unfair, I said. I get labeled a black witch for getting a smutty aura saving people's lives, but you can use a black charm with impunity? At that, Miltast smiled. Yep, and I get paid for it. I didn't like what he was saying, but at least he was talking to me. Maybe he had a smutty aura too, and my own greasy coating didn't scare him. That he was even talking to me was odd. He had to know I was shunned. That's probably why they'd let me in with Ivy. They simply didn't care what happened to me. God help me. What am I going to tell my mom? We passed through another set of doors, and my claustrophobic feeling doubled. Ivy, too, was starting to show the strain and was beginning to sweat. You okay? I asked, thinking she smelled great. Evolution, you gotta love it. Fine, she said, but her nervous smile said different. Thank you for doing this. Wait to thank me until we both get back in the car in one piece, okay? Our escort slowed to check the numbers painted on the outside of the doors, and leaning to the side, he used a two-way radio to check something. Satisfied, he looked through the glass, pointed his finger at someone in warning, then ran his card to open the door. There was a soft hiss of equalizing pressure, and Ivy immediately went in. I moved to follow Ivy, and Miltast stopped me. Excuse me? I said snottily, letting him grip my arm like that because he was the only one armed with magic. I'm watching you, he threatened, and I started. Me? He was watching me? Why? Good, I said, confirming that he knew I'd been shunned. Maybe they let us in together hoping we would all kill each other. Tell them that I'm a white witch and to get off my case. Miltast didn't seem to know what to say, and with a final squeeze of pressure, he let me go in. Knees shaking, I passed over the threshold. The door hissed shut, and I swear I heard it seal with a vacuum, the better to contain the pheromones, I guess. The White Chamber was a mix of interviewing room and conjugal visit trailer. Not that I knew what the latter looked like, but I could guess. There was a second solid door in the back with a peephole. A white couch took up one side wall, 2 chairs and a table between them filled the opposite. Lots of room to touch. Lots of room for mistakes to be made. I especially didn't like the transparent door we had come through, or the camera on the ceiling. It smelled like burnt paper, and I wondered if it was to help mask the pheromones. Skimmer sat coyly in a corner white chair. Her white jumpsuit looked good on her, making her seem both small and devilish. Standing in the middle of the room, Ivy was her polar opposite. Skimmer was confident where Ivy was unsure. The blonde vamp was coy where Ivy was pleading for understanding. Skimmer wanted to rip my face off, and Ivy wanted to save it. No one said anything, and I realized I could hear the circulation fans. Skimmer stayed silent, knowing from her courtroom past that he who spoke first was probably the neediest. "Thank you for seeing me," Ivy said, and I sighed. Here we go. Skimmer shifted to cross her legs the other way. Her blonde hair hung about her face, and her complexion was blotchy. They didn't allow them much in here. "I didn't want to see you," she said, smiling wickedly. She stood to show she'd lost some weight. Never heavy, the woman was now skinny. "I wanted to see her," she finished. I licked my lips and edged away from the closed door. "Hi, Skimmer." My pulse was quickening, and I forced my breathing to slow, knowing tension was a trigger. "Hi, Rachel," the smaller vampire mocked as she sashayed closer. Ivy jerked her arm up, and I fell back in shock when she blocked Skimmer's blurring arm lashing out at me. Thin fingers with long nails swung inches from where my face had been, and I pressed against the wall. Crap. I didn't want to walk out of here with a scratch or a bite. I was having dinner with my mom and Robbie, and he'd never let me live it down. "Don't," Ivy said, and I forced myself from the wall. This was going to be bad. Skimmer's eyes had flashed black, and a thread of warning drifted through me, tightening my muscles when I realized Ivy's eyes had dilated to match hers. Damn. Ivy let go of Skimmer's arm, and the white-clad vampire backed up, smelling Ivy's scent on her wrist and smiling. Double damn. "So, Ivy," Skimmer said, shifting her body in its tight jumpsuit to look sultry, "she's still stringing you along like a pull toy baby?" Ivy jerked when I moved a step closer. "Can you be decent for once?" my roommate said. "Who visited Biscari but wasn't on the official list? He got blood from someone." "Other than you?" Skimmer mocked, and my pulse jerked again. "Hurts, doesn't it?" she said as she settled herself in her chair, making it a throne of power. "Seeing what you want and knowing they don't care a shit about you." I took a deep breath, unable to let that stand. "I care." "Don't argue with her," Ivy said. "It's what she wants." Skimmer smiled to show her fangs, and that, combined with her dark eyes, caused a shiver to slide through me. She wasn't dead yet, so she couldn't pull a full vampiric aura, but it was close. "But here you are," the small woman almost purred, "asking what I know. How bad do you want it, Ivy girl?" "Don't call me that." Ivy had gone pale. That was Piscari's pet name for her, and she hated it. My scars started to tingle, and I clenched my jaw, refusing to let the tendrils of feeling slip any deeper in me. Skimmer must have noticed my panicked expression. "Feels good, doesn't it?" she said coquettishly, "like a lover's long-absent touch. If you knew how it was hitting Ivy in this little tiny locked room, you'd be scared shitless." In a surge of pique, the vampire rose. I took an involuntary step back before I could stop myself. This was so not good. I think they'd bent the rules and let me in here hoping I'd get killed, thus ending the problem of what to do with Rachel Morgan. Ivy's stance stiffened. "You said you'd tell me who visited Biscari." "But I didn't promise." Ivy's face became closed. "Let's go," she said, her tone crisp as she spun to the door. "Wait," Skimmer said petulantly, and Ivy halted. There had been panic in Skimmer's voice, but instead of making me feel better, my tension ratcheted higher. This was so not safe. Skimmer came forward to take the middle of the room, and Ivy stood almost in front of me with her hands on her hips. "I can't give you anything, Skimmer," my roommate said. "You killed Biscari. That was a mistake." "He treated you like shit," Skimmer exclaimed. Ivy was calm and sedate. "He was still important to me. I loved him." "You hated him." "I loved him too." Ivy shook her head, making the tips of her hair shift. "If you're not going to tell me who visited him off the lists, then we're done." Again Ivy turned her back on Skimmer. She took my arm and started me to the door. "We're leaving?" "Ivy likes her new toy," Skimmer said bitterly. "She doesn't want to play with her old dolls anymore." I didn't think we were going to get anything out of Skimmer, but Ivy stopped. Her head was down as she gathered her thoughts, and slowly she spun around to the angry, frustrated vampire. "You were never a toy," she whispered, pleading for understanding. "No, but you were." Skimmer's confidence flowed back, and she stood before us, tall and proud. "Once, when we first met, I turned you back into a person." Her eyes were black again, and my scars, both visible and hidden beneath my perfect skin, were tingling. Backing up, I found the wall. I felt safer, a false security. Skimmer moved forward as I moved back, and the woman stopped right before Ivy. "I want you to hurt Ivy," she breathed. "I want restitution for what you did to me." "I didn't do anything to you." "That's the point, love," Skimmer said, hitting Kisten's accent perfectly. Ivy took a breath and held it, frozen as Skimmer started circling her. "You aren't going to have one good thing in your life," the smaller vampire said, and I knew she was talking about me. "Not one. And I'm going to take her from you. Know how? If you touch her," Ivy threatened, and Skimmer laughed. "No, silly Ivy girl. I'm better than that. You're going to do it for me." I didn't get it. Skimmer had already tried to warn me off Ivy, and it hadn't worked. There wasn't anything she could do. But as the slinky woman wound herself more tightly around Ivy, I wondered what the intelligent vamp was thinking. The satisfied noise coming from deep within her set my scars warming in memory. Her motions sultry and slow, Skimmer stopped, facing me, with Ivy between us, draping her arms around Ivy's neck. Ivy didn't move, frozen, and my gut tightened. "You want to know who visited Piscary?" Skimmer asked, her eyes flicking over Ivy's shoulder to me. "Bite me." My face went cold. I didn't think she meant it in the negative sense. "Right now," the small woman said, "in front of your new girlfriend. Show her the blood, the savagery, the monster you really are." I took a breath and held it. I knew how ugly Ivy could be. I didn't want to see it again. "I told you," Ivy whispered. "I'm not practicing anymore." A surge of panic rose through me, and I jerked from the wall. "Since when?" I exclaimed, pretty much ignored. "I want you to practice. God, Ivy, it's who you are." Skimmer just smiled, showing a slip of fang. "But it's not who she wants to be." Watching me, she played with the hair behind Ivy's ears until my blood pounded in anger. She was toying with Ivy, and I could do nothing. Ivy couldn't move, couldn't bring herself to pull away. Skimmer was in complete control. "I want you to bite me," Skimmer said, "or you get nothing." Ivy's hands, fisted at her sides, trembled. "Why are you doing this to me?" Her eyes fixing on me, Skimmer wound even more tightly against Ivy, kissing her neck. "Please," she whispered, soft and petulant. "It's been ages, Ivy, and you're the best. I'd kill for you." I pressed into the wall, wanting to escape. Skimmer put her mouth on an old scar under Ivy's ear, and a rush of remembered ecstasy rose through me at Ivy's tormented intake of breath. "Don't do this," Ivy whispered, her hands rising to take Skimmer's elbows, but she couldn't push her away. It was too much. I knew it felt too good, and I leaned against the wall, unable to look away as the pheromones lit through my own scars and dove to my groin. "I'm not making you do anything," Skimmer said. "You want to do this. How bad do you want to know who killed that bastard Kiston? How much did you love him? Was it real? Or was he just another one of your toys?" I clenched my jaw harder. My neck was flaming, sending tendrils of promised ecstasy down my long muscles, making them tremble. "That's not fair," I managed. "Stop it." Skimmer moved to Ivy's earlobe. "Life seldom is," she said, and I watched, fixated, as she bit down gently on Ivy's lobe, her white teeth on Ivy's skin. "Push me away," Skimmer whispered into her ear. "You can't do it. You're a monster, my sweet, and only I will love you. Little Bo Peep will lose her sheep if the sheep can see inside her. You'll be all alone, Ivy, and I'm the only one who loves you." I exhaled, but the vampire scent I pulled in after it only made things worse. My eyes closed, and I held myself, almost rocking with the pain of not wanting to be here. Too late I saw Skimmer's plan. She was going to drive Ivy into biting her, thinking if I saw Ivy rip open Skimmer's throat in a release of bloodlust that I'd abandon her. Or if it turned into sex, the same result. This was ugly. It wasn't love. It was manipulation. using Ivy's instincts against her will, and Ivy couldn't stop it. The soft sounds of Skimmer coaxing Ivy made my stomach clench, as private moments from their past were laid out before me. My focus went blurry as I tried to divorce myself from it, but the combination of my fear and the vampire pheromones ripped through the barriers my mind had made, and with the suddenness of a slap, a memory of Kiston surfaced. I gasped, holding my breath as I felt my face go blank. Slowly I slid down the wall until I found a corner. It was a memory not of Kiston, but of his killer, one so close to what Skimmer was doing to Ivy that it had triggered a memory of my own struggle. Oh God, I thought, as I clenched my eyes, trying to keep the memory from growing on itself. But I couldn't stop it, and as I sat, my knees to my chin, I remembered. Kiston's killer tried to blood rape me, exactly like Skimmer is trying to do to Ivy. Breath held, I put a hand to my neck as the memory of him playing on my scar slithered into my conscious mind. I remembered him holding me against the wall, bespelling me. I remembered the waves of passion he sent through me with only the lightest of touches, passion mixed with loathing, disgust, and desire. His fingers had been rough and aggressive, and I had been confused. The sound of Ivy's ragged panting as she struggled to say no ignited a memory of me doing the same. They were so familiar, so god-awful familiar. "No," Ivy whispered, and I felt my own lips form the word. I had said no, too, and then I had begged him to bite me, hating myself as I writhed for it. I could almost feel the boat rocking as I recalled standing with my back to the wall, my hands clenched upon him, as they were clenched about my knees right now. Tears started. I had begged for it, just as Ivy was about to. And Kiston, I remembered, hadn't let me. In my thoughts I had a vision of Kiston, confused and not himself, knocking us apart so I could regain my will. He had done it knowing the other vampire would end his life a second time, but he had loved me so deeply that just the shadow memory of it had broken past his first death, and he had made the sacrifice. Anger burned through my misery, driving the Skimmer and Ivy-induced pulse-pounding ecstasy deep, where I could see beyond it. Head up, I wiped the tears away, wishing I could do the same for my fragmented memory, but it was there now, and I'd never forget. I focused on Skimmer and Ivy, heartbreaking at what Ivy had to suffer simply because of who she was, her vulnerabilities tied closely to her strengths. Kiston had saved me. I could do no less for Ivy. Ivy was trembling, her lips parted and her eyes closed as she forgot how to say no, tasting the sweetness she couldn't refuse. Victory was in Skimmer's face as she nuzzled Ivy's neck, and her eyes were black with the power she had over Ivy, taking herself higher by dragging Ivy down to her swill. My teeth clenched, and the remembered scent of damp cement spilled through my memory. I staggered to my feet, and it was as if I could taste cold, dry iron on my tongue. I strode forward, making my hands into fists as the memory of running my hands through Kiston's killer's short black hair filled me. Skimmer gasped and arched into Ivy, encouraging her, blind to me coming at her. It was almost too late. Ivy's fangs were wet, glistening, and a flash of remembered heat sparked through me at the memory of them sliding cleanly into me, mixing pleasure and pain in an unreal surge of adrenaline and endorphins. Shaking, I took a breath. "I'm sorry, Ivy," I whispered, then punched her in the gut. Ivy's breath whooshed out. Hands on her middle, she stumbled, struggling to breathe. "You bitch!" Skimmer screamed, too shocked to move as the expected rush of a bite had been ripped from her. If I had hit her, she would have instinctively reacted, and I'd probably be dead. Even dying, Kiston had taught me one more lesson. He had gone after his murderer, and it had cost him his undead existence. He had died for me. He had died for me. Ivy took in an ugly gasp of breath. I spared her a glance, then fell into a defensive stance between them. "Leave Ivy alone." Skimmer screamed in frustration, her eyes black and her hands cramped into claws. But I had knocked her on her butt once before, and she knew I could take her. "Ivy?" I called, risking a glance back to see that she was still lost in the throes of bloodlust, even as she struggled for air. Crap on toast. I hadn't expected to have to handle both of them at once. "Ivy!" I shouted, angling to get her out from behind me, yet keeping an eye on Skimmer, too. "Look at me! Look at me! Who do you want to be tomorrow?" Her hands still on her middle, Ivy peered at me from around the curtain of her hair. She got one clean breath, then another. To my right, Skimmer started shaking in frustration. Ivy looked at her, her face horrified. "Who do you want to be tomorrow?" I asked again, seeing her awareness return. "You haven't lost anything, Ivy. It's okay. You didn't lose. You're still the same." She blinked, and a rim of brown showed about her pupils. "Oh, my God," Ivy whispered, then straightened. "You sorry little vampire," she shouted. "How could you do that to me?" Ivy took 3 steps, and I got between them. Behind me, Skimmer was pressed into a corner in fear. "Ivy, don't!" I demanded. Her eyes were still black, the fear heavy that she'd almost lost herself, to be ruled by her instincts, and a shiver lifted through me. "Let it go," I said, and her jaw unclenched. My breath slipped from me in relief, and I inhaled. She smelled delicious when she was pissed. Skimmer saw Ivy regain her will, and knowing that I'd given it to her, something in her broke. "She's mine!" the vampire shouted, and she leapt, fangs bared and snarling. I ducked and heard a soft oof. Skimmer fell to the floor beside me in a crumpled heap. I looked up at Ivy from my crouch. Pain and betrayal had replaced her hunger, and deeper than that, gratitude. "You can't have her!" Skimmer was crying, pushing into a folded ball of misery. "She's mine! She's mine! I'll kill you! I'll kill you just like I killed Piscary!" Ivy extended a shaking hand to help me rise. "Are you okay?" I looked up at her, standing between me and a jealous death. Her eyes were mostly brown, the pain at what was happening mirrored in her gaze, familiar. I turned to Skimmer, sobbing and scared. Taking a shallow breath, I put my hand into Ivy's and let her help me up. "Yes," I whispered, as I stumbled until I found my balance. I didn't feel so good. Ivy wouldn't look at Skimmer. "I think we should go." She moved to the door, and I glanced at Skimmer. "We didn't get what we came for." "I don't care." Ivy tapped on the door, and when that brought Miltast, though the screams hadn't, Skimmer rallied. "Bitch!" she shouted, lunging at me again. Ivy was ready, and Skimmer ran right into Ivy's stiff-armed palm. My pulse hammered at how fast it had been. Gasping, Skimmer fell back. Her hands covered her face, but blood leaked from her nose. Crying now in earnest, the small vampire collapsed onto the couch. Her back was to us, and as I almost ran through the open door, Ivy hesitated. I watched from the hall as she put a loving hand on Skimmer's shoulder. "I'm sorry," I heard her whisper. "I loved you, but I can't do this anymore." Skimmer hunched deeper. "I'll kill her," she sobbed. "If you stay with her, I'll kill her." A chill ran through me, not at her words, but at the love in Ivy's arms as she curved them around Skimmer. "No, you won't. Rachel isn't the one who showed me I deserved to be loved. You did. Tell me who came to visit Piscary." "Get out!" Skimmer sobbed, pushing weakly at Ivy. Blood stained her white jumpsuit, and Miltast stiffened upon seeing it. "Who visited Piscary off the lists?" Ivy insisted. Skimmer's shaking stopped as she gave up. "No one but Kiston came," she said, her high voice bland. "Once a week, 3 days after you. No one else." I exhaled, and a sorry-ass depression took hold. Nothing. We had gotten nothing. "I loved you, Ivy," Skimmer whispered in a dead voice. "Get out. Don't come back." Ivy stood, her head bowed. Steadying herself, she turned and strode to the door, passing me in a wash of sour, unhappy vampire incense. Boots clacking on the hard floor, she continued down the hallway alone. I jumped to follow. I heard Miltast lock the door and then his booted steps. I caught up to Ivy at the locked door where we waited for Miltast. "Are you all right?" I questioned, not knowing what she was feeling. "She'll be okay," Ivy said, jaw tight and not looking at me. Miltast fumbled for the door lock, swiping his card and falling back when Ivy pushed through it ahead of him. "I can't believe you didn't get bitten," he said in apparent awe. My eyes narrowed, and I decided that they'd let me in there expecting me to come out hurt or dead. He was a white witch who had the government's blessing to do black magic, and if I made one wrong move, he'd react. Disgusted, I turned on my heel and followed Ivy. I could hear his steps slow behind me, and my skin prickled. I finally caught up with her at the first door. The old woman at the spell checker, standing up and getting the checkout forms ready, seemed surprised to see us. "Ivy," I said as we waited for Miltast to catch up, her head down and silent. "I'm sorry." Finally, her stoic expression cracked, and she looked at me, unshed tears glinting. "I didn't know she was going to do that," she said. "Thank you for hitting me. I couldn't say no. Damn it, I couldn't. I thought—" She cut her thought short when Miltast slid the glass door aside. The air wasn't much fresher, but I pulled it in deep as I crossed into the middle ground, trying to rid myself of the accumulated vampire pheromones. Sighing, I put a hand to my neck and let it drop. "You're not serious about going on a blood fast?" I asked, as I handed Miltast my badge. Ivy's fingers shook as she peeled off her name tag and handed it to the officer. "I was thinking about it," she said evenly. Even Miltast knew it was a bad idea, and he eyed me as we signed our forms again and headed to the final door. If she was on a blood fast, living with her was going to be a lot harder. "What a waste of time," Ivy said softly, as we passed back through the spell checker and the woman gave us our stuff. But it hadn't been, and my pulse quickened. I remembered. I had remembered a lot. Ignoring my shaky knees, I wound my scarf around my neck, and with my bag under my arm, I headed for the double-glass doors and the brutal but honest chill of the night. Milquetoast and his friend had been privy to too much of our drama already. "Actually," I said as I wrangled my gloves on while Ivy held the door open for me, "it wasn't a waste. Seeing you and Skimmer, I remembered something." Ivy stopped dead in her tracks, pulling me to a halt in a puddle of light just outside. It seemed to have gotten colder in the hour we'd been inside, and the night air cut into my lungs like a knife, making my thoughts crystal clear after the heated confusion behind the glass walls. I pulled the dry air, smelling of snow and exhaust, in deep, relishing it and seeing the past moments with a clearer eye. "Kistin," I said, warming, then flushed. God, this was hard. And I closed my eyes to keep them from filling. Maybe I could say it if I couldn't see her. "Kistin's killer had dry hands," I said, rough. He smelled like damp cement, and his fingertips tasted of cold iron. I knew this because I'd had them in my mouth. God help me, I had begged him to bite me. My jaw clenched, and I forced it to relax as I opened my eyes. Kistin was dead, I said as the snow started to show on Ivy's black-clad shoulder. I think it was an accident. His killer hadn't touched his blood yet, and he was really mad about that, so he was going to make me his shadow instead. He was making me beg for it. I took a shaky breath. If I didn't tell her now, I might not ever. He was playing on my scar to make me beg him to bite me. Kistin stopped him. He knew it might end with him dead twice, but he did it anyway. Ivy's head dropped and she rubbed her forehead. "I'm sorry," I said, not knowing why. "He let himself be killed again because he loved me." The light glistened on Ivy's tear-wet eyes when she looked up. "But he couldn't remember why he loved you, could he?" I shook my head when a remembered feeling of mental pain drifted up. No, he couldn't. Ivy silently took that in. Deep in her shadowed eyes, I could see her wish that I might find a way to save her from that fate. I don't want to live not remembering why I love, she finally said, her face pallid as she looked ahead to her own soul death. I'm sorry, Ivy, I whispered as I fell into step beside her while we headed for my vehicle. It's what we are, she said stoically. But it wasn't who she wanted to be. Chapter 22. Ivy's head was down as we walked into the parking lot, aiming for my red convertible under a distant security light. Snow had covered all but the warm cars, and the world was white and black. I'm sorry, she said, not looking at me. I could have gotten you killed in there. I breathed in another lungful of cold air to try to clear my head. I'm fine. You didn't. I could have. She slowed to let me go first between two cars, looking at me with her face deceptively placid. Your aura was compromised, and you can't make a circle. I'm sorry. Asking you to do that when you're not well was a mistake. They were expecting you to die in there. Or worse. Linking my arm in hers, I pulled her after me, angling for the shortest path to my car. I could see it, its bright red paint looking gray in the streetlight, and the snow sticking only to the cooler roof. I guess we fooled them, huh? Ivy stiffened, but I wouldn't let her pull out of my grip in the narrow passage. If I didn't touch her, she wouldn't believe that she was worth the emotional baggage she brought to both our lives. I'm fine, I said, becoming serious. I want to know who killed Kiston, too. Now we know more. Not exactly how I would have chosen it, but okay. Don't worry about it. Ivy predictably pulled out of my grip the moment we came from between the two cars, glancing over her shoulder through the snow to the quiet building. I'm not going to be that person anymore, she said, and my eyes widened when she wiped her eyes with the back of a gloved hand to show a glint of moisture in the security light. I can't do this, she whispered, clearly shaken to her core. Rachel, I'm sorry. I understand that I can't bite you again. I'm sorry I ever tried. You're better than that, and I'm bringing you down. You are the strongest person I know, I protested, but she shook her head, wiping her eyes again. She was down to the bare bones of herself. Skimmer had shaken her to her core. Anyone I once called a friend wouldn't have been able to do what you did in there, she said, chin trembling. Or if they did break us apart, it would have been to take Skimmer's place. I don't want to be that person, and I won't be. I'm off blood, completely. My eyes widened, and I felt a slip of fear. Sensing it, Ivy's jaw clenched, and she strode away. Wait, Ivy! That's not necessarily a good idea, I called after her. Piscary is dead, I can be who I want, she said over her shoulder. But you're a vampire, I protested as I followed, worried. It's what you are. She stopped, turning to stare at me, and I came to a halt, a car between us. Look, I'm not saying I want you to bite me, I said, gesturing, but I've lived with you while you're on a blood fast, and the more you try to be what you aren't, the more confused you get, and the harder it is to live with you. Ivy's mouth opened. Betrayal shone in her eyes. Abstinence is all I've got, Rachel. Turning, she paced to the car, a shadow of black among the gray and white of falling snow. Nice one, Rach, I muttered, thinking there had to be a better way to have said that. Hands jammed into my pockets, I slowly pushed myself into motion. The ride home ought to be swell. There was only so much a little green cardboard tree could do. Ivy on a blood fast was not fun, but she was right to be pissed at me. How could I not support her desire to be who she wanted to be? I did support her, but going on a blood fast wasn't the answer. She needed to break the cycle. She had to end the addiction completely. There had to be something in Al's books for this. Or maybe Trent. My bag smacked the taillight of the car I was passing, and I followed Ivy's footprints into the frozen slush of the aisle. The sliding sound of a van's door opening brought my head up. 10 feet from my car, a man lurched out of a white minivan beside Ivy. She wasn't paying attention, her head down and looking vulnerable. Shit. Ivy! I exclaimed, terrified by the glint of a pistol in his hand, but it was too late.
The man shoved her, and she was pushed into the side of a nearby SUV parked half a car away. "Hey!" I shouted, but then I spun at the soft sound of snow compacting beside me. My instinctive crouch put me eye to eye with Mia. "Witch," she said, lips blue with cold, and then she reached out. Adrenaline pounded, and I flung myself backward, my right foot slipping out from under me when I hit the bumper of the car I'd just passed. I went down, arms flailing and purse falling from me. The banshee grabbed my wrist, where my glove and coat parted, and I froze, kneeling before her. Her baby had almost killed me. Shit, shit, shit. Mia's hood had fallen back, and her eyes were wisps of blue under the spotlights. Cold fingers encircling my wrist, she leaned closer. "Who did you talk to today?" she asked, her voice precise and angry. Heart pounding, I looked past her. Ivy had her face against the window of the SUV, her arm twisted and a gun to her head. There was a baby car seat in the open van, and the happy babble of a baby drifted out. Why in hell hadn't I brought my splat gun? "You're wanted for questioning," I said, thinking one swift kick and she'd be off me. "If you come in, it will look good." The words sounded stupid the moment they left my mouth, and Mia squinted, making the skin around her eyes tighten. "You think I care?" she said imperially. "Who did you talk to?" I tensed to smack her, and Mia's eyes, almost white in the dim light, dilated to pupil black. My breath hissed in, and I almost collapsed. A scintillating flood tingled through me, rising up my arm. Cold followed close behind it, and the feeling of being pulled inside out turned my stomach. Like a puppet with cut strings, I sagged, my arm stretched out with my wrist in Mia's grip. "Stop!" I stammered, head bowed as I struggled to just breathe. Damn it! What was I doing? I never should have taken this case. She was a freaking predator, a top-of-the-line ancient predator like an alligator. As I knelt there, going cold and thick, I could feel myself dying in stages, watching and unable to stop it. I gasped as the pulling sensation quit. Warmth eased back, but it was less, settling like a sloshing tub over my soul. Haggard, I brought my head up to find Mia's blue eyes waiting. They were cold and uncaring, reptile eyes. Behind her, Ivy watched. Her cheek was against the tall vehicle and her jaw was clenched, making her look helpless, frustrated, and really mad. We were in front of a freaking jail. The woman had enough guts to rule the world. Maybe she thought she already did. "Someone is following me," Mia asked coldly. "Who did you talk to?" My knee had gone wet, and my arm hurt. An ache was spreading from it to my back. Mia withdrew a step, drawing me into the slush-rutted aisle, and I rose to my feet like a pull toy. Her other hand went around my throat, her wedding band catching the light. "Wait!" I blurted in panic, when the first thread of my aura leaving lifted through me again. Seeing my understanding, Mia smiled. She was beautiful in the falling snow, smaller than me, but cold, so cold and uncaring. "That's me, taking your life, witch," she said, snow melting on her upturned face. "The more you struggle, the stronger I am. Who did you talk to? Someone is following me. Tell me or you die right here." A cold sweat broke out on me. The woman was like a slipknot. I was a rabbit in a raptor's talons. "Rachel, just tell her!" Ivy shouted, then grunted when Remus encouraged her to keep her mouth shut. "Don't hurt her!" I called out, eyes fixed on Ivy, helpless against the SUV. My fear grew worse when I remembered what Remus had done to Glenn. Son of a bitch. Why shouldn't I tell Mia? I licked my lips, and Mia tightened her grip. A soft ache pulled through me, and I said, "A banshee, named Ms. Walker. It was another banshee from the west." Mia's eyes widened, and her grip almost fell away. "In my city. That thing is in my city," she said, her high voice carrying a shocking amount of hatred. Her eyes had gone vampire black, clear in the lights from the parking lot, and I wondered if the two species were related. "I think she's going to kill you for Holly," I said, wondering if a quick palm thrust to her chin while she was distracted might break me free, but I was too scared to try. She didn't have to touch me to take my aura. "You and Remus both. Your only chance to keep her is to come in now. The FIB will take her temporarily, but you'll get her back. Let me go. Please let me go." Her focus returned to me, hatred making her look like a wronged queen. "You brought the walker here?" the slight woman accused, and I felt myself go weak, sparkles showing at the edges of my sight. "You're working with her." "I didn't bring her here," I cried, and I heard Ivy grunt in pain. "You did," I panted. Damn it, how do I get into these situations? And don't they monitor their parking lot? She heard I survived a banshee attack and thought it was because Holly had gained control. I told Ms. Walker it wasn't Holly but the dark banshee tear in my pocket, but she still wants Holly. "Mia, I can help you if you let me go." Only God knows why I'm doing this. Survival? Mia's breath steamed as she gauged my words. In a quick burst of motion, she let go of my throat and took 2 steps away. I gasped and fell back against the trunk. Weight supported on an elbow, I held my hand to my throat and looked at the small woman, trying to decide how much aura I had left. It didn't feel like a lot, but I was able to stand up and move without becoming dizzy. She didn't need to touch me to kill me, but at least I had some room now. Behind her, Remus took the gun from Ivy's head and backed up out of her reach. His weapon was still pointed at her, though. I watched Ivy visually measure the distance between them, and knowing the gun would beat her, she fell into a tense pose. Behind Remus, Holly gurgled, excited by the emotions reaching her. Mia stood in the falling snow, disgust clear in her expression. "I would have stayed to make sure you were dead if I'd known the walker would find out about Holly." "We all make mistakes," I said, knees weak. "You mean Ms. Walker?" "The Walker," she corrected me. I could almost hear the capital letters, and Mia's disgust grew. "She's an assassin who kills with the grace of a falling log. If she's east of the Mississippi, in my city, your assessment that she wants Holly is correct." Her delicate jaw clenched. "She won't have her. Holly is special. She's going to give us back our power, and I'm not going to let that bitch take the credit." The whining complaint of a tired Chevy trying to start in the snow broke the stillness. At the far end of the lot, a pair of headlights lit up and a big engine roared to life. Suddenly nervous, Remus called out, "Mia!" I shook my head, trembling. The cold was eddying about my feet, telling me Mia was still sucking in my aura, but at least she wasn't actively taking it. "I'm sorry, Mia," I whispered as Holly started fussing in the open van. "We know it's Remus who's special, not Holly. We know it's a wish that lets him hold her. Ms. Walker doesn't care. She wants your daughter, and she's going to kill you to get her." Ivy shifted from foot to foot, probably blaming herself. No one moved as the car drove past, 2 aisles over, headed for the exit. An idle thought drifted through me. Why hadn't I seen anyone come out of the building? Remus, too, wasn't liking it. "Mia?" he prompted, the security light showing his worried features. Mia watched the car's taillights as they hesitated at the street, then slowly drove away. The banshee brought her attention back to me, her expression shifting to show an inner excitement. "Holly is special," she insisted, "and you're going to make sure I keep my daughter, Rachel Morgan." "Why would I help you?" I said dryly. "You're a freaking parasite." "Predator, not parasite. And you need me," she said, reaching out. "No," I cried out, backpedaling until I found the car behind me again. Panic grew at the soft pop of a gun, muffled in the snow. "Ivy!" I shouted, then jerked when Mia found my throat again. "What have you done?" I whispered, seeing her inches away. "Don't move," she demanded, eyes wild, "or Remus will kill her." "She's alive?" I squirmed, and my energy left me. I didn't care. "Ivy?" I panted. "I can't see her. Let me see her, you cold bitch." Mia's face grew ugly, but from behind her I heard Ivy say, "I'm okay," followed by a soft, "Ow!" and then an aggressive, Hurt her and you'll find yourself worse than dead, human. Mia's cold fingers never leaving my throat, she sent her gaze to the van, where Holly was now crying. My heart pounded when her attention returned to me. Hand still around my neck, she reached out, her palm coming for my forehead. "Don't," I pleaded, thinking she was going to kill me. "Please, don't." Smiling wickedly, Mia put her cold hand to my cheek in an almost loving gesture. "This is why you're going to help me, witch. This is what I can give you." Tiny pinpricks exploded in my cheek, and I gasped, stiffening as I reached for the car behind me. Warmth was filling into me, familiar and soothing. It was my aura returning, filling the cracks and making me whole. It spilled in with the pain of a healing scab, and my eyes flashed wide as I looked into Mia's clear blue ones. I exhaled, thinking it sounded like a sob, and I held my next breath so I could taste the incoming energy better. She was giving it back. The energy wasn't coming from a ley line, it was coming right from her soul. She was giving me back my life's energy. Why? The tingles quit with a surprising suddenness, and I realized that I was pressed up against a car in a cold parking lot, a small woman holding me hostage with the power of my soul. Mia made a fist of her hand and backed up, hunched over and looking tired. "That's what Holly taught me," she said proudly. "Because her father cannot be harmed by a banshee, Holly was born knowing how to push energy into a person, not just take it. I learned by example." "So?" I said, still not understanding. God, it felt good. And I suddenly realized I could tap a line. Relief spilled into me as I did, taking in a huge amount of ley line force, spindling it in my head. At the end of the lot, a car pulled in, its lights dim in the falling snow. Moving slowly, it crept down the aisles looking for a space. "Mia?" Remus called, clearly nervous. "Be still," the woman said. "I'm impressing upon the witch the reason she's going to convince the FIB to back off." She wore a smile when she turned to me, but it was the smile of someone who thinks they control you, and my mood hardened. "I've fed extremely well these last few months," Mia said with an unremorseful satisfaction. "Humans are stupid, trusting animals, and if you give a little, they think you love them. And then it's a simple matter of taking what they give you. Natural causes," she said coyly. "Heart attack, brain aneurysm, simple fatigue. We have fasted for 40 years since the turn, but Holly will give us back our strength, the cunning to take what we want with impunity instead of this thin tracing the law allows us. Those who protest will be silenced. The IS knows it. I'm charging you to impress upon the FIB the error of their thinking." Behind her, Ivy shook with anger, Remus's hold tight on her. "You monster," she seethed. "You're making them think you love them, then killing them. That's not why I gave you the wish." "Shut up," Remus said, and Ivy grunted in pain. My face paled and the cold night seemed darker. That's how she had been feeding herself and her child? Damn it. How were we supposed to tell the banshee-induced deaths from the natural ones? "You think I'm going to help you?" I said, appalled. "Are you nuts?" The car drove slowly past, following the path of the one that had just left, tracks upon tracks, and my skin started to tingle. It was going too slowly, and it sounded familiar. Early model, dripping rust. It turned at the end of the lot, and the light shone on Ivy and Remus. In the van, Holly cried, her hands reaching for someone. "Mia!" Remus shouted. "We have to go!" "Help me is exactly what you're going to do," Mia said, and a second wave of warmth filled me as she moved closer. "Tell the FIB I'm gone. Tell them aliens came down and abducted me. I don't care. But if they don't leave me alone, I'll kill you right here if need be, then start on that man's son and move on from there." "Touch Glenn and you'll find yourself dead," Ivy snarled, and Mia eyed her in disgust. "Don't presume to threaten me," she said condescendingly. I watched your Piscari set foot in my city, and I watched him buried in it. Keep that in mind." I shook my head. "I won't help you, Mia. If you don't come in, you and your daughter will be forever living outside society and on the run." Mia's pale eyebrows rose. "Which? I made this society. If they touch me, I won't live outside it. I'll bring it down." I felt the strength of the line in me, and it made me bold. "Then you can go to hell." A sigh sifted through Mia. She turned to Remus, who was fidgeting, wanting to leave. "You can lead a pig to water," she said, then turned back to me. "I'll ask the vampire to pass on my words, then." My breath caught as I realized she was going to kill me. "Wait!" Panicked, I scrambled back among the cars, but she followed. Still not touching me, she reached out a hand, and eyes glistening in rapture, she ripped my aura away. Everything she had given me, she took back. Mouth open, I fell to my knees as the ley line in me became a ribbon of fire, and screaming, I shoved it at her, unable to hold it anymore. Mia swore delicately, and I had a moment of respite. But then cold avalanched in behind it, and my arms and legs went numb. The force of the line hadn't slowed her at all. She was taking my aura slowly, painstakingly, making me suffer so there would be more to feast on. Ivy was shouting, a savage sound against Holly's piercing cries. Behind it was the roar of a car. I couldn't think, kneeling on the snow as Mia stripped me bare. I looked up as a brilliant white light grew. "I'm dying," I thought, and the light shifted, and the car that was making it smashed into the front corner of the van. Metal groaned and plastic shattered. Mia's attention was diverted, and the pain of my aura being ripped from me vanished. I looked up, on my hands and knees, sucking in air as if it might coat my soul. "Look out!" I called in warning as the van slid on the ice toward Ivy. Crap, it was going to pin her between it and the SUV. Ivy jumped straight up, landing on the hood of the SUV. Remus dropped to roll under it. Holly howled as the van jolted to a halt. In the aisle, an ugly green, rusty Chevy steamed. Radiator fluid poured out, but the engine still ran. The thing probably weighed more than the van and the SUV put together, and would take an atomic bomb to kill. "Holly!" Mia screamed, running to her daughter. Pulling myself up to lean against the car, I stared as Tom emerged from the Chevy. Son of a bitch! It hadn't been Ms. Walker Mia had felt following her. It had been Tom. With an ugly snarl, Ivy launched herself from the top of the SUV, landing on Mia. "God, no," I whispered. I was shaky, hardly able to walk, and I staggered forward. Mia had a grip on Ivy's throat, her face savage as she started to kill her. The light from one headlamp threw everything into a stark light. Ivy was fighting back, teeth shining as she struggled. The harsh sound of Holly screaming continued, and my eyes jerked to Remus and Tom. The ley line witch's fist was smothered in a purple haze, but the incensed man had grabbed it and squeezed until Tom screamed in pain. Giving him a solid kick in parting, Remus left Tom kneeling over his broken hand. I moved, and Remus's head swung up to me. Black eyes fixed me where I was, warning me not to move. They were the eyes of a wolf, and I froze. He turned away. From the jail, a loud klaxon started hooting, and the lot was suddenly bathed in a harsh glow of blue krypton bulbs. Where in hell have they been? Calm and soothing, the mass murderer coolly got his screaming child from the ruined van. Singing a lullaby, he looked to his wife. "Ivy," I breathed, seeing her down and unmoving. Mia was kneeling beside her with her back to me, her blue coat spread, looking like the wings of a bird covering her prey. Staggering, I started for them, yelling, "Get away from her!" Remus got there first, and with one hand, he yanked Mia up. "Let me go!" the woman yelled, fighting him, but he dragged her to Tom's running car, opening the passenger side door and nearly throwing her in. Holly's crying competed with the jail's alarm system, but her cries became faint when Remus handed her to Mia and slammed the door. Giving me a sour look, he paced to the other side and got in. The engine roared. Tom rolled out of the way as Remus gunned it, headed for the road. Frozen slush pelted us, and they were gone. Feeling as if my heart was going to explode, I got to Ivy and fell to kneel in the pressed snow. "Oh, my God! Ivy! Ivy!" I exclaimed, turning her over and pulling her upright against me. Her head lolled, and her eyes were shut. Her skin was pale, and her hair was in her face. "Don't you leave me, Ivy! I can't live with you being dead!" I shouted. "Ivy! You hear me? Oh, God, please, no. Why do I have to live like this?" Tears were falling from me, and I choked back a sob when her eyes opened. They were brown, and I rejoiced. She wasn't dead, or undead, or whatever. White and pale, she looked up at me, eyes glassy and not seeing. In her grip was a faded purple ribbon with a coin laced on it. Her fingers gripped it as if it was life itself, holding on with a white-knuckled strength. "I got it back," she rasped, victory in her vacant gaze. "She doesn't deserve love." The building behind us was still making that awful noise, and I could hear men coming this way. Ivy took a breath, then another. "I need... Rachel?" she whispered, and then her focus on me cleared. "Shit," she breathed, and I held her closer, rocking her and knowing she was still alive. She hadn't died, and I wasn't holding an undead. "You're going to be all right," I said, not knowing if it was the truth. She looked so pale. "I'm not. I have to have it," Ivy said, and I looked at her, seeing the tears making tracks down her face and her fangs wet with saliva. It was obvious what she was talking about. Blood. She needed blood. Vampires were the Banshee's closest relative, and they had a way to replenish auras. They took them in when they fed. Ivy needed blood. Unafraid, I pulled her farther up off the pavement, and she started to cry in earnest, knowing she couldn't be the person she wanted, and mourning the loss of a dream. "I wanted to be clean, but I can't," she said as I rocked her. "Every time I try to be someone else, I fail. I need it," she said, eyes glowing black. "But not you. Not you," she begged, even as her eyes started to dilate and her hunger took hold. "I'd rather die than have you give me your blood. I love you, Rachel. Don't give me your blood. Promise me, you won't give me your blood." "You're going to be all right," I said, frantic. I could smell antifreeze from the busted Chevy, and the faint smell of hot engine was fading. "Promise me," she said, trying to touch my face. "I don't want you to give me your blood. Promise me, damn it." Shit. I looked up, only now seeing the flashlights and the men behind them. My bag with my keys was across the aisle. "I promise." There was a crunching of boots on ice, and from behind me came an authoritative, "Ma'am, get away from the woman, lie down, and put your face on the pavement. Keep your fingers spread and where I can see them." Face wet with tears, I looked up, and behind me into the bright security lights, seeing a big shadow behind it. "Go ahead and shoot me," I screamed. "I'm not letting go of her." "Ma'am," the voice said, and the light dropped to Ivy, then back to me. "She's been hurt," I exclaimed. "I was just in your offices, you idiots. Check your security tapes. You know who I am. You watched the entire thing. You think I ran that jack-shit car into myself?" "Ma'am," he tried again. I started to get up, dragging Ivy with me. "If you call me that one more time," I huffed, straining until I got her upright, leaning against the SUV. "Down! Get down!" someone shouted. A boom shifted the air, and I jerked Ivy closer, managing to keep both of us on our feet. The man with the light turned it toward the sound of the explosion. Men and women were shouting, and the guy with the light looked ticked off that he wasn't involved. A purplish-green haze of Tom's aura covered a nearby decorated tree, and my stomach turned as the tree started to steam and dissolve. The holiday lights flickered and went out. Holy crap, what had Al taught him? My keys were in my bag, 3 cars away. "Stay here," I told Ivy, and after seeing her leaning upright, Under her own power, I started for my keys. "That's Tom Banson," I said as I walked between the man and the site of the melting tree. "He did this. You want answers? Go talk to him. I'm in a city parking lot. You have no jurisdiction, and I'm leaving." I scooped up my bag and got out my keys. The lethal amulet detector was a bright, shiny red. No kidding. "You want my ID?" I said as I headed back to Ivy. "It's in your file. Have a freaking nice day and a Happy New Year." Shifting my shoulder under Ivy's arm, we started for my car. Her feet dragged through the puddle of antifreeze, and she was starting to pant. Leaving her leaning against the hood of my car, I opened it. She mumbled for her purse, and after helping her inside, I went back for it. I looked up at the click of a safety going off, but they couldn't shoot me if I was just walking away. "Ma'am?" The man tried again, and my blood pressure spiked. But a second voice intruded. "Let her go. She's been shunned." A bitter sensation filled me, but no one stopped me. "Hold on, Ivy," I whispered as I got in my car and reached across to shut her door. "The hospital is right next door." "Rin Cornwall," she said, eyes closed as tears coursed down her face. "Take me to Rin. I don't care about him. He's just a vampire." Just a vampire? I hesitated, then fumbled with the key twice before I got it in the ignition and the car came to life. Around us, the security people were having fits. Apparently Tom had gotten away, and they didn't have the authority to detain me. "Rin," Ivy said, staring at me, her head propped up against the door. Her eyes were glassy, and hunger sent a shiver through me. It was starting to take hold. If not for her weakened state, she'd be having a much harder time. "Okay," I said, sniffing back my tears. I knew how she felt. She didn't want to be this person, but to survive, she had to be. "I won't let him hurt you." "Please, hurry," she said, shutting her eyes as they turned a full, hungry vampire black. Her long pianist's hand clenched on the door handle, and she pressed herself as far away from me as she could. Lights on, I pulled out and headed for the exit. The speedometer crept upward, and I waited for a dizzy feeling, but it never came. Apparently Mia hadn't taken enough from me to affect my balance, but a quick tap on a ley line told me I was still compromised, and I dropped it before I threw up from the pain. "Call him." Ivy's voice sent a chill through me. It was low and sultry, in wide contrast to her weakened state. "Use my phone." I was starting to see some traffic, and at a red light, I pulled her purse to me, finding her slim phone and opening it up. 5 bars. How come my phone never has 5 bars? Eyeing the bright screen and the traffic light both, I scrolled through the numbers, then hit RC. My heart pounded, and as the phone rang, the light changed and I pulled out into a snow-rimmed street. I didn't get more than 15 feet before the line clicked open and a cultured, interested voice said, "Yes, Ivy?" Shit. I jiggled the phone closer, gunning the engine to make the next yellow light. "Ivy's been hurt," I said tersely. "She needs blood." Rin Cornwall made an odd sound. "Then give it to her, Rachel." Son of a bastard. "She doesn't want my blood," I said, looking at her and seeing her in pain. "She wants you. I'm bringing her to you, but I don't know if she can make it." I wiped my eyes when the streetlights went blurry. "That damn banshee got her. You're going to keep her alive, or so help me, I'm going to kill you, Rin Matthew Cornwall. Don't mess with me on this, I mean it. I can't save her soul yet. I need more time." I didn't care if I sounded like a demon, using all 3 of his names like that. Managing the icy roads, I heard the undead vampire take a slow breath he didn't need. "Take the I-75 bridge. We'll find you." The phone clicked off, and I tossed it in the direction of Ivy's purse. Blinking furiously, I clamped my hands on the wheel and pressed down on the accelerator. Horns blew as I tore through town, but the FIB guys wouldn't stop me, and the IS didn't care anymore. "Hold on," I said through gritted teeth as I took a turn too fast, having to push on her shoulder to keep her from falling into me. Ivy's eyes opened as my hand touched her, and fear plinked through me. "Hurry," she panted. "Rachel, I'd rather die than bite you now. Please hurry. I don't know how long I can stop myself. It hurts. Oh, God. She took everything.
It's going to be okay, I said as I saw a sign for bridge traffic. He's coming. We're almost there. She was silent, and then a ragged,
"Are you okay?"
came out of her. Astonished, I looked across the car. She was worried about me. "I'm fine," I said, beeping my horn to keep some guy from pulling out in front of me. He rocked to a halt, and after I swerved around him, I looked at her, brow furrowed. "Ivy, why did you do it? You should have let her go. She's a freaking banshee."
"This was my fault,"
she panted, her eyes dropping to the coin, still clenched in her fist.
"Mia, Remus, everything. It was my fault that Mia learned how to kill people with impunity, and she hurt you. I'll take care of this. You can't risk yourself anymore."
"You're going to take care of her alone?" I said, feeling distant and unreal inside. "This is as much my fault as yours. I gave you the wish in the first place. We're going to get her, Ivy, but not apart. We have to do it together." Who am I kidding? It would take a demon to take down a banshee. But then again, she didn't say anything, but her expression behind the hunger was determined. I flicked the heater on, and a blast of warm air billowed out. In the distance, I saw the lights of an oncoming car flashing. Relief so strong it hurt washed through me. I could tell it was a Hummer by the spacing of the lights. It was them. It had to be. "I see them," I exclaimed, and Ivy tried to smile. Her teeth were clenched and her eyes were wild, and it twisted my heart to see her red-rimmed, pain-filled eyes as she struggled. Fumbling, I put on my own flashers and pulled into a fast food place. 2 cars pulled in behind me, black in the streetlight. I came to a halt, not slamming on the brakes, but close. Before I could put the car in park, 2 men were at Ivy's door. There was a crack of breaking metal and the door swung open, the lock broken. Vampire incense rolled into the car, and with a savage sound, Ivy lunged for the man, stooping to pick her up. I turned away, tears falling. I heard a groan, and when I looked back, the second man with them was supporting the first as he carried Ivy back to the black Hummer. She was on his neck, blood slipping past her lips. The second man opened the door for them, and Ivy and the man she was clutching to her vanished inside. He turned to look at me, his expression unreadable, before he followed them in and closed the door. The snow fell between us, and I sat there, my passenger side door open, staring out my front window, hands on the wheel and crying. Ivy had to be all right. She had to be.
"This is so messed up."
A soft tap on my window jerked my attention away, and I looked to see Rin Cormel standing outside my closed door. His cashmere coat had the collar turned up against the snow, and the hat on his head was just showing the first few flakes. He looked good standing there, but the memory of his callous treatment of me and Ivy, actually, was too new for me to be taken in. He was an animal, and now I understood what Ivy had meant when she'd said, "He's just a vampire." Though wealthy, powerful, and attractive, he was nothing, not worth anyone's love or affection. I wouldn't allow Ivy to become like that. Wiping my nose, I rolled down my window. I was numb inside. Rin Cormel bent over so our faces were closer. Seeing me in a state, he pulled a handkerchief from an inside pocket and handed it to me.
"Why didn't you let her bite you instead of all this drama?"
he said, his gaze flicking to the unmoving Hummer.
"All she needs is blood."
Animal or no, I still needed to treat him with respect. "She doesn't want that," I said as I used his hanky and shoved it away. "He might get it back after I washed it. Maybe. She doesn't want to lose her soul, and biting me brings her closer to that." He frowned and stood, dropping back a few steps so he could see me.
"It's what she is."
"I know." I took my hands from the wheel, placing them quietly in my lap. "She knows it too." Eyebrows high, Rin Cormel made a soft sound. Rocking on his feet, he made motions to leave. "Rin," I said, and he stopped. "She accepts what she is, and by God, I'm going to find a way to help her be who she wants to be." My heart was pounding, but his worried expression melted into one of his famous smiles,
and I wondered if I had just saved my own life with my promise to find a way for her to keep her soul. If he thought I meant to find a way to keep it after she died, then that was his prerogative. I was thinking something a little more immediate, something we could both benefit from. "Good," he said, hands in his pockets, looking harmless. "Enjoy your evening with your family, Rachel. Ivy will be fine." I sat straighter, hope making my eyes wide. "Are you sure?" His gaze never moved from the Hummer. "Her aura will be replaced as she satiates herself, and her strength will return in time. It's my people with her I'm worried about." I couldn't help my smile at that, but it faded fast. She was out of control in that car, and she was going to hate herself when she came home. What she was pinning her sanity on now was that she hadn't allowed her hunger to rule her and satisfy it by savaging me. Her vow to abstain from blood had lasted 30 seconds. "Rin, don't push her," I said. "Please, just to make her better and send her back to me. I'll find a way for her to die with her soul. If it's possible, I'll find a way. I promise." Damn it, I'm going to have to talk to Trent. He had a way to make the vampire virus dormant, but from there, he might find a way to remove it. I wasn't sure if Ivy would agree to becoming human to lose her bloodlust, but after tonight, she might. The tall man inclined his head to acknowledge my words. Smiling, he jauntily returned to his second car. The driver emerged to open his door for him, and in a moment, both vehicles were gone. I glanced at the clock, then noticed that Ivy's purse was still with me. I picked it up off the floor and put it on the seat where she'd been, then reached across and closed my broken door. Ivy's scent lingered, and I breathed it in, wondering how she was. My hands started to shake with the remaining adrenaline. I was late for my already postponed lunch. Robbie was going to have a field day. Clearly, I wasn't ready to risk the road yet. I was deathly worried about Ivy, but that was probably fair play. Ivy had been worried about me when I was in the hospital. Rin Cormel said she was going to be all right, and I had to believe it. A vampire was a banshee's closest rival in terms of strength, having a fast way to rebound after an attack, blood to renew her aura, and brimstone to revitalize her strength. I slowly thunked the car into gear and crept up to the exit, turning my blinker on and sitting there waiting for a break in traffic. As I sat there, it hit me that this was probably the turning point in our relationship. Ivy was a vampire who wanted to be more, or maybe less, but she could never be who she wanted unless I could find a way to get the virus out of her. By magic or medicine, I was going to have to do that. I might not be able to be the person I wanted to be, but if I had to be a demon, I was, by God, going to make sure Ivy could be who she wanted to be. Having to deal with stuff like this was just crappy.